Chapter 148, The Demon-Modified Dragon-Slaying Saber with a damage of 999. First update. Dai Tian glanced at the damage number on the board, 526,843, a result of his last effort. Dragon God Claw indeed was Dai Tian's most remarkable skill. He had lived in Soul Land for nearly 1,000,000 years and had mastered this skill to perfection. Although he couldn't guarantee that the damage would reach 600,000, he could ensure that he kept the damage precisely within the range of 500 to 600,000. So Dai Tian planned to use the Dragon God Claw for damage in the early stages. That way, he could keep freeloading the Golden Junior rewards.
So I attack now. Just go ahead and attack already.
Lin Yi frowned slightly. This guy had been muttering to himself since the beginning, and if he hadn't spoken, one might have thought he'd been scared stiff.
All right.
Dai Tian took a step back, and his right hand began to emit a gloomy color. Patches of pitch-black scales covered it, and as a dark, annihilative aura emerged, a subtle rainbow hue clung to the scales on his right hand. 5 sharp claws extended, the dragon's roar became more intense, and a dragon's head phantom, unlike that of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, flashed momentarily. Dai Tian charged towards Lin Yi with a clear shout. The air groaned in pain due to Dai Tian's swelling right claw, as the light of oblivion focused and burst forth.
Bang!
All the damage was precisely focused by Dai Tian straight onto Lin Yi's chest. The entire process of attack was extremely tense for him because there would be damage rebound.
Smack!
Dai Tian lay flat on the platform like a frog, with his front and back aching so much that he was grimacing in pain. My lord, you might as well not have helped me.
To all those who hope to deal golden damage, it's necessary for me to remind you not to underestimate the damage rebound after the attack.
Lin Yi said, casting a glance at certain individuals before continuing.
When dealing damage as a group, protect the weak. The damage rebound at the gold rank is absolutely lethal for them.
Hearing this, Ning Fengzhai, Zhu King, and others including Bai Jai all had a change of expression. After all, they were the ones considered weaker in a team damage scenario.
I'm scared, Master.
After Bai Jai said that, she clung to Gu Yuina's arm, their chests pressing together.
Don't be afraid. I will protect you when the time comes. Memo.
Unbeknownst to them, everyone's damage level had been developing towards the gold level and above. Lin Yi suddenly felt a bit emotional. He looked at the panel. Blood loss, 519,784. Remaining health, 899,965,447,648. Damage grade, red high tier downgraded. Random reward, Eternal Weapon Roulette *1. Host reward, Eternal Weapon Roulette *3. The reward actually got downgraded. Well, Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. Just now, this guy was mumbling to himself for so long, Lin Yi thought he had some precise plan for the damage he was going to deal.
The reward is the Eternal Weapon Roulette, and the Golden Dragon Spear was drawn from this reward. Although downgraded, it can still be anticipated.
Lin Yi said and threw the red light ball in his hand into the air. Speaking of which, many people can't even touch red intermediate damage at this point. Like those elders from the Martial Soul Hall, they've been hovering at red junior damage for days, with several people even experiencing quality downgrades to black advanced level. And Dai Tian's downgrade to red high tier damage has already made many people envious. Let's hope for a decent weapon to comfort Dragon King's injured heart. All the damage was precisely focused by Dai Tian straight onto Lin Yi's chest. The entire process of attack was extremely tense for him because there would be damage rebound.
Roar!
Chapter 149, Gu Yuina, you little brat, it's my turn to beat you up. Second update. Whoosh! The oncoming shockwave instantly dissipated. Dai Tian was somewhat surprised, as he seemed to have found the key to overcoming the damage rebound. So facing the damage rebound, one must not cower. The more one recoils, the more severe the damage rebound becomes.
Everyone, when you reach golden damage, do not think of running away or dodging in the face of damage rebound. Attack it, meet force with force.
Dai Tian shared his experience with everyone. Lin Yi smiled slightly, observing the pattern from the many attacks. It seemed to follow this principle. Initiating an attack compared to using defense. Indeed, the former made the damage rebound dissipate faster. But the prerequisite is that the attacker must possess the reaction speed and attack connectivity like Dai Tian just did.
Does this ferocious beast think we can also deal golden damage? Damn it, I even struggle with red intermediate damage, and now you're teaching me how to deal with golden damage rebound. What's the meaning of this?
Chrysanthemum Douluo rolled his eyes in despair. His words instantly resonated with several elders around him. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 531,796. Remaining blood, 899,964,916,437. Damage level, Gold Junior. Random reward, proficiency in the 8 elements * 60 days. Host reward, proficiency in the 8 elements * permanent. What these 8 elements are, Gu Yuina below must be well aware. Water, fire, thunder, wind, earth, light, darkness, space. And this critical hit is permanent, which almost means that Lin Yi had indirectly acquired the abilities of the Silver Dragon King. Of course, it is only to the level of mastery, and he still has not reached senior mastery level, definitely not comparable to Gu Yuina's. Currently, Lin Yi's mastery is only at its peak for fire elements. Damage 531,796, Golden Junior, reward is proficiency in the 8 elements, duration is 60 days. No sooner had Lin Yi finished speaking than Dai Tian turned around stiffly to glance at Gu Yuina. He had astonishingly gained his master's powers, even if only for 60 days.
Show me how you manipulate the elements.
Her tone carried a hint of displeasure from having her status challenged. Dai Tian looked at her fearfully, scratching his head.
This
plea was filled with a desire to survive, but Gu Yuina could not take it in at all. Her vertical pupils emerged as her voice coldly commanded.
I told you to try it for me to see, understand.
Yes.
After hearing her, Dai Tian instantly tensed up. He lifted his right hand, and with a flick of his fingers, a ball of water formed and appeared above the palm of his hand. With a shock from his palm, the water ball disappeared, and with a whoosh, a red flame shot upwards, instantly reaching a height of a meter. This magic-like spectacle drew gasps from the audience, and Dai Tian's expression grew increasingly excited and thrilled. In the past, the master skillfully mastered various elements, and he envied it to death just by looking at it from the side. He never expected that he could use them now.
Master all 8 types.
Dai Tian asked with a smile, but seeing Gu Yuina's taut face, his smile vanished in an instant, and he clamped his mouth shut, remaining silent.
Impressive, really impressive.
Gu Yuina praised Lin Yi on the stage with insincerity, her gaze, however, slashing through Lin Yi several times with intensity. To think he could even replicate my abilities. She took a deep breath, stepped on the stairs to walk onto the stage, her skirt swaying, revealing half of her snow-white and crystalline calves, which looked very attractive.
You little brat, it's my turn to beat you up.
Gu Yuina glared fiercely at Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at her indifferently.
The word for that is offense.
It's to beat you up.
Gu Yuina gritted her teeth, listing all the reasons she was dissatisfied with Lin Yi, one by one in her head. Anyone else would have been smothered by her by now. I can't even imagine having to coexist and cultivate the dragon god with such an annoying person in the future. Spid. Gu Yuina raised her fair little hand, with light blooming in her palm.
This is bad, this is really bad. Big brother, senior Lin Yi, something big has happened.
At that moment, an incredibly anxious voice suddenly came from not too far away. Everyone turned their heads, and Gu Yuina on the stage also turned to look, the light in her palm appearing and then vanishing.
What's wrong?
1,000 waves stood out. The third offerer was bowed, gasping for breath, already sweating profusely and looking extremely ragged. Lin Yi also looked over, but at the same time, his mind's chat group also suddenly became active. Member 3, Tiandu City is in trouble.
My second brother, he rode the moth to Tiandu City. Now he and the moth are standing atop the tallest building there. All the people in the city have rushed to watch.
Emperor Zuo's eyes suddenly widened. The tallest building in Tiandu City, that's my imperial palace, damn it. Thousand Waves suddenly had a bad feeling and asked with a frown.
What's he doing there with nothing to do?
The third offerer looked a bit embarrassed.
He said that Snow Knight, His Majesty, previously agreed to give him a city. And then, he started shouting atop the tallest building in Tiandu City, declaring himself the king of Tiandu City, that everyone should listen to him and honor him as a great hero.
Emperor Zuo nearly spewed a mouthful of old blood.
I said I'd give him a city, but I didn't say it was Tiandu City.
Tiandu City. At this moment, the place was packed with a sea of people, buzzing with excitement. Everyone was looking up at the sky with amazement and curiosity. A youth in a blue outfit frowned as he stood at the outskirts of the crowd, also looking up at the spectacle above.
Third brother. Little 3.
Several peers, both boys and girls, followed one after another. They were all shocked, feeling as though they were witnessing the most unforgettable spectacle of their lives.
Is that?
Chapter 150, The space between Seoul City and Tiandu City is torn apart. First update.
Sister, look, what kind of soul beast is this? Its wings are so big and pretty.
Shui Yuer looked up at the sky, shaking the arm of Shui Binger in amazement. Tang San turned his head and glanced at them, roughly identifying them as students from the Skywater Academy, and also formidable opponents they would soon encounter in the Soul Master contest. At this moment, almost everyone in Tiandu City had rushed over to watch this colossal, soul beast that challenged their understanding.
You all have arrived. I want to make an announcement. From today onward, I am the Lord of Tiandu City.
Lin Yi Douluo stood on Masilla's head, hands akimbo over his chubby waist, shouting with a childlike voice.
Pa, who do you think you are to be the Lord? This is the imperial city of Tiandu. Are you, a little brat, trying to be the emperor or something?
Ma Hongzhen also stood with hands akimbo, yelling toward the front.
Fatty, be careful, don't stick your neck out recklessly.
Tang San suddenly furrowed his brow and warned.
Don't worry, third brother, it's just a little brat. I'll go and have a chat with him.
A smile appeared on Ma Hongzhen's face as he spoke, and suddenly a burst of scorching flames erupted from his body, unfolding wings of crimson behind him. Watching Ma Hongzhen flying up into the air, Tang San's expression grew worried. Of course, he wasn't afraid of the little boy, but rather the giant moth beneath the boy. Even as a soul beast, he had never encountered one of such enormous size until now.
Hugh Wu, that little guy is too arrogant. Watch me go up there and teach him a lesson.
Feng Zio Tian purposely came to the Blazing Fire Academy's side, wearing a green uniform, and spoke indignantly in front of Hugh Wu. A giant moth that can be controlled by a child didn't really bring a sense of crisis to the people present. After all, that moth was so beautiful.
Are you two the representatives sent by Tiandu City? Ha ha ha, good, let's discuss when to hold the ceremony for the Lord's ascension.
Lin Yi Douluo excitedly spoke from atop Masilla's head.
To hell with your ceremony, kiddo, go home and drink your milk.
Ma Hongzhen shouted from a higher position. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the smile on Lin Yi Douluo's face collapsed instantly. He furrowed his adorable eyebrows and said,
Ignoring the Lord's words comes with a punishment.
The next moment, a stream of white silk sprayed out from Masilla's mouth. Ma Hongzhen couldn't react in time and was enveloped in the white threads and blasted in one direction.
Fatty!
Tang San shouted. Blue-silver vines rapidly shot out, entwining around Ma Hongzhen's body, but he, too, was dragged away by the powerful force. Fortunately, Dai Mubai appeared in time, releasing his martial soul and forcefully embracing Tang San, but the ground still bore a long trench from the drag of the two. Moments later, the three of them sat on the ground in disarray, while a wail followed shortly after from behind them. It turned out that Feng Zio Tian was fixed to the city wall by the white silk.
What on earth is that thing?
Tang San frowned, filled with inner shock.
It must be because of Lin Yi. Lin Yi of Seoul City definitely knows. That giant moth must be a gift he gave to that little guy.
Ning Rongrong suddenly spoke with a look of conviction.
Lin Yi again.
Tang San's expression turned to one of confusion. He had heard Ning Rongrong mutter this name for several days now. What's more absurd was that not long ago, Zhu Zhuqing said she had gone to Seoul City and even met this young man. Looking at the pair of vast and obscuring cyan wings fluttering above the city wall, Tang San slowly started to believe in the existence of this person.
Boss, we must hurry and bring second brother back. If we delay a few more minutes, Tiandu City might become ruins.
An ultimate Douluo and a 200-meter moth indeed had such power. But the combined intelligence of these two probably didn't even reach 70. They definitely lacked self-control.
We must go. But the distance from here to Tiandu City is so great, it took half an hour just for the scout to deliver the message by flying. By the time we get there, my second brother probably would have turned Tiandu City upside down.
Emperor Zhu Yi listened to the two discussing, his face already as pale as death. After anxious contemplation, Thousand Waves suddenly turned to Dai Tian, approached him respectfully and bowed.
Senior, could you use your space powers to transport me and my third brother to Tiandu City?
Upon hearing this, Dai Tian looked troubled.
Although I possess the ability to control space elements, I'm only capable of teleporting. As for space transmission, this advanced method.
Thousand Waves thereupon turned to Gu Yuina and bowed once more with great seriousness.
I beseech you, Senior, for assistance.
However, Gu Yuina crossed her arms, her expression displeased as she turned her body away.
I refuse. Why should I help when it would delay my attack? What do your human affairs have to do with me?
This.
Thousand Waves and the third offerer stood rooted to the spot, their hearts filled with an urgent frenzy. If Tiandu City were to be destroyed at this time, the relationship between Seoul Hall and the Tiandu Empire would surely deteriorate rapidly. What should they do now? Do you wish to apply the evolutionary immortal stone to the mastery of space elements?
Yes.
Application complete. Congratulations, host. Your mastery of space elements has been elevated to the ultimate proficiency. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi revealed a faint smile. Although he was an outsider in their affairs, a rift between the Tiandu Empire and Marshal Seoul Hall at this moment would do him no good whatsoever. Moreover, he needed to spread his reputation for goodness, not for ill. He could not let that brat golden crocodile sully his good name. At that moment, the third offerer silently nudged Thousand Waves.
Big brother, why not ask Senior Lin Yi for help?
Thousand Waves looked troubled.
How could I possibly have the face to ask him? That brat golden crocodile is using the prize given by Senior Lin Yi for mischief. How could I have the gall to ask Senior for help with this matter?
Gu Yuina, overhearing Thousand Waves' words, pursed her lips.
It's no use asking him. The Golden Dragon King doesn't possess the mastery of space elements, much less the ability for space transmission, which requires extreme mastery over the elements.
Being able to use ultimate fire was absurd enough. Gu Yuina didn't believe Lin Yi could also have the ultimate control over space. For space transmission, one had to have reached the pinnacle of mastery over space elements. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Yi, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke up.
Tiandu City, right?
At his words, Thousand Waves' eyes lit up with excitement. He nodded vigorously.
Yes, yes.
Chapter 151, Lin Yi, Little Female Dragon, begin the attack. Second update.
Dad, sword grandfather, bone grandfather.
Ning Rongrong widened her eyes in surprise, happily waving her hands at them. Dai Mubai stared at Davis with a baffled look. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Jian exchanged complicated glances. Tang San narrowed his eyes and stared at the silver-haired woman for a few seconds, then shifted his gaze to the young man behind her. Intuition told him that this youth was Lin Yi. The sudden appearance of this scene made him unconsciously go on alert, and blue-silver grass already appeared in the palm of his right hand. But just then, to Tang San's surprise, he saw that the youth sitting cross-legged was also staring at him. A hint of an indiscernible smile appeared at the corner of the youth's mouth, that smile instantly causing Tang San's body to stiffen. He looked astonished, feeling fear for the first time from someone's smile, a fear that reached deep into his sea of spirit. This youth, who looked about his age, seemed to carry a force that transcended laws which crazily suppressed him.
Thud!
Tang San suddenly fell to his knees, sweat beading on his forehead.
Zio-san, what's wrong with you? Zio-san!
Lin Yi withdrew the probing spiritual power. He hadn't expected Tang San to be so weak at this moment. It was their first meeting, and he had only looked at him a few times, but here he was performing such an abject act of worship. Thousand Waves hurriedly patted the third offerer, pulling him into the space transmission channel. As they reached the side of Tiandu City, the golden seraph sprouted from behind Thousand Waves, his expression solemn as he grasped the third offerer and flew straight ahead. The appearance of the seraph immediately caused an outcry from everyone present. As long as one was a soul master, no one was unaware of what the seraph represented. It was the inherited martial soul of the martial soul hall, the symbol of honor for the martial soul hall. My goodness, could he be the great priest of the martial soul hall who is still alive in this world? By this evidence, the place beyond the transmission channel was indeed Soul City, and everyone visible there was a big shot on the stage of Soul Land. Yet astonishingly, so many consequential figures were all gathered around an ordinary-looking youth. The entire scene had only that ordinary-looking youth sitting calmly on the platform, as if he were the one with the highest status around whom everyone else clustered.
Big brother, third brother, have you come to congratulate me?
With a stern face, Thousand Waves' first action upon arriving next to Lin Yi Douluo was to smack him on the head.
Bang! Now come back with me immediately.
Thousand Waves scolded loudly, while the third offerer stood to one side, nodding meekly, and Lin Yi Douluo held his head, already teary-eyed.
Cry as you might, but take this bugger back with you, hurry. Senior Lin Yi is waiting.
Thousand Waves continued to command. The walls soon echoed with the heartrending cries of a child. On the platform, Lin Yi looked at the scene opposite him, but suddenly found Gu Yuina staring fixedly at him with an expression full of shock. Lin Yi pretended not to see.
Why do you have such an ability?
Gu Yuina stepped forward and curiously asked Lin Yi. Lin Yi continued to maintain a cold demeanor, ignoring her.
Speak up.
Gu Yuina seemed to stomp her foot in anger, but seeing Lin Yi's indifferent expression, she chose not to continue questioning. Before long, Masilla, carrying 3 guest elders, flew toward the teleportation passage from atop the city wall. The whistling of the wind, mingled with the crying of children, created quite a spectacular scene. Lin Yi stretched out his right hand and, under Gu Yuina's astonished gaze, brushed through the air. The teleportation passage on the other side rapidly expanded, reaching an exaggerated width of 200 to 300 meters in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this scene, Gu Yuina was completely unable to remain calm. Her worldview shattered. Lin Yi's control over space elements had actually surpassed hers. Gu Yuina admitted to herself that she absolutely couldn't achieve such a feat. If he could exert such control over the most complicated element of space, wouldn't he handle the other elements with just as much ease? Could it be?
It's him, the one sitting there. He is Lin Yi.
At that moment, Ning Rongrong pointed toward the platform on the opposite side of the passage. Knelt on the ground, Tang San lifted his head, his back drenched in sweat. Despite this, he made an effort to commit Lin Yi's appearance to memory. In these few short minutes, the entire Tiandu city had come to know the situation in Seoul City. At this very moment, Seoul City seemed to be conducting a mysterious event attended by great powers.
What the hell are you flying up there for? Make her land, you've completely embarrassed Marshal Soul Hall. Woo wah!
The cries of Lin Yi Douluo grew even more miserable. The massive Masilla stayed on the ground, and the third offerer, holding Lin Yi Douluo, jumped down together with the great priest. The great priest immediately walked toward Lin Yi.
Senior, I truly apologize. My junior brother has let you down by abusing the reward and acting out of line. and I've already taught him a lesson.
Lin Yi responded indifferently.
The right to control lies in his hands. What he does is none of my concern, but right now, I indeed do not wish for anyone to use the reward to tarnish my reputation.
Hearing this, Thousand Waves felt very anxious and turned back to glare at Lin Yi Douluo.
Senior, this pet.
Thousand Waves asked with an embarrassed look.
You may.
Lin Yi considered for a second but did not refuse. He extended his right hand toward the massive macilla, and a blue light blossomed from the palm of his hand. To everyone's amazement, the macilla, which was over 200 meters long, shrank and was absorbed into Lin Yi's palm. This exaggerated scene left everyone practically speechless. Even Lin Yi Douluo forgot to howl, staring dumbstruck. Ning Fengjai suddenly felt his 7 treasures glazed pagoda was less appealing.
Little dragon lady, let's start the attack.
Little dragon lady.
Gu Yuina clenched her teeth, her fists tightened. The way Senior Lin Yi addresses people really is straightforward. Bidong couldn't help but recall the scene from the first time they spoke up close, when he called her.
Woman!
Chapter 152, Reward, 1 hour of soul power reset to 0 across the entire continent. First update. The crimson flames flickered within the ice petals, where 2 completely opposing elements now combined in harmony. The flames soon calmed down, condensing into a tiny fire pistol that twisted into a bundle as Gu Yuina's slender white hands crossed over in front of her. Whoosh!
Whoosh!
Another hand of hers also produced an identical ice lotus blossom. The ice lotus, embodying both worlds of fire and ice, gently spun in the palm, then drifted out, floating towards the direction of Lin Yi. A seemingly casual skill, using just 2 elements. Lin Yi knew that Gu Yuina had not given her all, for she could indeed launch an attack by fusing all 7 elements together. Such an attack would definitely be Gu Yuina's most formidable strike. Although he did not know why she did not exert her full power, just the 2 drifting ice lotus fire pistols already made Lin Yi sense a difference. The seemingly tranquil ice lotuses were actually made entirely of the purest elements, and the energy they contained was definitely explosive. Whoosh! The 2 ice lotuses left a trail of white icy traces in midair, spinning as they descended in front of Lin Yi. They collided, the ice petals shattered, and the 2 elements, ice and fire, fused like gasoline and a spark, exploding rapidly from a point. Boom! Everyone below the stage widened their eyes in horror, turning and shielding their faces with their palms. As the energy from the elemental explosion gradually dissipated, everyone turned back with a chill running down their spines. White mist swirled around the platform, hot as blazes, causing some soul masters near the stage to helplessly retreat with flushed faces. As the mist cleared, a surprising scene unfolded. Lin Yi was standing up. This was the first time in history that Lin Yi had stood up after an attack had concluded. He stood there, somewhat helplessly looking at the silver-haired woman opposite him, while holding a completely deformed cushion in his hand. Lin Yi was unscathed.
Prepare another cushion for our senior.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Lin Yi took a deep breath, raised his head to look at Gu Yuina.
Weren't you going to teach me a lesson? Why not use your full strength?
Gu Yuina rolled her eyes at him.
Do you think I can't tell that the harder I try, the happier you'll be? You're so annoying, so why should I make you happy?
Lin Yi. After hearing her words, he was speechless.
Expect the reward quality to drop then, silly dragon. Oh, that's none of your business.
Gu Yuina rolled her eyes again. She was confident she could inflict even higher damage levels, even surpassing 1 million was not a problem in her eyes. But what would happen when damage level surpassing 1 million was inflicted? Gu Yuina did not dare to guarantee, nor did anyone else at the scene, because such a damage level had never been seen before. Maybe Lin Yi would die from it. If he died, he himself would probably be very happy. After all, it seemed like he had been sitting there since the beginning seeking death. But no one at the site had the intention of letting him die. Gu Yuina had been bluffing all along, and she was the one person among all the spectators who least wanted Lin Yi to die. Although he didn't know what had happened to Lin Yi must absolutely live on, and if necessary, Gu Yuina would even take on the task of protecting him. Blood loss 601,435. Remaining health 899,964,314,764. Damage level Gold Junior. Random reward Continental Soul Power Reset Privilege, including Soul Beasts 1 hour. Host reward Continental Soul Power Reset Privilege, including Soul Beasts 30 days. The reward caused a subtle change in Lin Yi's expression. He hurriedly checked the system's notes, and after reading them, Lin Yi was shocked. It could only be said that it was a good thing that this was a time-limited reward. He turned his gaze to Gu Yuina.
Damage 601,435, Golden Junior, your reward is the privilege of resetting soul power across the entire continent, with a 1-hour time limit. 600,000 in damage.
Gu Yuina tilted her head, her beautiful silver hair falling to one side as she muttered.
If the combination of 2 elements is 600,000, then 3.
Adding more elements will indeed increase damage, but it won't be a multiplicative increase, and your 600,000 includes most of the base damage.
Hearing Lin Yi's cold analysis, Gu Yuina glared at him.
Hey, what does the reward mean? I don't understand what you're talking about.
If you don't understand, why are you yelling? Didn't your father teach you manners? Lin Yi looked at her with a cold expression.
After receiving the reward, you will have the power to reduce the soul power of all soul masters and soul beasts within the entire continent to 0, and maintain it for an hour, starting and stopping at any time.
But it doesn't include me, nor you, the caster.
Hearing this reward, everyone was incredibly shocked. An effect that covered the entire continent. To reduce the soul power of every soul master, even soul beasts, to 0 in an instant. Having soul power reduced to 0, how is that different from becoming meat on the chopping board? Is this the reward for 600,000 damage at Golden Junior level? It's too damn terrifying.
With this ability, when used in the Soul Master competition, they will all become weaklings, and only we will be able to deal damage.
Lin Yi. Everyone. Is something not quite right with this dragon's thought process? With this power, you're not thinking of conquering the continent, but your first thought is winning the Soul Master competition. Wait, you 3 soul beasts also wish to compete. Gu Yuina turned around, her gaze scrutinizing Lin Yi.
I'm going to test this ability now to see if it's real.
As you wish.
Gu Yuina pressed her hands together, and a beautiful, loin-fused melody emanated from her mouth.
Soul power reset.
Chapter 153, Bossy, Could This Be a Disaster Sent from the Heavens? Second release.
Soul power reset.
At that declaration, invisible forces of the law spread like a tidal wave rapidly throughout the continent. The far northern lands. After a wave of intangible fluctuations passed over, the raging blizzard halted in an instant, and a staggeringly beautiful woman floating within screamed as she suddenly fell from midair. She knelt on the snowy ground, looking around with an expression of surprise.
What's going on?
The woman had snow-white long hair, and her features were as delicate and captivating as that of a porcelain doll. The sudden disappearance of the blizzard brought a full sense of astonishment to her pretty face.
Sister.
At this moment, another beautiful woman with long green hair ran over, but she accidentally tripped over a block of ice and fell to the ground. Seated on the ice, she looked at her body in disbelief.
Where's my soul power?
The Snow Emperor with white hair had just been teaching a lesson to the Titan Snow Demon King with a massive body across from her, while the Ice Emperor with green hair watched from the side. But in the next moment, the Titan Snow Demon King across from her also collapsed to his knees with a softened body. Boom! The ice surface collapsed under his weight. Without the support of soul power, the enormous body of the Titan Snow Demon King simply couldn't maintain an upright stance for long.
Does he?
The Snow Emperor looked ahead in terror, unable to help muttering to herself. What exactly happened? Why was her soul power, accumulated over 700,000 years, drained in an instant? Sea God's Island. An elegant beauty stood outside the palace, holding a crystal scepter and wearing a golden crown. Bossy slightly furrowed her brow, gazing into the distance. She could feel that her connection with the sea god had vanished. Beyond that, she had lost all her soul power, lost her affinity with the ocean, lost her control over the water element.
Blue silver cage.
Tang San lifted his right hand, and a pitch-black soul ring rose from his body.
Rumble, rumble.
At that moment, below his teammates, gigantic vines erupted from the ground, forming a large cage that enveloped them. Zai fourth soul skill is getting more and more skilled. Dai Mubai's words were cut short as an invisible wave of fluctuations suddenly spread across the scene. Crash, crash, the blue-silver cage began to shatter from the top, instantly turning into nothingness. Tang San, his body weak, knelt on the ground. He stared at his hands in shock, murmuring,
My soul power, why has it disappeared?
The entire training field was thrown into chaos as the sudden disappearance of soul power brought all attacking to a sudden halt, leaving them feeling as if their bodies had been hollowed out. Oscar, Dai Mubai, Xiao, Ning Rongrong, and others looked around in horror. The training field was a complete mess. It seemed everyone's soul power was gone.
Is this Lin Yi's doing again?
Ning Rongrong suddenly spoke out. This caused Tang San to abruptly look up at Ning Rongrong while frowning at the same time.
Lin Yi.
He repeated the name in his mouth, his eyes flickering nonstop. Soul City. After Gu Yuina finished speaking, she curiously opened one eye. Turning around, she indeed saw that the expressions of the people below had changed.
The tower is really gone.
Ning Fengzhai looked at his right hand in surprise.
7 kills sword.
Chen Xin raised her sword in disbelief, but apart from feeling a severe sense of depletion, there was no other response. The titled Douluo looked at each other, experiencing this situation for the first time, which made them momentarily at a loss.
So this is what it feels like when one's soul power suddenly drops to 0.
Chrysanthemum Douluo's complexion was pale as he leaned on Ghost Douluo's shoulder.
It must be because it dropped so suddenly, the body isn't adjusted yet, so there's a feeling of extreme discomfort and fatigue.
Ghost Douluo responded, equally pale. Seeing the effects of the power feedback, Gu Yuina was very satisfied. She immediately turned to face Lin Yi, puzzled.
Is this really a power that affects the entire continent? If you don't believe me, you could use space teleportation to go see for yourself.
Lin Yi replied indifferently, but he hadn't expected Gu Yuina to be so forthright. She spun around, her dress twirling, and vanished in a flash of silver light from the stands. About 20 seconds later, a flash of silver light appeared on the platform, and the stunningly beautiful woman with silver hair reappeared. This time, Gu Yuina's face was full of shock.
It's really true.
She was so astonished that she even took a few steps forward, getting closer to Lin Yi.
It's you who did this, not me.
Lin Yi's reply was still cold. Gu Yuina was exceptionally excited, completely ignoring Lin Yi's demeanor, as she couldn't even assess what level of ability this could be considered. A divine skill. No, cherish the time, after all, there's only an hour in total. Gu Yuina quickly brought her hands together in prayer, murmuring.
Reset release.
No sooner had she spoken than a chorus of relieved sounds rose behind her. Soul power returned, as if every cell in their bodies was revitalized. What Gu Yuina might not have expected was that her command had allowed all the creatures within a vast range from the extreme north to the coast of the East Sea to let out a huge sigh of relief. It was just a false alarm after all.
There's one rule I want to clarify first. The use of this kind of power is forbidden in the Soul Master Tournament, as it seriously affects the fairness of the competition.
Lin Yi ignored Gu Yuina's rolling eyes and continued.
There might be similar powers that affect fairness later on. I'll ban them as they arise.
He hadn't expected Gu Yuina to actually be thinking of participating in the Soul Master Tournament. If she and the other ferocious beasts took part, they could only join as special invitees chosen by an advancing academy. This Soul Master Tournament was indeed undergoing major reforms, with beasts even able to represent academies in the competition.
You still have a second opportunity to attack, but be warned, if the damage is reduced, the quality of your reward will drop to red advanced, and there's a world of difference between gold and red rewards.
Lin Yi stared coldly at Gu Yuina, trying to make the consequences seem more severe to intimidate her.
Oh,
Chapter 154, Character Build-Up, Perpetual Classiness, Lin Yi, You're My God, First Update. There's no rush. Even if they disliked each other, Gu Yuina would still have to stick around Lin Yi for a very, very long time. They could take it slow. 2 Ice Lotus fire pistols condensed once again in her palm. Gu Yuina could precisely control the damage purely through the number of elements involved. This was the capital she possessed as the Silver Dragon King. The 2 Ice Lotus fire pistols spun towards Lin Yi. The combination of elements appeared similar to the previous ones, but Lin Yi, being extremely sensitive to fire elements, noticed they were different. The fire pistols in the center were redder and hotter, and there were several more twisted bundles than last time, making the space inside crowded, yet also more solid. In fact, Gu Yuina's mastery over each element hadn't reached the pinnacle, but with the blessing of the dragon god's bloodline and the practice and integration over hundreds of thousands of years, her level of mastery was almost indistinguishable from perfection. Take this exquisite change in the fire elements, for example. Lin Yi believed that if he hadn't gone through hundreds of practice attempts, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this level. 1 second later, the collision of elements occurred right in front of him, unleashing immense power once again.
Boom!
The scalding ice fog exploded, and this time it was hotter, causing the onlookers to almost flee from the area. However, due to the increased temperature, the ice fog dissipated more quickly, and Lin Yi's figure was soon revealed. Since the damage was always concentrated on Lin Yi, there was little spillage, but energy-based attacks were not easy to control. Lin Yi somewhat doubted whether the attacks, although they would not truly hurt him, could blow up the place with damage exceeding 1,000,000. From the current looks of it, the probability was high that attacks with damage over 1,000,000 were energy-based, because no one except the Golden Dragon King could likely deliver that level of physical damage. After the ice fog cleared, the Soul Masters approached near the stands with lingering fear. Truly terrifying.
Your Highness, it has been brought.
Bidong took the cushion and ran to the stands with eager-to-please gestures. She stood in front of Lin Yi and said softly,
Senior, it would be better to sit on this. Please rise a bit.
Lin Yi glanced at it and judged that based on the craftsmanship and materials, it must be worth at least 1,000 golden soul coins outside. He stood up and Bidong elegantly squatted down, placing the cushion where Lin Yi had been sitting, then gently smoothed out the creases with her pale, delicate hands. After completing these actions, Bidong stood up, smiled at Lin Yi and said,
Please have a seat, Senior. If it's not comfortable, I'll have someone replace it.
Seeing this, Gu Yuina frowned. Who was this woman, and why was she being so considerate towards Lin Yi? To say it or not, Bidong's actions made her, the prestigious Silver Dragon Princess, seem quite lacking in manners.
Boom!
The crowd gasped in surprise as they saw a bag with a diameter of a full meter land on the nearby platform. Lin Yi spoke calmly. The crowd gasped in surprise as they saw a bag with a diameter of a full meter land on the nearby platform. Lin Yi spoke calmly. Inside are golden soul coins to pay for the repair of the stands during this period, the construction of the wooden hut for me, and including the price for the 2 cushions. Bidong listened in surprise. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he swept his right hand again and with a flash of light. Boom! Bidong, along with everyone else, trembled again, their eyes widening. Another large bag with a diameter of 1 meter landed on the platform. All eyes were glued. Could that be?
After the amendments to the Soul Master competition rules, there will inevitably be some inconvenience and trouble for you. This is compensation. 2 bags totaling 200,000 golden soul coins. I, Lin Yi, have always believed in fair trade and will not demand anything from you without reason.
Lin Yi's demeanor was natural, as if he was enunciating a principle of conduct followed for tens of thousands of years. Of course, it was entirely possible not to give them the money. After all, these people were already treating him like a god. Lin Yi could even urinate on the six-winged angel statue, and Thousand Waves wouldn't dare to say anything. But Lin Yi needed this action, strong in principle, to support the image he had constructed for himself, an image that required prestige. He was someone who valued fairness, was unapproachable, had strong principles, and seemed deeply mysterious and detached from life. Such was the construction of his image. Besides, 200,000 golden soul coins were mere drops in the bucket for him. His gua sha masters brought in tens of millions of golden soul coins daily, so this small amount of money was nothing to him. In the midst of everyone's shocked gazes, Lin Yi calmly sat down cross-legged, pleased with the expressions on the soul masters' faces. Whenever they had such looks on their faces, Lin Yi knew that his image had been elevated once again.
Senior.
Bidong stood still, speaking somewhat frantically. Her words instantly opened the floodgates of emotion for all the soul masters.
Oh my gosh, I could cry. Senior Lin Yi gives us money and treasures every day, and he even.
It's really us who have been incessantly taking.
I'm truly moved to tears. Senior, please don't do this. Take back your money from now on. We will repair the stands for you voluntarily and free of charge.
Hearing this, Bidong looked coldly at the crowd below.
When it comes to repairing the stands, whoever dares to compete with Martial Soul Hall is opposing Martial Soul Hall.
The people fell silent, but were still profoundly moved by Lin Yi. After speaking, Bidong looked at Lin Yi, her expression instantly becoming softer.
Senior, I really can't take your money.
At that moment, Emperor Zui couldn't help but step forward from the crowd and said with deep emotion,
Senior, giving us this money is really too kind. Changing the rules of the Soul Master competition was something we were willing to do. We really are willing.
Senior, do you really need me to say that we were just greedy for those 3 gold level rewards? If you change your mind now and don't amend the rules, that's when we would be unwilling. But Lin Yi, seated on the ground, had a resolute expression.
I will not repeat what I've said. Whoever tries to correct my way of doing things is making an enemy of me, Lin Yi.
Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. The soul masters suddenly bowed in unison to apologize, filled with self-reproach. Bidong panicked too and swiftly gestured backwards.
Quickly, hurry and move these 2 bags of coins away.
Immediately, soul masters rushed up from below, frantically carrying away the golden soul coins. Only then did Lin Yi show a satisfied expression. Gu Yuina was dumbfounded. She turned around to observe the scene, her expression one of shock. Lin Yi's words had made the group feel deeply culpable, and at that moment, these soul masters were still bowing their apologies, none daring to raise their heads.
Enough, I've said we're conducting fair trade. Lift your heads up.
Chapter 155, Permanent Second Form Black Swan Poison Second Update. To be fair, Bidong was really thoughtful. The cushion was indeed comfortable to sit on. It felt like it was stuffed with some kind of precious soul beast down. Could it be that Bidong had used this herself? Lin Yi wondered curiously, then looked at the panel. Blood loss, 654,371. Remaining health, 899,963,660,174. Damage level, Gold Junior. Random reward, Permanent Extreme Mastery of Thunder Element. Host reward, Permanent Extreme Mastery of Thunder Element. It seemed this reward allowed Gu Yuina to jump from controlling 7 elements to controlling 8, and the 8th element was even at extreme mastery. She, who excelled at creating damage with elemental combinations, would probably see a significant increase in her combat effectiveness. Damage 654,371, Gold Junior level. The reward is Extreme Mastery of the Thunder Element, obtained permanently.
Thunder element.
Gu Yuina exclaimed in surprise. An element she had never touched before, which even caused her to feel repulsed and shudder at the mention of it due to the presence of thunder calamity. She could now actually utilize it. And at extreme mastery. Seeing the subtle changes in Gu Yuina's facial expression, Lin Yi knew that the little dragoness was thrilled beyond measure. Still, she was such a tsundere, holding back even when happy, careful not to get internal injuries from suppressing it. Lin Yi waved the golden light sphere in his hand, and an excited Gu Yuina stepped forward, puffing up her round chest ready to receive the reward. But she found that the light sphere was still in Lin Yi's hand.
What are you doing? Why aren't you giving it to me?
An accident.
Lin Yi said indifferently. Actually, he just wanted to tease her a bit. It was really amusing. He flicked the light sphere back to Gu Yuina. After merging with the light sphere, Gu Yuina took a step back, and her beautiful silver hair instantly floated and danced around her.
Zila.
The sound of electricity crackled, with blue-purple arcs flashing between Gu Yuina's pale fingers. Her purple pupils sparkled with fluorescence, and the corners of her mouth curled upwards as Gu Yuina lifted her palm, a condensed ball of thunder appearing in the center of her hand. Extreme mastery, extreme thunder. This was actually her first extreme element. One could sense the terrifying explosive power within the blue-purple thunderball. Gu Yuina drew back the thunder element she had released into her body, looked at Lin Yi with sparkling eyes, and smiled.
Thanks.
Lin Yi appeared indifferent as if he hadn't heard, and simply said,
Next.
Gu Yuina huffed and turned to wave at the audience below.
Bai Jai, come up.
Oh.
Bai Jai, wearing a green dress, hurriedly climbed the steps, but perhaps due to being too nervous, she tripped on the last step and fell forward into a kneeling salute to Lin Yi. Gu Yuina looked down at her in shock. Goose lay on the ground, eyes wide, questioning her life.
We've just met and we're not close. You don't need to be so enthusiastic.
Lin Yi said flatly. Bai Jai's pale face instantly flushed, and she quickly patted her knees and stood up, timidly hiding behind Gu Yuina.
You're a 400,000-year-old ferocious beast, and you can still fall down.
Gu Yuina turned back to look at her in disbelief. Bai Jai stole a glance at Lin Yi.
I'm scared of the Golden Dragon Lord. He seems so serious, so cold.
Gu Yuina imperiously turned around and pulled Bai Jai in front of herself, while pushing her forward from behind. Bai Jai, eyes shut tight in fright, shrank her head back, while her small, uncertain hands were raised defensively in front of her.
Master, all right.
Only then did Gu Yuina stop, her voice coming from behind.
You assist me from the front, and I will launch attacks from behind. Since we will often encounter him in the future, consider this a punishment to train your courage.
Punishment? What did Goose do wrong? Bai Jai wondered, puzzled, but the moment she opened her eyes, she was met with Lin Yi's expressionless gaze and immediately closed them again in fright. Too close. Bai Jai quietly took another step back. Am I that frightening?
Bai Jai, I order you to open your eyes.
Commanded Gu Yuina in a stern voice from behind.
Oh.
Bai Jai opened her eyes to reveal a beautiful pair of green eyes, but because of her fear of Lin Yi, they were flickering with tears. You are the attacker, yet you're the first to cry. Even being a leader of the Jade Swan clan, how shameful. Lin Yi looked down on her internally.
Begin your attack,
he said coldly. Bai Jai, clenching her little fists, obediently nodded fast, her movements like a pecking chick. She took a deep breath, her slender body began to emit a green light. Bai Jai raised her little arms, hands weaving above her head, her fair and well-proportioned legs stretched to one side, and her skirt's floating curvature resembled lotus leaves. At this moment, the greenish radiance around her became even more intense as green wings whooshed open behind her, and a slender, elegant swan neck stretched upwards. The jade light instantly covered a 5-meter radius around her. It was a very aesthetically pleasing scene, as Bai Jai's skill execution resembled a solo dance. Simultaneously, an ice lotus rose from behind Bai Jai, pausing midair before swiftly spinning towards Lin Yi. Gu Yuina had intended to try the thunder element, but recalling she hadn't verified the other elements with data on Lin Yi, she hesitated to use them. She decided to use what she was most confident in. The spinning ice lotus exploded upon Lin Yi, and Bai Jai closed her eyes as the emerald swan wings immediately folded forward. However, the next moment, a raging silver brilliance swiftly engulfed her body, and when Bai Jai opened her eyes again, she found herself already behind Gu Yuina. All the damage rebound had been blocked by Gu Yuina.
Woo woo woo, master. I was so scared, Tilda.
Bai Jai immediately hugged Gu Yuina's slender waist from behind and said,
I told you, there's nothing to be afraid of.
MMHM, master is the greatest.
Dai Tian watched from below and suddenly envied the two women on stage, whether being the one hugged or the one initiating the hug. Lin Yi glanced indifferently at the two women, then looked over his panel. Blood loss, 561,435. Remaining health, 899,963,090,8,764. Damage level, Gold Junior. Random reward, permanent second form Black Swan. Host reward, random draw for second form * 1 time. This golden reward.
Damage 561,435, Golden Junior level. Your reward is to obtain the permanent second form, Black Swan.
Chapter 156, Black Swan, Golden Dragon Lord. It really hurts Tilda first update.
Second form.
Behind Gu Yuina, Bai Jai popped her head out, curiously voicing her question. Seeing Lin Yi look over, she quickly ducked her head, clever yet timid like a groundhog. Lin Yi nodded.
Yes, the permanent second form, but of course, it's a gold level reward, so it's definitely not just about changing your appearance. You can switch to the Black Swan form at will, and once you do, all your abilities will be completely revamped.
All supportive, augmentative, and healing abilities will disappear. Healing will become destruction, and augmentation will become weakening. If the abilities of the Emerald Swan are all extremely positive, exuding an aura full of the breath of life,
then the abilities of the Black Swan are all negative, filled with destruction and life deprivation.
After hearing the description, Bai Jai's expression changed. Would Goose Goose actually take a stand from now on? She popped her head out again, asking excitedly.
May I understand this as my battle form?
Lin Yi raised an eyebrow.
That's not incorrect to say. The Black Swan form has strong individual attack power. After all, with the strength of 400,000 years, it's enough too.
As he spoke, he slightly wobbled the golden light sphere between his fingers, as if tempting Goose Goose with a delicious treat. Goose Goose indeed coveted it, her two emerald eyes fixed unwaveringly on the reward.
Why are you just staring? That's your reward, go get it.
Surprised, Gu Yuina stared at Bai Jai. Was this silly goose's brain damaged by damage rebound?
Oh.
Bai Jai, cheeks puffed, walked forward, her gaze tentatively fixed on Lin Yi as she inched forward step by step.
Do you think I look like someone who relishes eating swan meat?
Lin Yi asked curiously.
Not at all.
Bai Jai bit her lip, her cheeks reddening, but despite that, she was still afraid of Lin Yi and didn't dare to look up and meet his gaze. Such a timid swan, this second form reward seems quite fitting for her.
The reward is now effective. You can try out the abilities.
Bai Jai stood still, her expression thoughtful as she seemed lost in a trance. She truly felt as if another person was within her, yet that person obeyed her commands, ready to take over her body swiftly at her behest.
Black Swan.
Bai Jai murmured as if inquiring. In the next moment, her innocent eyes suddenly became seductive, her lips turned deep black, and her smile carried a hint of evil. Then a slightly shrill screech emanated from her. Her appearance began to change rapidly. Bai Jai's skin gained a hint of paleness, with fine black feathers sprouting around her left eye, akin to heavy smoky makeup. Her emerald-colored dress rapidly turned to an inky black, the bustier transformed into black feathered wings, and the hem of the dress lengthened a bit. At this moment, Bai Jai had entirely become
Black Swan.
Black Swan turned her sultry gaze towards Lin Yi, smiling gracefully and confidently. She extended her slender white hands to grasp her hem, and then, with a slight curtsy, bowed elegantly to Lin Yi.
Bai Jai pays her respects to the Golden Dragon Lord Tilda.
Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, her demeanor had completely changed.
Bai Jai pays her respects to the Silver Dragon Lord.
Gu Yuina hadn't yet adjusted to Bai Jai's current appearance.
Are you Bai Jai?
She asked, somewhat taken aback.
Yes, but in the form of the black swan Tilda.
After sizing her up for a while, Gu Yuina then looked down at the audience and commanded.
Dai Tian, get up here to me.
Yes, my lord.
Once Dai Tian was present, Gu Yuina ordered Black Swan.
Attack Dai Tian with your current form.
At your command, my lord.
Black Swan once again bowed gracefully. However, Dai Tian's eyes widened as he looked at Gu Yuina.
Can I fight back?
Seeing Bai Jai like this did indeed make him feel somewhat intimidated. After all, the rewards from Senior Lin Yi were never insincere. But Gu Yuina's face remained cold as she said.
No, you may only defend.
Above in the stands, Black Swan stood opposite Dai Tian, her face always wearing a faint smile. Dai Tian felt inexplicably anxious.
Boss, Bai Jai is about to attack. Please be careful, Tilda.
Dai Tian's eyelid twitched. The old Bai Jai would never have spoken in such a tone.
Bring it on.
Black Swan curved the corners of her mouth upwards, her pale hand extending forward. Two pitch-black wings unfolded behind her, the black swan's slender neck arching proudly. The swan emitted a piercing cry. In the next moment, a barrage of pitch-black light surged towards Dai Tian, carrying with it an extremely intense aura of destruction. Dai Tian's eyes bulged. He immediately covered his body with black scales and let his soul power overflow, forming a semi-transparent protective barrier around him. The light of destruction slammed into the soul force barrier, eroding its surface inch by inch like bone-piercing maggots, almost in less than a second. Crack, crack, crack. Dai Tian's eyes widened as the barrier started to crack so quickly.
Bang!
The concentrated soul power instantly shattered into pieces. As the light of destruction approached again, Dai Tian's muscles tensed, with a pitch-black dragon's head emerging behind him.
Roar!
A clear and loud dragon's roar was released towards Black Swan, shattering all the light of destruction, causing Black Swan to frown and take a half-step back. But she did not give up, her pale hand raised again, and suddenly black feathers began to fall in the air.
Feather of deprivation.
Deprivation? Dai Tian looked around in astonishment. Suddenly, a shocking expression crossed his face as he dropped to one knee, overwhelmed with an intense feeling of weakness. Soul power, physical strength, and spiritual power were all rapidly draining away.
Boss, your life force smells so good, Tilda.
Black Swan playfully stuck out her tongue, giggling, but that smile seemed devilish and insane to Dai Tian. Dai Tian frowned, his skin covered in black scales, as explosive soul power burst from within him. Black Swan's eyes widened in surprise, her delicate body sent flying by Dai Tian's blast. Lin Yi. He looked down at Black Swan, now lying in his arms.
Whimper Tilda Golden Dragon Lord. It hurts so much, Tilda.
Chapter 157. The person most skilled in controlling elements miscalculated the damage. Second update. Black Swan's face revealed a triumphant smirk as she brushed her chest intentionally, yet nonchalantly against Lin Yi's face. Gu Yuina stood by with her eyes wide, completely dumbfounded.
Bai Jai.
A wave of nameless anger rose within her.
You have 3 seconds to get off me, or suffer the consequences.
Lin Yi said coldly.
3, 2.
Black Swan's eyes flickered, her lips still curled with a smile.
All right, as you command, my lord.
She slowly loosened her arms but bent down to gently kiss Lin Yi's cheek before getting up and stepping away. Lin Yi's face remained cold, but a storm of astonishment surged in his heart. What was this Black Swan composed of? Seducing me. Lin Yi looked up to see Black Swan now facing Gu Yuina, performing a penitent bow.
Bai Jai's behavior must have disappointed the Lord. Please punish me.
Gu Yuina's chest rose and fell with anger as she stared at Bai Jai, her expression complex. Punish her for what? She really wanted to punish Bai Jai for what she had just done to Lin Yi. But she found herself unable to articulate it. As for the battle against Dai Tian,
Switch form.
Gu Yuina commanded indifferently.
Yes, my lord.
Before switching form, Black Swan cast a longing glance at Lin Yi, then stood up straight, her physical features and appearance vanishing like receding water. 1 minute later.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it, forgive me.
Bai Jai stood before Dai Tian, constantly bowing and apologizing, her face almost tearful with urgency.
It's not your fault you didn't do it. Just heal me already.
Dai Tian said somewhat resignedly, since he was the one suffering on the scene. Well, not quite, Bear Lord was nearly beaten to death. All right, he had it the worst. Bai Jai nodded rapidly like a pecking chicken and immediately applied her healing skill over Dai Tian's wounds.
This power is terrifying. It's still invading my body.
Dai Tian said with lingering fear. He looked at Bai Jai as if remembering something and whispered quietly.
Do you know, you just kissed Lin Yi.
Upon hearing this, Bai Jai's mind buzzed, and she looked up in shock.
What?
Goose suddenly felt weak in the knees and collapsed to the ground, her expression filled with despair and incredulity. The words detonated like a nuclear bomb in her mind. There was an explosive blankness in her brain.
Why would I kiss?
She asked in utter disbelief.
How would I know? The Lord seemed angry.
Dai Tian spoke timidly. Bai Jai also sneaked a glance at Gu Yuina, feeling even more desperate.
Bai Jai, prepare for the second attack. Yes.
Bai Jai immediately got up and hurried over to Gu Yuina submissively.
Master.
Gu Yuina spoke with a cool expression on her face. The master is really angry, so much so that she won't even let me stand in front of her anymore, Bai Jai thought uneasily.
The second attack.
Gu Yuina stood before Lin Yi and declared. Attack then attack, what are you glaring at me for, what have I done to you? Lin Yi wondered, watching her strangely.
Come.
Bai Jai released her supporting skill, a verdant glow enveloping the area within 5 meters around her. Annoying as it was, Gu Yuina wouldn't let her emotions spill over to cause more harm, especially since it concerned the subsequent reward distribution. By now, she had complete faith in the quality of the rewards Lin Yi could offer. She preferred to inflict high damage on Lin Yi rather than relying on the tenuous fortunes available during training sessions. Lin Yi's rewards were more tangible after all. The familiar Ice Lotus fire pistol spun once more, floating towards Lin Yi.
Bang!
The element exploded, and a dense and scorching fog of ice stormed in, which Gu Yuina, expressionless, waved away to disperse. Following closely was a gold-level damage rebound looking all ferocious. Gu Yuina raised her little hand, a silver radiance swirling like a maelstrom before her, coalescing into a
Shield.
Splash!
The shield of space shattered apart, and the damage rebound dissolved along with it. Throughout this ordeal, Gu Yuina remained more than capable, her cool expression unrippled. Lin Yi looked toward the panel. Blood loss, 561,430. Remaining health, 899,962,530,7,246. Damage grade, red high tier downgraded. Random reward, truth prop card *1. Host reward, truth prop card *3. This damage.
Damage 561,430. As it was lower than the first attack, the reward has been downgraded to red high tier.
Upon hearing this, Gu Yuina was shocked. It was impossible for her to make such a mistake. No one in Soul Land understood the elements better than her. If she were the second, no one would dare claim the first spot.
Just 5 points of damage off.
Lin Yi nodded. Could it still be the influence of emotions?
What is the reward?
She inquired.
Truth prop card. You should be familiar with the rules. I won't elaborate further. Shall we proceed?
Gu Yuina continued.
Proceed.
She turned back to Bai Jai and said.
Answer 2 of his questions truthfully, and you can get the reward quality raised back up. Oh.
Goose was actually satisfied, as she definitely couldn't have dealt red advanced damage on her own. Although Black Swan could.
Are you ready?
Lin Yi asked. Chapter 158, Reward Woman Woman First Update.
If you have to answer questions with the truth, Goose Goose should be good at it, because Goose Goose doesn't like to lie.
Bai Jai reassured herself in her mind while taking a deep breath. Lin Yi looked at her calmly and said,
The first question, where is the most sensitive part of your body? You need to list 3.
Gu Yuina. Dai Tian. Everyone. Bai Jai.
V.
Goose Goose knows this question. Unlike everyone else's weird expressions, Bai Jai actually had a very happy smile on her face. It was as if the teacher asked a question in class that just so happened to be one you knew the answer to. As she pondered, she quickly answered.
I have a tuft of hair standing up on the top of my head. It can't be touched. It's ticklish. And my left knee, that's ticklish too. And my 2 feet, they're even more ticklish when touched, and they can't be touched either.
Lin Yi stared blankly at the answer-accurate notification on the system interface, feeling a bit astonished. He thought it was going to be an embarrassing question, but it turned out to be 3 such ordinary parts. What was most outrageous was that the answer was correct. He guessed that the rest of her body hadn't been
Explored.
Yet, otherwise he wouldn't believe these 3 answers were Bai Jai's genuine responses. After hearing Bai Jai's answers, the expressions of the others turned from astonishment to blandness, especially Dai Tian, who looked disappointed, finding the answer too dull. Against the backdrop of many expressionless faces, Bai Jai was happily dancing with joy. Just one more correct answer, and she'd get an upgrade reward. Lin Yi looked at the system interface, which was currently selecting the second question. Selection complete. At that moment, Lin Yi's expression suddenly stiffened. System, you're ruthless, picking on such an innocent girl, huh? To read or not to read?
The second question in your understanding, what needs to be done to successfully conceive an egg? Describe the process.
His. The audience let out a chorus of hisses. Gu Yuina's facial expression froze on the spot. Dai Tian, on the other hand, perked up his ears with excitement. Apart from a few older men, the rest of the audience all looked curious, like eager babies waiting for Bai Jai to enlighten them. Bai Jai bit her finger, somewhat uncertain, and said,
You need to kiss a man, and if the man doesn't like you, you won't get pregnant, but if he does, then you will.
Lin Yi's mouth twitched.
Who told you that? I figured it out myself by observing our tribe.
Lin Yi.
It seems that you haven't been observing your tribe members closely enough. Remember to put more thought into it next time, otherwise I'm afraid your clan might be heading towards extinction.
Lin Yi gave some earnest advice for the future proliferation of the Jade Swan clan with a calm expression. Doomed. Some sign deg de deg. Bai Jai couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at Lin Yi. Had she said something wrong? Why?
You've now answered 2 questions correctly and have successfully obtained a prop card. The red advanced reward has been promoted to a golden junior reward.
As Lin Yi finished speaking, he lifted 2 fingers and lightly shook them, pinching a golden light sphere between his fingertips. Blue Gold Lottery Pool Ticket, top half asterisk 1 Golden Junior Exclusive Award. This is the top half of a Blue Gold Lottery Pool ticket. The lottery ticket for the jackpot pool only exists within the Golden Junior Awards and is divided into a top and bottom half. If you get a bottom half, you can then receive a Blue Gold Award. Gu Yuina asked with a piercing gaze.
What are the chances of drawing the bottom half afterward?
I can't give you an exact answer, but as long as you keep earning Golden Junior Awards, you will definitely have a chance to get it.
Gu Yuina nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Lin Yi flicked the golden light sphere towards Bai Jai. He chuckled to himself, thinking that these fragmentary rewards were actually the biggest scam. The chances of collecting them were very, very low. Although it wasn't impossible, it required a great deal of luck. However, Bai Jai was both surprised and delighted. Holding the top half of the ticket, she kept cooing her thanks to Gu Yuina. Lin Yi let out a long sigh of relief. With this, today's looting, except for the Gua Sha masters, had come to a temporary close. It was already night, probably because it was the first time that gold-level rewards had appeared in such concentration, Bai Bidong and others didn't rush to leave after their match and had been spectating until now. But now they began to leave one by one.
Scoundrel, see you tomorrow.
Gu Yuina tilted her head and teased Lin Yi with a raised eyebrow before her figure merged into a silvery glow and vanished.
Bai Jai, let's go,
Called out Daitian. But Bai Jai didn't listen. She dashed up the stairs to Lin Yi as if she'd just remembered something important, looking somewhat anxious.
Golden Dragon Lord, I'm sorry I kissed you, but could you please not fall for me since I don't really want to get pregnant right now? Having a big belly would be wah.
Before Bai Jai could finish speaking, Dai Tian, white as a sheet with fright, rushed over and clamped his hand over her mouth.
I'm sorry, my lord. She's only over 400,000 years old, still a child who knows nothing. Please don't take her words to heart.
Dai Tian was laughing apologetically as he dragged Bai Jai away, his back slick with cold sweat because he saw Lin Yi's expression darken considerably. This goose's intelligence is hopeless.
Form a line and be quick about it. I'm only giving each of you 20 seconds.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than all of the Gua Sha masters frantically lined up. Woo-woo-woo.
It's not over yet.
Chapter 159, Buddha's Palm 1 million damage, second release. Looking at Bossy clad in a maid outfit, with her long legs wrapped in gartered black silk, Lin Yi was as excited as if he had just seen a long-lost relative, even though her face was as cold and expressionless as ever. Bossy had the scent of home. Bossy was an eternal paradise of gentleness. I've missed you, my maid, Bossy.
Zai Zai, you've become even more beautiful than yesterday,
He said.
The master is very handsome too.
She replied. Lin Yi smiled slightly, standing in place with his arms wide open.
Come, let the master check whether your outfit is on backwards,
He said. Bossy walked over with her black silk-clad long legs, and Lin Yi lifted his finger to the corner of her lips and nudged upwards, commanding.
Smile.
As if on command, a trace of a smile appeared on Bossy's beautiful face. Lin Yi was very satisfied. He hugged Bossy and took her to the bed, where he indulged in the bliss of her gentleness for a full 10 minutes before feeling content. It was the scent of home, soft and fragrant. It lingered like cotton candy, making one reluctant to leave. Lin Yi didn't understand why, but holding Bossy always resulted in a relaxing effect. He specifically checked the system's notes, thinking it was a special effect brought about by the tangible doll for the master, but after reading the notes, he realized it was the effect of the maid outfit. Yellow senior maid outfit. Wearing this can bring relaxation and relieve fatigue to the master, making the master's mood pleasant. Lin Yi stared at Bossy's chest for a long while. So I can't take the clothes off, right? But why did he feel that taking off the maid outfit would make the master even happier? Too lazy to fuss about it. Next came the part where he hugged Bossy to check the rewards, which was also the most exciting moment.
Zai Zai, the bed is cold. Sit on the master's lap,
He said.
Yes, master.
She replied. Bossy obediently sidesat on Lin Yi's thigh, and her saved memories made her open her arms and wrap them around Lin Yi's neck. Lin Yi first took out his own egg. Hatch countdown 6 days. He frowned slightly, examining the egg he held up before him. The eggshell seemed thick, totally opaque, and what was more extreme was that spiritual power couldn't penetrate it either. Lin Yi gradually felt that his egg might be even more special than that of the golden crocodile Jin Izio Douluo, maybe even more so than Massila's cocooned form. With this in mind, Lin Yi raised his hand, and his palm released a strong light from the light element. He pressed his palm against the eggshell. The next moment, Lin Yi was startled. Through the strong light, the scene inside the eggshell was hazily exposed. In the middle of the orange-yellow egg liquid, Lin Yi saw a heart the size of a fist, with complex blood vessels intertwined around it. The heart was beating strongly. Each pulsation seemed to attest to its remarkable origin. Of course, it could be a him or a her, gender unclear, species also unclear. Lin Yi suddenly thought that Massila's cocoon hatched early due to the effect of a growth crystal. In that case, could this egg also use a growth crystal? Upon this thought, Lin Yi immediately looked toward the system space, for he indeed possessed growth immortal stones. But just as Lin Yi was about to use it, the system provided a prompt. This egg has special properties and cannot use growth-related items to shorten the hatching period. Meaning he still had to wait 6 days. Lin Yi instantly lost interest, and he put the egg back into the system space to let it hatch in its own time. Then Lin Yi took out 3 eternal weapon roulettes. This was the new reward for today. After using one, Lin Yi looked at the scythe in his hands and fell silent.
Damn, I forgot to use the mascot.
He thought regretfully. While Bossy sat obediently in his embrace, he had forgotten to use it, resulting in a wasted turn on the big wheel. This was a red advanced reward. This time, Lin Yi held Bossy's soft hand and spun the big wheel. A minute later, a burst of golden light appeared. Permanent reward, Golden Trident. Detected that the host has a time-limited Golden Trident. Do you want to replace the time-limited reward?
Yes.
He replied. Moments later, the permanent reward, the Golden Trident, appeared in Lin Yi's hands. The trident mark on Bossy's forehead even emitted a golden glow, resonating with the Golden Trident, which definitely confirmed its authenticity. Permanence is truly the best. Last time, the temporary trident didn't even resonate with Bossy.
Mascot, reward yourself. Miua.
Bossy hugged Lin Yi's face and gave him a peck. The third eternal weapon roulette. Begin. Lin Yi, with his arms around Bossy's slender waist, anxiously awaited the result. 1 minute later, the glow faded. It was a wooden mallet. Lin Yi glanced at Bossy's beautiful face and consoled himself.
Well, even mascots make mistakes sometimes. I'll let you off this once.
He continued to check the system space and took out 3 fixed damage skill roulettes, continuing to use Bossy's hand to draw. After opening the pointer cover of the first roulette, Lin Yi saw 7 injury fist, 300,000 damage, consumes 100,000 of the user's own health upon use. It was the 7 injury fist. This was quite a famous technique in Jin Yang's novels, best known for its characteristic of injuring the opponent at the cost of heavy self-inflicted damage. If it were any other time, Lin Yi wouldn't even spare a glance at this technique, but now was different. He liked losing health. Claimed. Lin Yi integrated the technique into his repertoire, not rushing to try it out, and continued to unveil the rewards. For the second fixed damage skill roulette, Lin Yi kept using Bossy's little hand to spin. While waiting, Lin Yi buried his head in Bossy's tender embrace again, taking a deep breath of the celestial air before him, for a sleepless night was destined. The roulette stopped, and he opened the pointer cover. Blue-silver entangle, 5,000 damage. Lin Yi glanced at it, didn't even claim the reward, and directly tossed it into the system's recycle bin. He looked at Bossy with a serious expression.
What's going on with you today? What kind of luck is this?
Please choose a punishment method, Master. Spanking.
Bossy got off Lin Yi's lap and turned towards him, her lotus leaf-edged skirt slightly lifting, revealing her fair and round thighs together.
Smack, smack, smack.
Lin Yi struck with his palm 3 times without holding back. After it ended, Bossy obediently sat back on Lin Yi's lap, her expression calm. Dolls are great, you get the same feel as with real people without them fighting back. If it were a real person, Lin Yi really wouldn't be able to lay a hand on them.
Last skill roulette, can you give it a bit more oomph, please?
If Master says so, then it can be done.
Lin Yi. He took Bossy's soft little hand to his mouth and kissed it, then spun the roulette, waiting anxiously. 1 minute later. Buddha's palm, 1 million damage. Lin Yi was stunned. A Buddha's palm with 1 million damage seemed to be the highest level reward of this roulette. Holy smokes. As expected after a spanking, the mascot got the hang of it.
Zai, Master allows you to reward yourself excessively.
Chapter 160. Warning, when the host switches to the Great Sage equal to heaven form, the plane will collapse completely. First update. Lin Yi didn't expect that what he took out from the system space was still a lucky roulette. It seemed that the second form was also drawn through the lucky roulette method, and it was a single-layer roulette with a cover board, so he couldn't see what was inside. This made Lin Yi's heart itch with curiosity. Logically speaking, obtaining the second form should mean changing appearance and acquiring corresponding abilities simultaneously. Would he draw something like a husky and obtain skills for tearing down houses? Lin Yi wondered with a skeptical expression. It probably depended on luck. He grabbed Po Sissy's soft hand again and kissed her palm seriously. Mascot, it's up to you now. As the roulette spun, Lin Yi felt nervous yet expectant, instinctively holding Po Sissy, who was in his arms, even tighter with the maid outfit helping him relax quite a bit. 1 minute later. Great Sage equal to heaven. This result stupefied Lin Yi for a full 10 seconds or more. Wait, is it the Great Sage equal to heaven that caused havoc in the heavens from my memories? That would mean...
Switch to the Great Sage equal to heaven form.
Lin Yi quickly muttered, eager to see what the effect would be. But his body didn't seem to react at this moment. Just as Lin Yi was puzzled, the wooden hut he was in suddenly began to shake violently. Po Sissy immediately stood up, alertly surveying her surroundings for the source of the disturbance, but after looking around, her gaze gradually settled on Lin Yi. As if she had identified Lin Yi as the most dangerous presence around. The ground began to vibrate, not only in this area, everyone within Marshall's Soul Hall felt it too. Bidong and the 1,000 waves were startled awake from their sleep, looking around in confusion. What's happening? An earthquake? Within the territory of the Tiandu Empire, all residents lit up bright lights at night, the intense shaking causing them to climb out of bed in panic. What's going on today? Soul power disappeared during the day, and now there's an earthquake at night. At this very moment, the same scene was taking place in Xingluo as well, with terror enveloping everyone's hearts. The far northern lands. It was currently a period of midnight sun, and as the Snow Emperor looked up at the clear blue sky, the ground suddenly split open. Distant mountains began to tremble, with heaps of snow cascading down, causing an avalanche.
What's going on?
The Snow Emperor turned in surprise.
Ice Child, come out and look.
Around Sea God's Island, monstrous surging waves rose, with some waves reaching over 100 meters high. At this moment, Po Sissy was kneeling in the Sea God's temple, her expression devout yet puzzled as she looked up at the statue of the Sea God.
Please, have I done something wrong, Lord Sea God? Why did you suddenly take away my soul power today and send down this disaster at night?
In the end, she received no reply from the Sea God. On the coast, members of the Purple Pearl pirate group were ravaged by the waves to the point of disbanding for the first time.
3.
What's going on now? The whole Tiandu city is shaking. Could it be Lin Yi causing trouble again?
2nd.
I'm not sure. Is it the same over there in Tiandu? Is this an earthquake?
1.
Cracks have appeared on the surface of the Aquapea forest. The group chat exploded, but Lin Yi had absolutely no intention of paying attention to its content at this moment. His entire body was shrouded in golden light, the glow of armor, with faint golden hairs visible on his skin and a flaming red cape trailing behind him. But that form was always very ephemeral, unable to fully possess Lin Yi's body. Warning, if the host switches to the Great Sage equal to heaven form, the Douluo plane will be unable to support itself and will completely collapse. Do you wish to continue with the switch? This was the 5th warning from the system space. Lin Yi frowned and ultimately said helplessly.
Forget it.
The golden light disappeared, and Lin Yi returned to his original form. Please upgrade the Douluo plane to level 5 before attempting to switch to the second form. Current level of Douluo plane, level 1. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. Did he really have the ability to upgrade the plane? Everyone says that Soul Land is the fantasy gutter. Who would have thought it was actually rated as a first-level plane by the system? Is level 5 the highest? Could level 5 be the primordial chaos plane? Lin Yi slowly realized that his system was far more than just a lottery system. It was very powerful.
How do I upgrade the plane?
There is a plane upgrade card in the jackpot rewards, with a 1 in 10,000 chance of being drawn. Lin Yi. Fuck your mother. A 1 in 10,000 chance. I don't even have the capability to acquire a jackpot reward right now. You're talking about a 1 in 10,000 chance of drawing it. Isn't that just messing with people's heads? Apart from the jackpot reward, there is also a chance to draw a plain upgrade card from other levels of the prize pool, with an odds of 1 in 100,000.
Scram!
Chapter 161, Guyuina, The Evil Dragon Roars, Ao Wu tilde second update.
Zai Zai, time to sleep. Give me the pillow.
Lin Yi lay on his side, stroking the curves on Po Sissy's slender waist with a serious expression, unable to fathom how this woman's figure could be so exquisite. Po Sissy looked around and, not finding a pillow, cast a puzzled glance at Lin Yi for the first time. Lin Yi yawned and asked,
What do I usually sleep on?
Realizing what he meant, Po Sissy immediately pressed her chest closer. Lin Yi contentedly nestled his head into the comfort, inhaling the fragrant, cotton candy-like scent, thinking this was the proper use of.
Brain patting waves.
Good night, Zai Zai.
Lin Yi's muffled voice came through. Just then, a
Ding!
sound suddenly rang in his mind, prompting Lin Yi to lift his head from the mountain ridge, his brow slightly furrowed. The chat group in his mind had activity, but it wasn't someone speaking, it was the group management's notification sound. Welcome, new member.
Number 4.
To the group. After the recent commotion, no one on the entire continent had any inkling of sleep left, except for Lin Yi, who was still contentedly preparing to drift off. At the sound of the group management's voice, the others immediately stirred. Member 3, you gave me a jump. Turns out another ignorant girl has entered the den of thieves. When can I get this thing out of my mind?
Second.
3, is everything stable over at Tiandu City? Member 3, it's stable. To the group. After the recent commotion, no one on the entire continent had any inkling of sleep left, except for Lin Yi, who was still contentedly preparing to drift off. At the sound of the group management's voice, the others immediately stirred. Member 3, you gave me a jump. Turns out another ignorant girl has entered the den of thieves. When can I get this thing out of my mind? Second. 3, is everything stable over at Tiandu City? Member 3, it's stable. 1, so sleepy.
All right, I know you're going to say I didn't get enough sleep again, so you didn't wake me up, right?
Po Sissy nodded upon hearing this. 3, is everything stable over at Tiandu City? Member 3, it's stable. 1, so sleepy.
Bang, bang, bang.
Po Sissy, who served as a maid, a body pillow, and a bodyguard, immediately became alert and struck an offensive posture on the bed. Lin Yi turned around and gestured for her to be patient.
What time is it and you're still not up? I've been standing outside for an hour, a whole hour.
Gu Yuina's angry voice came from outside, along with Dai Tian's voice trying to calm her. It seemed the irritable little dragoness was really running out of patience. After sending Po Sissy back to the system space, Lin Yi leisurely groomed himself, then walked over and opened the door. Gu Yuina's fist that had been knocking landed squarely on Lin Yi's chest.
This doesn't count as an attack, right?
She hugged her right hand and asked with wide eyes. Lin Yi walked away with a cold expression.
It doesn't.
That's good.
We welcome Senior Lin Yi.
Everyone greeted Lin Yi with their morning respects, and even though they were not in the best of moods, it did not affect the immense respect they had for Lin Yi in their hearts. Gu Yuina was the only one standing coldly off to the side.
Senior, did you feel any anomalies from Seoul City yesterday?
Thousand Waves was so curious that he stepped forward and asked.
It wasn't just Seoul City. According to the scouts, Tiandu City as well.
Ning Fengjai said with a grave expression, somewhat concerned for Ning Rongrong's safety at the moment.
Also, there's a 5-meter-wide chasm in the Aquapea forest, running east to west.
Gu Yuina said with her arms crossed and a frosty expression.
Stardew too, an earthquake covered the entire empire.
Dai Ben added in shock after hearing others' reports. Thousand Waves also looked surprised, not expecting the impact to be so widespread.
Senior must have felt it too. Do you know the reason?
Chapter 162, Daily Sign-In Red Packet, Claim Extra Third Reward First Update.
Sorry, it was my fault.
As soon as these words were uttered, everyone instantly looked up, directing their gazes toward the direction of the stands in the front. They were stunned. Then the scene fell into silence. So, the phenomenon that spread across the entire continent yesterday was actually related to Senior Lin Yi. Thousand Waves was also somewhat surprised. In his memory, although Lin Yi was powerful, he had a reserved and steady character and shouldn't have caused such a big commotion. He tentatively asked,
Senior, may I know what caused this? If you have any difficulties, we are all willing to help you.
His words represented the thoughts of everyone present, and over 1,000 gazes suddenly converged on Lin Yi's figure. Had he encountered some trouble, the expression on Gu Yuina's face also turned worried. To cause such a huge disturbance, the trouble must be significant. However, Lin Yi's expression at the moment was filled with an air of nonchalance, as if he was recounting something extremely trivial.
It's nothing serious. A little war god from outside the Douluo plane wanted to offer his powers to me, but his aura was too strong. As soon as he appeared, it caused instability in the foundation of the Douluo plane, which of course I could not allow, so I temporarily sealed him away.
What? Thousand Waves was flabbergasted after hearing this. Holy hell, what astonishing information had he just heard. Everyone exchanged incredulous looks, unable to believe that this was the actual reason behind last night's event. It sounded so simple.
Little war god, aura too powerful.
Caused instability in the foundation of the Douluo plane.
So he was sealed.
It was hard to imagine that Senior Lin Yi could speak these astonishing words so calmly.
Now that it's over, let's not discuss it further. I just felt that the commotion was indeed a bit much, so I wanted to give an explanation. Let's not spread it too widely.
Lin Yi spoke with an indifferent expression. Actually, what he meant, of course, was for them to spread it as widely as they could. How could they miss such an opportunity to become known throughout the continent? Lin Yi wanted to laugh. In fact, every word he said was true, but when combined together, it was entirely different from the reality. This was the effect he wanted. The desired effect had indeed been achieved. Now it was time to move on to the main topic of the day.
Begin the attack.
At Lin Yi's command, everyone's gaze simultaneously shifted toward Bidong. She had always been the first to attack. Gu Yuina originally wanted to question why Bidong was chosen to go first when she and Bai Jai of the Emperor Heaven had arrived earlier. But then she remembered the special nature of Lin Yi's identity and the fact that he had indirectly saved Seoul Land last night. She found herself unable to speak. The crowd watched as Bidong stepped onto the stage.
Senior, I don't deserve your reward.
Bidong came before Lin Yi, her face hesitant as she bowed.
Stop the nonsense. Attack if you're supposed to attack. Ensuring the smooth conduct of the new Soul Master competition is your repayment to me.
Lin Yi said coldly.
Yes.
Bidong stepped back, and the Rakshasa scythe she held in her hand emanated waves of a chilling aura. She obediently followed Lin Yi's words, holding the devil's sickle in her hand for no more than an incense stick of time each day, usually only taking it out when attacking. The last attack was with the Hao Tian hammer, and this time she temporarily switched back to the Death Spider Emperor.
Martial Soul, True Body. 6th Soul Skill.
Clad in a spiderweb dress, Bidong charged at Lin Yi with the devil's sickle in hand, while behind her, a skyful of blood-red spider thorns shot through the air, creating a dazzling backdrop that resembled purple-red meteors. Bang! The devil's sickle struck first, followed closely by the blood-sucking spider's thorn. The dense attack landed on Lin Yi, making a series of fierce but futile sounds. After the attack ended, Bidong furrowed her brows and exchanged glances with Lin Yi. She didn't dispel her martial soul true body but instead took a step back and released her 4th soul skill.
Thorn Spider Armor.
Bidong also remembered what Dai Tian had instructed previously, so she defended while her devil's sickle didn't hesitate to strike at the damage rebound. As the damage rebound dissipated, she remained unharmed, and her thorn spider armor did not shatter. Bidong stood up, a slight smile appearing on her lips. Her transformed spiderweb dress dissipated like the tide, returning to her original attire. HP loss 346,784. Remaining HP 899,962,090,1,467. Damage grade red intermediate. Random reward daily regular sign-in red packet asterisk 1 permanent. Host reward daily advanced sign-in red packet asterisk 1 permanent. For new rewards, see annotations. Bidong quietly waited. If her prediction was correct, the damage should be 30,000 higher than last time. She was somewhat envious of the gold rank rewards and thus considered accelerating progress temporarily.
Damage 346,784. Red intermediate damage.
Bidong raised her eyebrows slightly. Surprisingly, it was over 40,000 damage higher than last time.
The reward is a daily regular sign-in red packet, which is a permanent reward.
Lin Yi continued to explain.
The sign-in spot is with me, and you can sign in once a day, which is equivalent to an extra third prize each day. However, by regular red packet, it means the rewards are limited to the ones within the range from white level to black advanced level.
Bidong suddenly understood. She realized that although the red packet wouldn't draw rewards of red level or higher, it could exist permanently, allowing her to receive one more reward than others every day. This was definitely worth it.
Thank you, Senior.
Bidong said happily. The others showed envious expressions. Wasn't this effectively like having an additional chance to attack? Oh no, they didn't even need to attack, just freeloading rewards directly.
You can sign in now.
Lin Yi reminded. Bidong reacted, laughing happily.
All right, I want to sign in.
The system space had a dedicated interface for Bidong's draw. The result was white level. Lin Yi lifted the white level prize in his hand, consoling her.
Although there's an additional chance, it still depends on luck.
Bidong wasn't disappointed. This was already additional income. She immediately stepped forward and pocketed the 500 golden soul coins.
Your second attack, please. Okay.
Chapter 163, Lin Yi. Attack, you are the strongest person among Soul Masters' second update. But it was precisely this starkly contrasting image that made everyone truly realize that the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall was indeed a woman who doesn't concede to men. With the divine artifact, the Rakshasa scythe in her left hand and the top-tier spirit halo hammer in her right, it was astonishing to see such weapons, brimming with a deadly and violent aura, being wielded by a woman.
Who?
Bidong exhaled, and the Hao Tian hammer began to gather strength. Once the power was fully amassed, a purple light burst from her beautiful eyes.
6th soul skill, Eternal Night Meteor.
Bidong shouted sharply, and the Rakshasa scythe in her left hand spun toward Lin Yi, emitting a sinister roar like a devil as it cut through the air. Lin Yi was struck in the chest by the scythe blade, then looked up into the sky. The Hao Tian hammer in Bidong's hand expanded several times in size. Although not as large as when she was in the real body state of her martial soul, and the sky had not turned pitch black, the Hao Tian hammer, ablaze with a layer of purple flames, still resembled a meteor falling through eternal night.
Bang!
The hammer struck down. Bidong exhaled, her lithe body demonstrating the aesthetic of violence to its fullest extent, her explosive power in no way inferior to that of any other strength-type soul master. This hammer strike was followed by an immediate twist of her body as she swung the Hao Tian hammer once again, its handle bending slightly due to the resistance of the air. This was a contest between the Hao Tian hammer and damage rebound.
Pang!
Damage rebound disappeared. With a
boom!
Bidong set the hammer on the stage. She held onto the handle, breathed out, and casually wiped away the sweat that had appeared on her forehead. Although she could swing it, it was indeed tiring. After all, a woman's strength could not compare to those brutes of the Hao Tian clan.
Craig!
At that moment, Bidong looked down and noticed that the heel of her high-heeled shoe had broken off. A twitch crossed the corner of her eye. It seemed violence really wasn't for women. This was one of her favorite shoes, and if it weren't for Lin Yi's presence, she wouldn't normally even wear them. Bai Bidong sighed helplessly, slipping her jade foot, wrapped in black silk, out of the shoe and stepping barefoot onto the platform. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze and looked towards the panel. Blood loss, 351,467. Remaining HP, 899,961,734,764. Damage grade, red intermediate. Random reward, 2-word battle armor set Spider Emperor 1. Host reward, 2-word battle armor set unnamed *3. It was actually a full set of 2-word battle armor. And a full set required a name. 2-word battle armor means a name consisting of 2 words. This was a product of soul technology from 20,000 years later. Considering that, it made sense for the 4-word battle armor parts to exist in the red pool. Having full sets of the 2-word battle armor was reasonable. Lin Yi looked at Bai Bidong and said,
Damage 351,467, red intermediate grade. Reward is a 2-word battle armor full set named Spider Emperor. This, like the 4-word battle armor, is a high-tech product of soul technology from 20,000 years later, with very strong damage enhancements. And moreover, wearing the full set of 2-word battle armor grants the ability to fly.
Having said this, the only man present with a 4-word battle armor became restless. 1,000 Waves couldn't help but swallow his saliva. So far, he had only managed to obtain 2 parts of the 4-word battle armor. According to Senior Lin Yi, he still needed 9 more parts to complete the full set.
Senior.
Bai Bidong stared intently at the red light orb in Lin Yi's hand, wanting it for herself. Lin Yi smiled faintly and flicked the light orb towards Bai Bidong. The orb struck Bai Bidong's lower abdomen and suddenly transformed into a piece of purple armor, with the rest of the armor spreading around her like a surging tide. In less than 3 seconds, a fitted purple armor had completely covered Bai Bidong's body. The armor was contoured for a female's figure, appearing neither bulky nor heavy. It was entirely purple with patterns of spider webs decorating its surface, perfectly embodying the words.
Spider Emperor.
Bai Bidong looked up at Lin Yi. Only when wearing it on her body could she feel the surprise that high technology brought. Such a boost truly existed. Before, when she saw 1,000 Waves using the 4-word battle armor, she couldn't fathom how such a formidable boost came about. Now, at last, she had experienced that sensation herself, realizing that this is how soul masters fought after 20,000 years.
Kakai.
Just then, a noise emanated from behind her, and with a
Whoosh.
a pair of ethereal light purple wings appeared on her back. At that moment, Lin Yi even thought of battle spirit wings.
Thank you, Senior.
Lin Yi nodded slightly, without any false modesty. Watching Bai Bidong walking down the steps happily with her high heels in hand, 1,000 Waves followed with a serious expression. Gu Yuina could hardly stand still. It was her first encounter with battle armor, and she was shocked to her core. Battle armor felt to her a lot like an attached soul bone, yet more functional and possibly even superior. And at Lin Yi's place, it seemed soul bones were quite ordinary rewards.
Wait.
Gu Yuina couldn't contain her impatience and called out. 1,000 Waves turned around on the stage, and Lin Yi's gaze also shifted toward her. When their eyes met, it was like a clash of swords and sabers. However, Gu Yuina was a bit more subdued today.
What is it?
Lin Yi asked coldly.
I wanted to ask when we, the first group to arrive here besides those riffraff, would get to attack.
Gu Yuina said. The
Riffraff.
She referred to were the Gua Sha masters. This was a peculiar group. They woke earlier than chickens and slept later than dogs, yet they were content with the most meager rewards. Lin Yi fell silent for a few seconds. This instilled a glimmer of hope in Gu Yuina. It was the first time this man had been silent.
The same order as yesterday.
Lin Yi declared. Gu Yuina's eyes instantly turned hollow.
Believe it or not, I'll hit you.
She was on the verge of exploding with rage and ready to charge forward, but Dai Tian immediately blocked her. Gu Yuina's chest heaved in anger, but she didn't dare to truly confront Lin Yi. Fortunately, she had Dai Tian's support to fall back on. Yet she was genuinely furious. Stupid man.
I decided based on the order of appearance. However, if any of you are late on a certain day, you must follow the rules and line up at the very end, behind those soul masters.
Lin Yi said indifferently, ignoring Gu Yuina's grimacing, fierce dragon expression, and turned to Thousand Waves.
Attack, you are the most formidable soul master here. I look forward to your performance.
Chapter 164, Breath of Thunder First Form, Flash of 6 Lightning Strikes First Update. Praise from Lin Yi was naturally exhilarating. What was his status and what was his own? Thousand Waves was the only person on the scene who truly understood the differences between dimensions. He had read 10 novels so far, and the shock he felt inside was far beyond what words could express. So when Lin Yi mentioned that the presence of someone from another dimension almost caused the Douluo plane to collapse, Thousand Waves believed him without a doubt because he understood. And Lin Yi, he was the main god of at least 100 different dimensions. Receiving such recognition from a character of this stature left Thousand Waves both flattered and humbled, and a bit ashamed at the same time. After finishing these 100 novels, Thousand Waves planned to distribute all the novels to others. Everyone needed to understand the outside world and to truly comprehend how high Lin Yi's status and identity were, what Lin Yi's existence signified, rather than just being astonished.
Thank you for the compliment, Senior. I'm preparing to attack.
Thousand Waves said sincerely. Last time, it was a combination of the first soul skill and the forward battle armor. This time, Thousand Waves was ready to use the real body state of the martial soul plus the second soul skill. Of course, the divine artifact, the Angel Holy Sword, was the main enhancement. In fact, Thousand Waves wasn't too certain about the specific enhancements of the divine artifact, but the damage data would surely require multiple attempts to become clear in his mind.
Buzz!
Thousand Waves raised his hand, revealing the divine artifact. The exceedingly sharp golden holy sword reflected the sun's brilliance, its blade as if cloaked in sunlight.
Martial soul, real body.
A deep and powerful voice came from his mouth. Behind him, the head of the towering six-winged angel statue lifted, its golden body seemingly outshining the sun itself. The six-winged angel god raised its arms, palms touching, with the shadow of a holy sword similarly materializing in its hands. This time, however, the massive angel statue did not attack immediately, but instead transformed into a golden light shadow merging into Thousand Waves' body. This caused his body to suddenly be covered in a layer of dazzling golden brilliance. In the past, the real body state of the martial soul relied on the angel god statue for dealing damage, receiving a bonus, but now it was different. The divine artifact was, after all, held by Thousand Waves himself.
First soul skill, Sword of Judgment.
Thousand Waves turned into a bundle of golden flow fire and charged towards Lin Yi. His body seemed to gather all the divine power, with the blade of the angel holy sword in his hand stretching several meters long. A sword slashed down. Boom! Thousand Waves also remembered the warning given by Dai Tian earlier. He shifted his body backward, letting the light scatter, and the angel holy sword immediately made a vertical slash forward. The damage rebound opened like an abyssal monster's gaping maw, looming to attack, yet it was cleaved in half by a sword strike from Thousand Waves.
Huff!
Sheathing the divine artifact, Thousand Waves straightened up. This sequence truly tested one's reflexes. After all, the damage rebound occurred quickly and almost didn't give anyone a chance to breathe. Luckily, this old man is quite skilled. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 423,754. Remaining health, 899,961,299,784. Damage level, red mid-level, downgraded. Random reward, first form of thunder breathing, flash of 6 lightning strikes. Host reward, first form of thunder breathing, flash of 8 lightning strikes. This reward made Lin Yi pause. That was a power from the Demon Slayer world. And it was a rather cool and powerful skill. Was the Douluo multiverse about to begin? Lin Yi thought with a chuckle. Damage 423,754 seems like it's 20,000 less than your last damage, which is why the reward was downgraded from Red Advanced to Red Intermediate. Thousand Waves was slightly surprised upon hearing this, but he didn't seem too astonished, obviously having mentally prepared himself for this outcome. He had really only wanted to confirm the enhancement data of the divine artifact this time, and now he had a rough idea of the range, which would make it easier for him to use it next time.
Understood. The reward is a skill from another plane, named First Form of Thunder Breathing. Flash of 6 lightning strikes, you can simply call it Flash of Lightning.
Lin Yi knew how everyone currently perceived him, so he could generously use the word
Plane.
to describe the reward. In this way, both directly and indirectly, he could elevate his own prestige as well as the prestige of the reward. Another plane.
Though.
He was so excited, he even forgot that this was a downgraded reward. Lin Yi nodded, flicking the red orb of light toward Thousand Waves. In fact, many of the previous rewards could also be claimed to be from other planes. But since this was the first time Lin Yi had connected other planes with a reward, everyone's gaze became expectant all of a sudden. After merging with the orb, golden lightning suddenly flickered in Thousand Waves' golden eyes, the kind so full it seemed to overflow from his pupils.
A skill of the thunder and lightning element.
Thousand Waves exclaimed in shock. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then nodded.
It's not wrong to say that, and I'm quite curious about the damage too. Would you be willing to use this skill for a second attack?
Upon hearing this, Thousand Waves immediately bowed.
If Senior wishes to see it, Thousand Waves will definitely comply.
No, this is up to you. Of course I'm willing.
Thousand Waves answered without even thinking. Lin Yi watched his expression, thinking that Thousand Waves was even playing the game of social niceties with him. All right, begin your attack.
Yes.
Upon hearing this, everyone also looked toward the stage with great anticipation. What would this skill from another plane look like, and how much damage would it do? They were simply too curious. To everyone's surprise, Thousand Waves once again took out his Angel Holy Sword. Could it be that this skill requires a sword? The skill was actually meant to be used with a blade, the Nichiren blade from the Demon Slayer world, but a sword wasn't too different. Lin Yi especially observed Thousand Waves' stance, which seemed slightly different from Zenitsu Agatsuma's movements in the Demon Slayer world. Presumably, Thousand Waves had also integrated his own understanding. No, wait, it was the same. Lin Yi's eyes widened, as it turned out that Thousand Waves was just beginning his stance. Thousand Waves slightly bent down, his left leg bent forward, right leg retracted, and his right hand holding the sword with the blade resting on the left side of his body. He closed his eyes and expelled a breath of white air, his body flickering with lightning in an instant. Golden thunder surrounded his entire figure.
First Form of Thunder Breathing. Flash of 6 lightning strikes. Swoosh.
Thousand Waves disappeared on the spot instantly, his charging body completely adopting the form of lightning, with golden light extending and traversing left and right. 6 continuous strikes as fast as lightning.
Clang.
The final strike, which was also the real one, landed on Lin Yi. As the attack concluded, Thousand Waves opened his eyes, the golden lightning radiating within them. It was another flash of lightning.
Stop.
Chapter 165, Gold Limited Time Reward, King's Character Template Copying Roulette Second Update. Such incredible speed, even a titled Douluo specializing in agility would be left dumbstruck. Thousand Waves stood in place, looking at his own body with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, having just experienced a very novel sensation. He probably understood what immersive attacking feels like. It was as if his body was bathed in lightning, every inhale and exhale intimately connected with the thunder and electricity, finally comprehending the state of man and soared as one that Chen Xin sought after. Right now, what Thousand Waves was most curious about was the damage. Lin Yi looked toward the system panel. Blood loss, 501,476. Remaining health, 899,960,790,7,465. Damage level Gold Junior. Random reward King's character template copying roulette asterisk 1 month experience. Host reward King's character template copying roulette asterisk 3 1 month experience. Lin Yi had also wanted to first check the damage, but the rewards were too eye-catching.
500,000, gold level.
Even with some mental preparation, 1,000 Waves was still shockingly incredulous at the result. He actually dealt gold-level damage.
May I ask Senior, what's my gold junior reward?
Putting subsequent attacks aside, 1,000 Waves now just wanted to enjoy his first gold junior reward. But the answer Lin Yi gave next made his expression instantly wooden.
It's the big wheel.
1,000 Waves was flabbergasted, suddenly feeling like the heavens were playing a huge joke on him.
Don't worry, this wheel won't let you come away at a loss, because every reward inside it is very strong. They're just different types.
Swallowing hard an expression of,
I'm not well read, don't deceive me.
appeared on 1,000 Waves' agonized face. Lin Yi smiled slightly, as if to console him.
The wheel is called the King's Character Template Copying Roulette, and on it.
Lin Yi paused there, preparing to continue with the prestige boost of
Planes.
The wheel features different hero templates from a certain plane, each endowed with various skills and potent abilities.
But even Lin Yi wasn't quite sure whether the
King's Plane.
was stronger than the Douluo plane.
Whatever character you draw, you will obtain all the skills of that character, including 1 passive skill and 3 active skills. Each character's profession is also unique, ranging from warriors, assassins, mages, marksmen to supports. No character's skills are insignificant, they will all shine in their own domain. So you don't have to worry about losing out. Remember, this is a gold rank big wheel.
After listening to Lin Yi's explanation, 1,000 Waves' heart gradually settled a lot. He tentatively asked, was stronger than the Douluo plane.
You're ready to start the prize drawing.
Lin Yi said. 1,000 Waves was so nervous that he hardly dared to approach the big wheel, and it wasn't until Lin Yi reminded him again that he walked towards the wheel like a zombie. Cayenne Rengsu couldn't stand still anymore.
Great priest, if you trust Qinghe, why not let Qinghe draw the prize for you? Qinghe believes his luck is not bad, and since the great priest has helped Qinghe for so long, Qinghe has always wanted to do something for you.
Upon hearing these words, 1,000 Waves, like seeing a lifesaver, immediately stepped back and gestured invitingly.
Your Highness, please.
Cayenne Rengsu. She immediately stepped up to the platform and walked beside the big wheel. The grandfather and granddaughter were equally nervous, but Cayenne Rengsu ultimately had to be a bit calmer. She grabbed the edge of the big wheel and spun it vigorously.
May luck be on your side.
Cayenne Rengsu murmured to herself. After a minute, the big wheel creaked to a stop. Cayenne Rengsu glanced at 1,000 Waves and then turned to walk down the steps. The result would be left for grandfather to announce. At that moment, Lin Yi opened the pointer hatch, and 1,000 Waves stepped forward, frowning as he read out the name.
Li Bai.
King's plane was stronger than the Douluo plane.
Senior, is this hero powerful?
1,000 Waves asked. Lin Yi smiled slightly, while Li Bai might have become a gua sha master in the
King's Plane.
appearing in Soul Land with a gold-level, time-limited reward might elevate him to deification.
Whether it's powerful or not, you'll see after you integrate. Experience it yourself.
The skills were too numerous and complex, and Lin Yi didn't bother to explain verbally. He believed that after the reward integration, 1,000 Waves would understand on his own. A beam of light flew out from the big wheel and merged into 1,000 Waves' body. This made 1,000 Waves take a step back, his gaze vacant as he muttered.
The sword of the great river descends from the sky.
Chapter 166, Cayenne Rengsu, the 9 treasures turn out to have colored glaze, one called Power, 3K. Countless skill data emerged in 1,000 Waves' mind, and he stood still, tuning out the hum of the sword in his hands, meticulously experiencing them.
Swordsman's Journey, Bring in the Wine, Divine Stroke, Green Lotus Sword Song.
Then came the data for various equipment bonuses. Thousand Waves browsed them one by one in his mind, understanding them, his eyes becoming brighter, as if he had discovered some precious treasure.
The characters from this plane actually possess so many magical equipment pieces. If these were in Soul Land, each one would be at the artifact level.
Thousand Waves exclaimed. Clearly, he had fully understood everything about this hero. At present, the damage level was still unknown, but Thousand Waves felt confident that this hero template would shine in the Soul Master competition. Thousand Waves looked towards his granddaughter with a bit of joy. Although he did not know about the other heroes, he really liked the Li Bai template. This was all thanks to his dear granddaughter's good luck. Thousand Waves felt delighted inside. He smiled and said to below the stage.
Prince Kinghe, it's your turn. Come up.
Meh.
Kyan Rengsu nodded her head and stepped onto the stage. However, Lin Yi felt a bit puzzled at this moment.
Didn't Prince Kinghe acquire the Golden Dragon King's bloodline? Why would the Great Priest assist in the attack, unless...
Facing Lin Yi's confusion, Kyan Rengsu nodded firmly.
Yes, Senior, I don't plan to use the Golden Dragon King's bloodline to attack. Although the golden color rewards are tempting, the bloodline lasts only for 3 days. Moreover, I can't guarantee that the damage will reach the gold intermediate level after the bloodline fades, needing 800,000 damage. To avoid missing out on the golden junior reward later, I chose to increase my damage gradually.
After listening, Lin Yi glanced at Thousand Waves' expression, guessing that this must be a result of grandfather and granddaughter's joint discussion.
Kinghe's thought coincides with mine. Seeing him resist the immediate temptation for a steady progress fills my heart with comfort.
Emperor Zhu nodded with a smile below the stage. Ning Fengzhai.
Ah yes, Qing He is becoming more and more capable. This is fortunate for your majesty and for the Tiandu Empire. All right, I respect your decision. Begin your attack for today.
Lin Yi said calmly.
Yes, Senior.
Kyan Rengsu and Thousand Waves exchanged a glance, and she took her place behind her grandfather, still choosing to assist. And for Thousand Waves, this time's attack mode did not plan to use the Li Bai template, since Li Bai's unpredictability was significant. He intended to use it only in the Great Soul Master Contest. After all, the latest Soul Master Contest was an event where one could unleash damage without considering consequences. It would definitely be a feast of damage. Last time, his granddaughter's damage record was 390,000. Thousand Waves pondered for a moment and then decided on this time's attack mode. First Soul Skill plus Martial Soul True Body plus Angelic Holy Light. This mode had appeared before, but with the addition of the Divine Artifact, the damage was now different.
Martial Soul True Body.
Thousand Waves shouted, his body absorbing the energy of the Seraph while enveloped in Kyan Rengsu's angelic holy light. His dazzling golden form, wielding the angel holy sword, cracked the platform with his right foot, his leaping figure falling like a meteor, with the descending blade of the sword seeming to split the space in two.
Boom!
Thousand Waves' attacks always caused complete silence in the venue. After all, he was the only human who managed to bring the damage up to the gold level. When the attack ended, there would be a red senior injury, and the damage rebound also made Thousand Waves cautious. However, just as he was preparing to withstand the rebound with his own injury, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! Kyan Rengsu turned her body to the side, raising her right arm and directly dissipating the damage rebound with her strong body defense.
Great Priest, this time it's my turn to protect you.
She said, smiling back at him. Thousand Waves also smiled upon hearing this. However, the smile on Emperor Zuo's face gradually faded away. How come these two seemed to be getting closer and closer? After a moment, he suddenly realized.
My child is indeed my child, seizing the opportunity to gain the trust of Martial Soul Hall. Surely this will benefit the Empire in sharing the latest news with Martial Soul Hall.
Lin Yi looked towards the panel. Blood loss, 427,861. Remaining health, 899,960,370,143. Damage grade red high level. Random reward exchange item card red junior black advanced 1. Host reward exchange item card red junior black advanced 3. A new prop card. Lin Yi checked the annotations and discovered the prop card's simple function.
Damage 427,861. Red senior injury. Your reward is an exchange prop card.
Lin Yi said, flicking the red luminous orb at his fingertips, transforming it into a red card. He explained,
The red level prop card is very flexible. You can choose to use it or not. Either way, it won't affect you. Its function allows you to exchange your red advanced reward for 3 red junior rewards or 6 black advanced rewards. The choice is yours. So, would you like to use the prop card? Use it!
Kyan Rengsu answered without hesitation. As a reward, a prop card definitely had bonuses, there was no doubt about it. Moreover, this one didn't require completing any tasks like truth or dare, or time-limited challenges, which was already quite nice. However, which one should be redeemed? Kyan Rengsu looked at Thousand Waves and suddenly saw her grandfather's mouth shape the word.
Red!
Yes, red. 3 red junior rewards were bound to be stronger than 6 black level rewards.
I choose to redeem 3 red junior rewards,
said Kyan Rengsu immediately.
As you wish.
Lin Yi crushed the card, and with a flick of his palm in midair, the pieces immediately transformed into 3 red light orbs floating in the air. Kyan Rengsu swallowed her disbelief. Exchanging 1 red senior reward for 3 red junior ones felt like an extreme bargain. The quality difference between the same color rewards was actually not that big.
The first red junior reward, 3 peach blossom needles.
When Lin Yi finished speaking, he flicked the light orb toward Kyan Rengsu, who caught it with surprised delight. She remembered when she first received this reward at the black advanced level. Because she was unfamiliar with it, she had wasted it on the spot. Now, she suddenly had 3, which greatly compensated for the previous regret.
The second red junior reward, one of your martial souls will be bestowed with full soul rings, each exceeding 50,000 years.
Lin Yi said and flicked the light orb toward Kyan Rengsu again. As she merged with the light orb, a colorfully dazzling martial soul was released from Kyan Rengsu. It was the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. She hadn't had the chance to acquire soul rings when she obtained this martial soul before. She didn't expect to get full soul rings through this reward. Now she could finally use the 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial soul for support. Kyan Rengsu was beyond ecstatic. Emperor Zuoi was grinning from ear to ear. He turned to Ning Fengzhai and asked,
Sect Master Ning, aren't you happy for Prince King? He has truly inherited your legacy. Happy, I'm overjoyed.
Ning Fengzhai responded with a laugh, tears of joy streaming down his face. It looked like he was genuinely happy. Lin Yi flicked the last red light orb toward Kyan Rengsu.
The third red junior reward, an evolution spirit stone, which you can apply to your 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial soul.
Kyan Rengsu paused, feeling an intense gaze on her back at that moment. But she was inexplicably excited.
Thank you, Senior.
She happily responded and immediately applied the evolution spirit stone to the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Just then, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda emitted a dazzling light, its 7 colors turning to 9. The light swirled upward, adding 2 more layers to the pagoda's top. The successful transformation of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to the 9 treasures glazed pagoda almost made Kyan Rengsu cheer on the spot. Ning Fengzhai's smile became a bit stiff. Emperor Zuoi, looking pleased, leaned in and asked,
Sect Master Ning, aren't you happy?
Wind Grace is already moved to tears, Your Majesty.
Ning Fengzhai replied, wiping his tears. Why was watching Qing he claim her rewards so agonizing? Kyan Rengsu looked down at the 9-layered glazed tower in her palm, with 8 circles of pitch-black 10,000-year soul rings rotating around it. It was so beautiful. The sight was too thrilling for words.
Thank you so much, Senior.
Kyan Rengsu said gratefully to Lin Yi.
Such rich rewards. In my opinion, Prince Kingha ought to give Senior Lin Yi a hug in thanks.
Thousand Waves said with
good intentions.
Cayenne Rengsu's expression stiffened, and even though she was disguised as a man, her cheeks inevitably reddened. Grandfather, isn't that calculation of yours a bit too loud? Aren't you afraid others will hear?
That won't be necessary.
Lin Yi said coldly. Cayenne Rengsu looked up at him, her heart inexplicably feeling a faint sense of loss. He smiled and gave another bow, saying awkwardly,
Let's proceed with the second attack.
This second attack, Cayenne Rengsu could now use the 9 treasures glazed pagoda openly. Standing behind Thousand Waves, she summoned her second martial soul. The splendidly beautiful glazed tower floated in midair, the 9 colors dazzling. The grandfather and granddaughter seamlessly reused the previous attack pattern, as the damage was sure to be increased. Thousand Waves attacks always caused complete silence in the venue. After all, he was the only human who managed to bring the damage up to the gold level. When the attack ended, there would be a red senior injury, and the damage rebound also made Thousand Waves cautious. However, just as he was preparing to withstand the rebound with his own injury, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! Cayenne Rengsu turned her body to the side, raising her right arm and directly dissipating the damage rebound with her strong body defense. Great Priest, this time it's my turn to protect you, she said, smiling back at him. Thousand Waves also smiled upon hearing this. However, the smile on Emperor Zuo's face gradually faded away. How come these two seemed to be getting closer and closer? After a moment, he suddenly realized. My child is indeed my child, seizing the opportunity to gain the trust of Marshal Soul Hall. Surely this will benefit the Empire in sharing the latest news with Marshal Soul Hall.
9 treasures are known, 4th is defense.
Chapter 167, Ant-Man Suit 1, comes with PIM Particle Device 2-second update. Thousand Waves grew increasingly fond of the thrill that came with splitting swords and damage rebound. After all, when the damage hit Senior Lin Yi, there was still a tinge of guilt. Blood loss, 478,746. Remaining health, 899,959,890,1,437. Damage grade red high level. Random reward map unknown 1. Host reward map unknown 1. An unknown map. From the Soul Land. Lin Yi took a glance at the notes, but the specifics of which place the map was for were not mentioned. It merely said that after receiving the reward, one could randomly open a map. But since this was a reward, Lin Yi assumed for the time being that it was a treasure map.
Damage 478,746. Red senior injury. Your reward is a map, with content randomly selected.
A map. Cayenne Rengsu was also a bit stunned. Thousand Waves, on the other hand, was caught up in the damage, which seemed to have increased by quite a bit, by over 50,000, equivalent to a black level's damage. What a loss. Lin Yi held the red light orb in his hand and flicked it towards Cayenne Rengsu. In midair, the orb transformed into a yellowed piece of parchment, which truly had the appearance of a treasure map. Lin Yi then spoke.
This map can only be seen by you alone. If a second person sets eyes on it, the map will disappear on the spot, and any memory related to the map in your minds will also vanish.
Was it really that terrifying? Cayenne Rengsu felt goosebumps for no reason, and Thousand Waves, who had just thought about peeping, immediately withdrew his gaze. Scared the hell out of me, Senior. Why didn't you say so earlier? If it disappears after just one look, then that's too much of a loss. This is a red advanced reward after all. Thousand Waves discreetly moved farther away to avoid accidentally seeing the map. Cayenne Rengsu unfolded the yellowed map and discreetly surveyed her surroundings. Although everyone was curious in such a public setting, they knew better and stayed respectfully in place. Once the map was opened, what appeared to be an empty piece of parchment suddenly filled with dense ink lines, and various routes and landmarks came to life in different colors, very detailed and accurate. Cayenne Rengsu saw the words.
Starting point.
On the map. The starting point was her current location, Marshal Soul Hall. One red line was particularly eye-catching, starting from Marshal Soul Hall and leading all the way to an area in the Tiandu Empire. That was a relatively unfamiliar forest with no name marked, but Kayan Rengsu, relying on her impression of the map of Tiandu, still remembered that it was a place called.
Sunset Forest.
It was said that there were poisonous barriers there, and even soul beasts did not like to live in that area. Could there be something in the Sunset Forest? As she was engrossed in looking, Lin Yi spoke.
The red line is the safest and most secure route selected for you. The red advanced reward is this route, and the value of the destination is far beyond the red advanced reward. However, I can't guarantee that it's absolutely safe.
Kayan Rengsu was astonished. Going by what Lin Yi had said, there was definitely something in the Sunset Forest. And it had to be something incredibly valuable. She immediately closed up the map and cautiously stowed it away. Then she bowed to Lin Yi.
Thank you, Senior.
Lin Yi was actually aware of which map Kayan Rengsu had, as the system displayed it as soon as she opened it. There were indeed many immortal herbs in the Sunset Forest, along with the Icefire polarized eyes, which were definitely worth more than the red advanced reward. However, these things were not very useful to Lin Yi, and he wasn't interested in them. Right now, what Lin Yi was most curious about was where the map he just obtained would lead to. He would look at it tonight.
Far beyond the red advanced reward.
Had already hooked everyone's curiosity.
Next!
Hearing these 3 words, the full-time caretaker third offerer immediately pulled Lin Yi Douluo onto the stage by the hand.
Are you attacking as a duo?
Lin Yi looked at the two oddly. Third offerer immediately waved his hands.
No, I'm just bringing second brother onto the stage. He will attack on his own.
After saying that, third offerer immediately stepped down. Lin Yi. That was a bit too much of a nanny. What he didn't know was that ever since Lin Yi Douluo's last tantrum in Tiandu City, Thousand Waves had appointed third offerer to watch over the little guy around the clock, supervising him in all aspects of his daily life. It was largely due to brotherly affection that third offerer couldn't let go of his downsized second brother, which was why he was so willing and diligent. Of course, if second brother was willing to call him
Great ancestor,
he would be quite happy. No ecstatic.
Senior, I miss Mothra Tilda.
Lin Yi Douluo looked at Lin Yi with wide, adorable eyes, speaking in a babyish voice. Below the stage, a certain goose suddenly raised its head like a groundhog, perked up its ears, and paused for 2 or 3 seconds before realizing no one was calling for it.
She's too big. I'll keep her here for safekeeping.
Lin Yi watched him impassively. After hearing that, Lin Yi Douluo frowned and muttered discontentedly.
Senior is a big bad guy.
In that instant, Thousand Waves and the third offer suddenly held their breath. You little brat, do you have any idea what you're saying? The man is Senior Lin Yi. How could you dare to say such a thing? However, to the relief of Thousand Waves and others, Lin Yi didn't take it to heart.
Start attacking. If you're angry, just unleash the damage on me.
Lin Yi said lightly.
HMPH.
Lin Yi Douluo took a step back, got into a horse stance with a childish voice and shouted.
Martial Soul True Body. 6th Soul Skill, Crocodile's Tail Swing.
This was his favorite soul skill to use. He probably found whipping people with a tail especially satisfying, and Lin Yi Douluo happened to be the person least concerned about damage among everyone present. Sometimes when he was unhappy, he would hit harder. Other times, feeling sympathy for Senior Lin Yi always getting hit, he would attack very lightly, truly like a small child. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone. This skill was clearly the crocodile's tail swing, but Lin Yi Douluo controlled the giant golden crocodile to rush forward and smother Lin Yi.
Cow!
A clicking sound came from inside the giant golden crocodile's mouth. Turns out, damage rebound was directly released inside its mouth. The giant golden crocodile opened its mouth, looking confused, as 2 illusory teeth dropped onto the platform. Following that, the martial soul true body shattered, and Lin Yi Douluo fell onto the platform with a thud, his little face looking dumbfounded. Lin Yi sneered, looking at the panel. Blood loss, 354,712. Remaining health, 899,959,547,341. Damage grade, Red Junior downgraded. Random reward, Ant-Man suit *1, accompanied by PIM particle device *2. Host reward, Ant-Man suit *1, accompanied by PIM particle device *2, no critical hit. This was the second reward from the Marvel Universe that had appeared so far, and it was Ant-Man.
Damage 354,712. Because your damage is again lower than the previous highest damage, the quality of the reward has been downgraded to Red Junior.
The little guy showed no expression upon hearing this because he didn't care at all. He was practically here just for fun now. Also, he considered Lin Yi as a lottery machine. It was exciting to him since the rewards were always unexpected.
What's the reward?
Lin Yi Douluo asked. Lin Yi raised the red orb of light in his hand and said,
A suit that allows you to grow or shrink at will. When you shrink, you'll have the proportionate strength of an ant, and when you grow, your strength will increase however many times your size increases, but your speed and flexibility will decrease accordingly.
There are also two small devices like darts to help you grow or shrink. Grow or shrink. This ability might sound absurd to everyone, but to Lin Yi Douluo it was a huge blessing.
I want it, I want it.
The little guy cheered and jumped around on the platform, and Lin Yi flicked the reward orb to him. It sounds somewhat similar to a body-type martial soul, capable of controlling its own size at will.
Second brother, you give it a try. Let me widen my horizons. What's this Ant-Man suit?
Chapter 168, High Tech from Marvel World shocks the Douluo people, first release. This was a red and black uniform that looked like a motorcycle outfit, but its transformation into a chibi version on Lin Yi Douluo made Lin Yi feel slightly out of the experience. And then, the next moment, a scene that made his jaw drop occurred.
Please forgive my little brother. He's still a child and doesn't understand things.
After saying this, his face darkened as he helped Lin Yi Douluo into his battle uniform. Once dressed, he didn't leave, just in case his second brother became
Uncontrollable.
again.
See the button on your hand? Press it and your body will start shrinking. Adjust the data, then press it again and your body will grow.
Lin Yi's explanation was simple, but the audience had no concept of it after hearing it. Lin Yi Douluo dumbly examined it before pressing the button on his right hand with his thumb. Suddenly, his body showed an afterimage, and he rapidly shrank in size. In everyone's eyes, Lin Yi Douluo had disappeared. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the platform. Even though Lin Yi had explained the battle suit's function, their first reaction was still to believe the person had vanished. The third offerer looked around bewilderedly, inadvertently glancing at the ground, and only then did he see a Lin Yi Douluo the size of an ant hopping around.
Second brother.
The third offerer immediately lay down, staring intently at the
Ant-Man.
on the platform. Thousand Waves was shocked and couldn't help but walk over curiously.
Where is he?
But just at that moment, the third offerer looked up with a face full of horror, his voice trembling.
Big.
Thousand Waves froze on the spot, as a chill ran over his body while he looked down at his right foot. Is he crushed to death?
Big brother, you have a ruthless heart. The second brother is dead. Are you going to grind him with your shoe now?
The third offerer asked in a broken voice. Yet Thousand Waves looked horrified and shook his head.
It's not me.
This sight completely hooked everyone's curiosity. The third offerer immediately pressed his cheek to the platform and squinted his eyes. Only then did he see a tiny figure the size of an ant holding up the great priest's right foot with both hands. This scene was like an ant shaking a mountain. And in the next moment, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The third offerer saw Lin Yi Douluo let out a roar, his arms forcefully lifting upward. And Thousand Waves' body was immediately thrown backward. The scene went silent. What did they see?
This battle suit.
In the next moment, Lin Yi Douluo's body instantly enlarged and returned to its original size. He seemed to have also discovered the fun aspect of the suit, inspecting his own body with glee after reverting. Just as the third offerer was about to step forward to speak, Lin Yi Douluo randomly pressed on the device on his arm. Suddenly, a ghostly outline reappeared on the surface of his body. The third offerer, who had just moved closer, was struck by Lin Yi Douluo as he instantly enlarged, tumbling through the air. The little guy's height shot up to over 100 meters. Moreover, he obviously wasn't accustomed to his massive body, and he began to teeter toward Lin Yi. Facing the mountainous body bearing down on him, Lin Yi paused for a moment and then raised his hand to push upward. The entire space shook for an instant, and the 100-meter-tall body of Lin Yi Douluo was pushed by a tremendous force in the opposite direction. The Soul Masters were stunned, fleeing in all directions, and even Gu Yuina used space elements to change her position with a grave expression on her face. Boom! The sound of Lin Yi Douluo hitting the ground was like a mountain collapsing, the roof tiles on the nearby houses clattering down. He sat up with sluggish movements, shook his head, seemingly dazed. Quickly, Lin Yi Douluo pressed a button on his device again, and his body reverted to its original size. And the spot where he was sitting, everything within 100 meters was shattered. The whole process just took a few seconds, but everyone had witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lifetime. The human body could grow to such an extent, something they had only thought to be a fairy tale had actually happened right before their eyes. My God, the effect of this reward is too shocking.
Shrinking is the battle suit's regular state, but it might not always adapt well when enlarging. Regular practice may improve this, and in time you could even use the 100-meter figure in combat, with strength and defense both being incredibly astonishing.
Lin Yi's explanation had Thousand Waves' eyes gleaming with gold. It looked like he would have to push this little guy to practice enlarging often.
What are these two little darts for?
Lin Yi Douluo asked.
They're PIM particle devices, used to control the size of other objects.
This was why Lin Yi thought this reward had dropped. Lin Yi Douluo wanted to be with his pets, but that was contingent on the pets being of a reasonable size, hence Masla needed to be downsized. Lin Yi said to Lin Yi Douluo,
Get the blue device ready, and throw it when I tell you to.
The little guy nodded. Lin Yi then raised his hand, the palm emitting a dazzling blue light. The next moment, Masla flew out from the system space, its over 200-meter-long wings spread out, covering everyone's heads, the blue gloom obscuring the sky.
Throw it at her.
Chapter 169, Reward. Chrysanthemum Douluo, random 2 verses from Chrysanthemum Terrace materialize into a soul skill. Second release. Masla flapped her wings, sprinkling blue powder in midair, as she flew to the side of Lin Yi Douluo, her wings opening and closing affectionately. She really shrank. From a massive figure over 200 meters tall to a stature of about 1 meter now. And from stunningly beautiful to much cuter.
Blue to shrink, red to grow. Just throw out the red device when you want her to revert to her original form.
Listening to Lin Yi's words, the image immediately formed in everyone's minds. If facing an enemy, when Masla flies towards the enemy at a size of 1 meter, using the red device to instantly restore her to her massive 200-meter form.
If I had that device, I wouldn't mind Masla staying by your side, but I would like the Great Priest to keep the device for enlarging.
Lin Yi said calmly, unmoved by the little one's attempt at acting adorable.
Yes, Senior.
Thousand Waves immediately took the red device seriously, and also took the opportunity to slap the small buttocks of Lin Yi, getting even for the earlier fall. But Lin Yi didn't care. He was satisfied as long as he could be with his Mothra.
Mothra, go down first, Ba. I still have one more chance to attack, and I don't want to hurt you, Tilda.
Lin Yi Douluo gently stroked Masla's head with his chubby little hands, which made Masla flap her wings happily, scattering a carpet of blue phosphorescent powder. The scene before him was somewhat healing for Lin Yi. But he was a man seeking death. He needed to keep his eyes filled with desolation, correct? Second attack. Jin Yi Douluo hadn't taken off his uniform, his legs rooted in a horse stance, as he unleashed his martial soul, the vast shadow of the golden crocodile standing tall. But as Jin Yi Douluo charged towards Lin Yi, leaping into the air, he accidentally pressed the button on his right hand. At this moment, the little guy's figure shrank to the size of an ant in midair. What was even more shocking was that the massive golden crocodile shadow following him also shrank down immediately. Even though his body shrank, the soul skill still landed on Lin Yi.
Boom!
The impact was not insignificant. Facing damage rebound head-on, as an ultimate Douluo, Jin Yi's senses were incredibly sharp. He immediately sensed that this rebound was unlike any before. He instantly jumped in place, diving into the cracks between the bricks. Whoosh! The damage rebound swept through swiftly, and indeed, it did not affect him hiding inside the crevice. This made Lin Yi, just like the others, open his eyes wide in surprise. The little guy was truly adept at using the environment to his advantage. He quickly climbed out, his body returning to its original size, standing with hands on his hips, looking quite proud and self-satisfied. Apparently, he felt a great sense of achievement for his performance just now. Lost health, 517,648. Remaining health, 899,959,029,764. Damage level, Gold Junior. Random reward, complete set of soul bones, 100,000 years. Host reward, complete set of soul bones, 100,000 years, no crit. If Lin Yi remembered correctly, this reward seemed to be the one from the first time the Golden Junior level award appeared. It was Kaiyan Rengsu who obtained it through the lucky roulette. Lin Yi couldn't help but admit that Jin Yi's luck had been really good ever since he broke free from the prolonged life nightmare, although each of his attacks seemed rather playful.
517,648 damage. Congratulations, you have finally surpassed your previous record. And as far as I remember, this is your first golden damage.
Lin Yi said.
Can I also inflict golden damage like Big Brother?
The little one asked with wide-open eyes.
Did you forget that you're an ultimate Douluo?
Seeing his expression, Lin Yi knew the boy hadn't listened at all.
Here's your reward, a complete set of 100,000-year soul bones.
Lin Yi flicked the golden light sphere to him. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Jin Yi Douluo left the stage with an indifferent expression, holding a pile of ferocious soul bones emitting a strong aura. As soon as he stepped off, he carelessly threw all the soul bones on the ground and went to affectionately join Masla. This scene truly stunned the onlookers. The third offerer sighed and collected the soul bones one by one. He needed to take care of his second brother's belongings. These were going to be his second brother's marital funds in the future. Ah, the future. When all these old fellas have perished, the second brother would still be in his prime.
4th soul skill. 6th soul skill. 9th soul skill. Chrysanthemum is broken, strewn across the floor, flowers fall and people's hearts are sore.
Chrysanthemum Douluo released soul skills like a madman on the stage, stacking his buffs to the max and unleashing his most formidable 9th soul skill. In that instant, the sharp chrysanthemum blades swept over the entire stage like a blizzard, truly creating a scene of lottery shield. After this attack ended, Lin Yi had a feeling that Chrysanthemum Douluo's damage might reach the red high level. Because the damage rebound had sent Chrysanthemum Douluo flying backwards. Indeed, even after learning the method taught by Dai Tian, not every soul master could immediately connect their attacks to resist damage rebound. This was very difficult for soul masters who needed to build up power, and even worse for those whose skills consumed a lot of energy during the attack. Chrysanthemum Douluo belonged to the latter. Now, with a bruised face, he climbed up to the stands and excitedly asked Lin Yi.
How did I do, senior?
Chrysanthemum Terrace materialized into a soul skill, second release. Masla flapped her wings, sprinkling blue powder in midair, as she flew to the side of Jin Yi Douluo, her wings opening and closing affectionately. She really shrank. From a massive figure over 200 meters tall to a stature of about 1 meter now. And from stunningly beautiful to much cuter. Blue to shrink, red to grow, just throw out the red device when you want her to revert to her original form. Listening to Lin Yi's words, the image immediately formed in everyone's minds. If facing an enemy, when Masla flies towards the enemy at a size of 1 meter, using the red device to instantly restore her to her massive 200-meter form.
Congratulations, you've reached the red high level, 407,861.
Chrysanthemum Douluo was overjoyed upon hearing this. He was the first among the elders to reach the red high level.
I did it, brothers.
Chrysanthemum Douluo said excitedly, turning back to his peers. Lin Yi then spoke.
Next, I'll give you a song. You randomly pick 2 verses from it, and those verses will become 2 skills with power equivalent to the 9th soul skill.
Chapter 170, Shadow Avatar and Moonlight Retrospect First Update. Lin Yi had tossed the light sphere, representing the red advanced reward, to Chrysanthemum Douluo. In that instant, all the complete lyrics of
Chrysanthemum Terrace
emerged in Chrysanthemum Douluo's mind. He was stunned for 2 to 3 seconds, then looked over in amazement. Lin Yi asked,
Saw the lyrics. So,
Pick 2 lines. It was another cultural shock. The cultural industry in Soul Land was barren, and the minds of soul masters were only filled with cultivation. The classic songs that were handed down were limited to lullabies, and those who played music were in royal courts. Only during court etiquette lessons would they be exposed to it. It was just regrettable that the system only provided the lyrics and didn't add the music. Otherwise, this song, with lyrics by teacher Fang and music by director Zhou, would definitely have given Chrysanthemum Douluo an awe-inspiring shake to his soul. It wasn't that the song was incredibly amazing, but that the Douluo plane was really simplistic. They had never been exposed to this kind of culture, of course. They would find it amazing. However, judging by Chrysanthemum Douluo's expression at the moment, it was obvious that he had been slightly shocked by the lyrics. Could lyrics be written like this? Suddenly, Chrysanthemum Douluo saw some lines in the lyrics that were extremely familiar to him.
Senior, why do I mean? Saw the name of your 9th soul skill, did you?
Lin Yi asked. But he didn't know how to explain.
Tang San. Yes.
Chrysanthemum Douluo responded extremely shocked. Lin Yi said seriously.
This is a song from another plane of existence, where any line of lyrics can become a skill that splits the heavens and the earth. Perhaps it's fate that you have a connection with that plane. Your 9th soul skill indeed comes from this song, though it's among the most useless skills in it.
Chrysanthemum Douluo's pupils trembled. Of course, he took Lin Yi's words as divine revelation. However fantastical the claim might be, it was absolutely possible with Senior Lin Yi. Could there really be such an incredible plane? And to have a connection with it, even if it was the worst skill, Chrysanthemum Douluo was overjoyed. Didn't this mean that he now had the chance to obtain even stronger skills? After scanning through all the lyrics, Chrysanthemum Douluo furrowed his brows slightly. Each line felt profound and enigmatic, and he couldn't imagine what form the skills would take. Chrysanthemum Douluo chose 2 lines based on his intuition.
Senior, I've chosen. The first line is your shadow cannot be severed, and the second line is the pale moon curves hook the past.
As Chrysanthemum Douluo finished speaking, the system interface immediately began skill simulation, and within moments, the names and descriptions of the 2 skills appeared on the panel. Lin Yi responded.
The lyrics your shadow cannot be severed manifest as the skill shadow avatar. This is an invincible avatar skill, which can only take effect when there's a shadow formed under the sunlight. As long as the shadow is there, the avatar remains.
Chrysanthemum Douluo was astonished. Was this skill defying the heavens? Doesn't this mean that he was virtually invincible under sunlight?
Under the sunlight, and as long as you have a shadow, you are invincible.
Lin Yi summarized. Upon hearing this, Chrysanthemum Douluo stomped excitedly on the platform. That plane was too incredible. Lyrics could actually materialize into skills. The soul masters below were filled with envy, never expecting Chrysanthemum Pass to have such luck. Of course, this skill wasn't completely unbeatable. On an overcast day or indoors, or if the enemy blocked the sunlight shining on Chrysanthemum Douluo, he could still be annihilated in seconds. Lin Yi continued.
The lyrics "The pale moon curves hooking the past" materialize into the skill Moonlight Retrospect. At night, when the moon appears as a crescent, you can freely choose one person to rewind time back to their state 3 seconds ago, and only one person can be chosen at a time. Moreover, it must be on a night with a visible crescent moon. So it's time rewind because of the pale moon curving to hook the past. How ingenious.
Chrysanthemum Douluo immediately knelt down toward Lin Yi, so shocked that he grabbed his own head with both hands. Although there are stringent requirements, this is an ability that involves controlling time. As far as he knew, he hadn't heard of anyone possessing the ability to control time. Senior Lin Yi, I really kneel to you at Chrysanthemum Pass. He was so excited that he immediately stood up and looked around, shouting.
Someone come here, I want to try out the skill.
Since it's daytime with the sun out, he could only try the skill.
Shadow Avatar.
Chrysanthemum Douluo looked down at his own shadow on the platform. It was dark, large, and sturdy. The shadow was so obvious, there definitely must be an avatar. He might be too excited to notice, but right now there was indeed a faint gold halo covering his frame. However, after glancing around, Chrysanthemum Douluo saw no volunteers willing to step up onto the stage. How could Senior Lin Yi's words be false, so the skill must be real? But they didn't want to let Chrysanthemum Douluo feel good about it. We are so jealous we can hardly stand it and you still want to enjoy it? No way.
If no one is willing, then I will.
Just then, a voice came from behind Chrysanthemum Douluo. Chrysanthemum Douluo's expression stiffened as he turned around. Indeed, it was Lin Yi who had spoken.
No more testing, no more testing, hee.
Chrysanthemum Douluo broke out in a cold sweat, retreating while sheepishly waving his hands at Lin Yi. The power of Lin Yi's punch had been witnessed by the old-timers present, but those who arrived later didn't have much of an idea. For instance, those from Xingluo from Tiandu, including Gu Yuina and her group of 3.
Rest assured, Moonlight Retrospect won't work on me, but your shadow avatar could be useful to me. If you trust my punch, you'll be more confident in your shadow avatar in the future.
Lin Yi rose unhurriedly, calmly speaking as he approached Chrysanthemum Douluo. He wasn't tall or burly, yet he exerted a pressure like a mountain. Chrysanthemum Douluo's back was soaked with sweat, and his legs started to tremble. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lin Yi, he was genuinely scared. If a shadow could be erased so easily, could it still be called a shadow?
All right, but could you please be gentler? I don't do gentle.
Lin Yi's reply was terse and indifferent. Just then, Dai Tian quietly nudged Gu Yuina's arm.
Master, should we step aside a bit? Why?
Do you see anyone behind us anymore?
Gu Yuina and Bai Jai turned around and were instantly stunned. A gust of wind blew by, and there was no one left behind them.
I will not retreat.
Gu Yuina stood in her place, her expression still indifferent. Up on the stage, Lin Yi was straightforward. When he reached Chrysanthemum Douluo, he stretched out his right arm, his fingers snapping as he clenched his fist. The formidable power coalescing into his fist caused the surrounding space to twist violently. Chrysanthemum Douluo's eyes widened, having never seen such a sight from such close quarters. His heartbeat raced as if he were at a rave party. Lin Yi's retracting right arm shot forward like a cannonball, punching Chrysanthemum Douluo squarely in the chest.
Boom!
Chapter 171, Chenzin first uses the Asura sword Martial Soul, causing astonishing damage. Second update. Dai Tian widened his eyes. He didn't know whether he could withstand the impact, but damn it, anyone who would bet on such a thing would be a fool. That was a punch thrown by Lin Yi. The scene of Lin Yi disciplining Bear Lord had been almost etched into his offspring's DNA. Without any hesitation, Dai Tian immediately hid behind Gu Yuina, and that's when he realized that Bai Jai had already been shivering behind her. With her eyes tightly shut, Bai Jai felt small, helpless, and pitiful like Goose, truly frightened by such a level of attack.
He didn't even use the power of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline just now.
Gu Yuina murmured, lost in thought. Whenever Lin Yi used the power of the bloodline, she would immediately resonate with it, but there had been no such resonance just now. This meant that such formidable strength was purely Lin Yi's physical power, because she not only felt no resonance with the bloodline, she even failed to detect any fluctuations of soul power from Lin Yi.
You'll give people the wrong idea like this.
Lin Yi looked down at him, as if a god were gazing upon a lowly human. Chrysanthemum Douluo hung his head, eyes wide, unable to recover for a long time. At this moment, the only piece of clothing still intact on the upper half of his body was at the front of his chest. The rest on his back had completely blown into shreds. This was like someone with an indestructible body being afraid of heights and jumping off a cliff, not hurt by the fall, but scared to death instead. Chrysanthemum Douluo genuinely felt as though he had walked through the gates of hell, although he didn't feel a thing physically. The Soul Masters returned to their positions at this point. Chrysanthemum Douluo slowly turned to look at everyone, his expression dazed as he said,
Everyone!
Bidong nodded to Ghost Douluo, who understood immediately and hurried onto the stage to drag Chrysanthemum Douluo down. Lin Yi turned and returned to his seat, sitting down on the meditation cushion. Martial Soul Hall soldiers immediately came onto the stage to clear away the shreds of clothing and to repair the ground that had been affected by the attack. Lin Yi spoke calmly.
Next!
This time it was Tiandu's turn, but the four of them began to politely defer to one another. Having witnessed the scene just now, anyone would feel intimidated at the sight of Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi usually appeared very gentle, showing no signs of aggression.
All right then, I'll be the one to go up first. Safe trip, Uncle Giant. No, I hope this time fortune accompanies you, Uncle Giant, and that you receive a precious reward. Thank you, Sect Master.
Chen Xin stepped onto the stage, bowing respectfully to Lin Yi.
Senior, it's my turn to attack. Please.
To the surprise of those watching, Chen Xin didn't summon his 7-kill sword. Instead, he summoned another sword. The Asura sword. It came from the second reward he had won in the previous attack, an Asura sword Martial Soul, accompanied by a 1-hour Soul Ring experience card. The Asura sword was twice as wide as the 7 kills sword and about a foot longer. It was blood red all over, with fierce and terrifying patterns on the hilt. The blade shimmered with a crimson luster, and there were even tiny blood grooves on the sword body. The weapon of the Asura god, the Asura sword. Gu Yuina frowned. The sword gave her a very uncomfortable feeling, and she had to close her eyes to avoid looking directly at it. This was not fear but aversion. However, seeing the new martial soul that Chen Xin had unveiled, Lin Yi's mind paused, and he remembered that he had also received a 60-day Asura sword martial soul experience card. Besides that, there was also a random sword spirit. Damn, had the gentle township of Posisi clouded his mind yesterday, he had missed out on so many rewards. Memories surged like the tide, and it was only then that Lin Yi remembered. The random sword spirit, the Myriad Realms protagonist roulette, the character reference card.
First soul skill, Asura Slash.
Chen Xin gripped the hilt with both hands and raised the long sword. The Asura sword instantly lit up with a dazzling blood-red light. If one were to point out the difference in the grip between the Asura sword and the 7 kills sword, it would be that the former was a 2-handed sword, while the latter was a 1-handed sword. Chen Xin held the sword with both hands and slightly leaned forward. Strength, speed, soul power, all of them surged at this moment. He vanished on the spot like a ghost, and the world seemed to darken at that moment, with the only blinding light being the straight and sharp blood-red line that stretched across the platform.
Craig!
Half a second. Chen Xin's sword-holding posture changed from horizontal to a downward chop, and he moved from the front of Lin Yi to Lin Yi's rear. After completing the attack, Chen Xin immediately turned around with his sword before him to block the damage rebound. Blood loss, 143,745. Remaining health, 899,958,480,1,643. Damage grade, Black Intermediate. Random reward, surprise puzzle asterisk 1. Host reward, surprise puzzle asterisk 3. Puzzle. The addition of the word surprise made it somewhat intriguing. However, what most drew Lin Yi's attention at the moment was the damage value. The damage value of 1,000 Waves first soul skill had always been Lin Yi's standard of reference because the number was very neat, exactly 100,000. But the damage from Chen Xin's first soul skill of the Asura Sword Martial Soul was a full 40,000 higher than that of 1,000 Waves. Lin Yi observed carefully, and it seemed that the special nature of the Asura Sword Martial Soul caused Chen Xin's own power, speed, and soul power to skyrocket at the moment of attack. The magnitude of power and speed was not clear, but the soul power absolutely soared to the level of an ultimate Douluo. With equal soul power, the damage of the Asura Sword Martial Soul was a full 40,000 higher than that of the Six-Winged Angel's Martial Soul, and this martial soul was purely the weapon of the Asura god. This showed the vast disparity in power between the supreme god and a first-level deity of the divine realm. Damage 143,745, black intermediate level, your reward is a surprise puzzle piece. The damage value surprised Chen Xin for a moment, and he immediately retracted his martial soul. It had a 1-hour time limit and couldn't be wasted.
What is a surprise puzzle? I don't know what it is. Huh.
Faced with Chen Xin's confusion, Lin Yi explained.
I mean, I also don't know what you will get when you complete the puzzle. But the rule is as long as you can complete it, whatever comes out is yours.
Chapter 172, Tang San actually plagiarized Senior Lin Yi, first update. Chen Xin held the puzzle in his hands. It was a square puzzle with each side about 1 foot long and approximately 64 squares in an 8x8 grid. It looked a bit more regular than he had imagined, but he figured it would be much more difficult to actually piece together. The overall color scheme of the puzzle was quite rich, but from its current state, one couldn't make out what the original pattern was supposed to be. In fact, Lin Yi could see the correct solution to that puzzle. On the system panel, it detailed the specific steps for Chen Xin's puzzle, and right next to it, there was a model display of the assembled puzzle. Upon seeing Chen Xin's model, Lin Yi had an expression of disbelief. He never imagined the complete pattern would look like that. In this regard, the
Surprise puzzle
was definitely surprising enough. Lin Yi could even imagine the look on Chen Xin's face after assembling it. It must be wonderful.
Senior, I won't assemble the puzzle here to avoid wasting everyone's time.
Chen Xin said. Lin Yi nodded.
At a normal person's speed, it should take about an hour. Time is precious here, and I can't afford for it to be used on puzzles.
Chen Xin judiciously put the puzzle away and bowed again.
Senior, for the second attack. Ahem.
This second time, Chen Xin switched his martial soul to the 7 kills sword. After acquiring the sword spirit, his 7 kills sword's damage also increased by a notch. But at the same level, the 7 kills sword with a sword spirit still didn't have as high damage as the Asura sword martial soul. The 7 kills sword, under sword spirit possession, was enveloped in a crimson hue. This was slightly different from the blood red of the Asura sword. The former brought the sword's intent to a peak, whereas the latter epitomized the extreme ferocity and murderous aura.
Third soul skill, flowing water.
Chen Xin, holding the sword in one hand, caused flashes of sword shadows, drawing several sword flowers in the air. The next moment, the blade, carrying an incredibly sharp aura, swiftly flew through the air. Its momentum was like a tidal wave, but the delivery was as smooth as flowing water, leaving several eye-catching crimson streaks along its path like waves. Compared to the Asura sword's attack process, it seemed much gentler, but the damage was equally impressive. They had one thing in common: speed. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 157,846. Remaining health, 899,958,330,1,467. Damage grade, black high level. Random reward, huge magic crossbow asterisk 50 sets. Host reward, huge magic crossbow asterisk 100 sets.
Damage 157,846, black advanced level damage. Your reward is 50 sets of huge magic crossbows.
Hearing this reward, the others were bewildered as they had no concept of the huge magic crossbow. However, Ning Fengzhai, Gurong, and Chen Xin were stunned on the spot. The Seven Treasures Glaze sect had several hundred sets of huge magic crossbows. All were custom-ordered from Tang San. Previously, upon hearing about the peach blossom needles and furious Tang lotus, Ning Fengzhai and the others hadn't reacted because they genuinely hadn't heard of them. But the huge magic crossbow was something they were very familiar with. But hadn't Tang San said that the production blueprints were etched in his brain? It was impossible for a second person to know the method of production.
Uncle Giant, are these really huge magic crossbows?
Ning Fengzhai asked in surprise from below.
Let me see.
Chen Xin crouched down, picked up one of the crossbows, and carefully examined it. Gradually, his expression turned to one of astonishment.
Sect Master, these are huge magic crossbows, and…
Ning Fengzhai's expression was truly incredulous. He stepped forward and made a bow to the others, explaining.
My apologies, everyone, for the small inconvenience and the delay. Please forgive us.
Ning Fengzhai immediately went up to the stage and crouched beside Chen Xin to inspect the huge magic crossbows. From his shocked expression, it was evident that Chen Xin's words were indeed true. These were not only huge magic crossbows, but without exception, they were much better made than Tang San's and their design even more advanced and robust. Ning Fengzhai was dumbfounded. Didn't Tang San say that this was his
exclusive secret recipe?
A smile appeared on Lin Yi's lips. Indeed, Tang San had a talent for making hidden weapons, and the blueprints in his mind were not a problem. The issue was with the resources of Soul Land. Due to resource constraints, the huge magic crossbows that Tang San made were definitely going to be somewhat inferior. But how could the resources of Soul Land possibly compare with the affluent system? Products from the system were bound to select the finest materials and craftsmanship. No matter how skilled Tang San was, he obviously couldn't surpass the system. Ning Fengzhai stood up and walked toward Lin Yi, bowing with a serious expression, and said,
Senior, may I ask you a question?
Go ahead. The manufacturing method of these huge magic crossbows, have you ever divulged it?
Lin Yi felt a jolt in his heart. However, seeing Ning Fengzhai's earnest and solemn expression, Lin Yi didn't dare to lie.
Leaked it? It was so many years ago, I don't quite remember. Maybe I did leak it out.
Lin Yi's face revealed a kind of desolation and sorrow like the passing of time. Ning Fengzhai took a deep breath, seemingly understanding. He went next to Chen Xin and whispered,
It seems that Tang San must have taken inspiration.
At this moment, Ning Fengzhai's expression revealed a touch of sadness, as if he had been let down by someone he trusted. Tang San and Ning Rongrong were so close, Ning Fengzhai suddenly began to worry about what impact this might have. With his exceptional spiritual power, Lin Yi naturally overheard Ning Fengzhai and Chen Xin's conversation, and his heart was nearly bursting with laughter. Just think, anyone could tell who copied whom when Tang San's and Lin Yi's huge magic crossbows are placed together. Even a 3-year-old could see it. In Ning Fengzhai's view, Lin Yi had lived for so long in this world, obviously mastering the method to make huge magic crossbows long before Tang San's ancestors were even born. If he couldn't see who copied whom now, it would be a complete waste. Ning Fengzhai was full of worries. He would have to keep Ning Rongrong away from that boy Tang San in the future. Given that the kid's already so scheming, if his moral character was lacking, he would definitely become a hidden threat. After Chen Xin packed up the huge magic crossbows, Gu Rong promptly took the stage.
Senior, it's my turn to attack.
Chapter 173, Steel Skeleton Adamantium Injections Second Update.
Let's begin.
Gu Rong nodded and stepped backward. Like everyone else, he clearly remembered that his last damage was over 130,000. Nobody present would forget their last damage output, including their offensive mode, lest the quality of their rewards be downgraded due to carelessness. Gu Rong let out a scorching breath gently. He pondered.
Martial soul, real body. Boom!
A noise erupted as the evil spirit dragon knight behind Gu Rong began its skeletal reassembly. Huge bones burning with infernal netherfire slowly floated up, autonomously assembling into an enormous dragon skeleton behind him. Above the bone dragon, flames blazed away between every bone and within every crevice, the nature of the flame so unique that it felt both chilling and scorching.
First soul skill, Fire Dragon Thrust.
As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Rong's body became ethereal, seemingly merging with the massive fiery bone dragon.
Roar!
The terrifying fiery bone dragon roared to the sky. Its entire skeletal frame creaked painfully as it took a step forward, which suddenly made it feel as though the earth itself was shaking. With another step, the fiery bone dragon sped toward Lin Yi. Its gigantic head transformed into a huge bone spear ablaze with flame, striking sharply and forcefully against Lin Yi's chest. But Lin Yi remained unmoved. On the contrary, the fiery bone dragon couldn't stop due to the powerful momentum of its body, causing its bones to scrunch severely forward with an even more distressing sound. The whole scene truly gave the impression that the bones are about to fall apart. But if the fiery bone dragon were really so fragile, Gu Rong wouldn't be known as a defensive soul master. Its large body recovered slowly and elastically to its original form as it stepped backward, not forgetting to roar mightily into the sky, the sound waves thunderous. Damage rebound followed, impacting the fiery bone dragon but causing no ripple of effect, which once again boosted its pride as it continued to assert its identity as an evil spirit dragon knight through its roars. With the martial soul true body ending, Gu Rong's figure reappeared as he cupped his fists and bowed towards Lin Yi.
Senior, my apologies for any offense.
Lin Yi turned to the panel. Health loss, 153,764. Remaining health, 899,958,178,764. Damage grade, black high level. Random reward, steel skeleton adamantium injection. Host reward, steel skeleton adamantium injection, no critical hit. Adamantium. Lin Yi couldn't help but glance at the bone dragon and then at the reward. It had to be said the reward was outrageous, but indeed a perfect match for Gu Rong. Adamantium provided Wolverine with a steel skeleton, giving him a strong body that even a nuclear bomb couldn't shatter. If Gu Rong merged with adamantium, he would possess the strongest defense in all of Soul Land. However,
Damage 153,764, Black Advanced Level. Your reward is to have a set of alloy skeleton. Alloy skeleton!
Gu Rong was somewhat puzzled. It wasn't surprising that he was puzzled. In the current timeline of Soul Land, soul tools were not advanced, alloys weren't commonplace, not to mention adamantium. The idea of fusing alloys with bones was even more far-fetched. But now, the system could make it happen.
Yes, an alloy skeleton, but there are a few things I need to clarify with you in advance. First, the alloy is named adamantium, the toughest metal across all planes. Anyone who possesses an adamantium skeleton will have the most formidable defense. Not even attacks from a supreme god will amount to much. Second, the alloy skeleton isn't for you, it's for your martial soul. So the one to possess the strongest defensive state will be your martial soul. Third, the process of integrating adamantium will be extremely painful, and your martial soul will transmit that pain to your body.
After Lin Yi finished speaking, he glanced at Chen Xin's expression, which almost certainly betrayed utter shock and confusion. The setting of this reward indeed could elicit such a reaction upon hearing it. But that's just how black-level rewards are. Even if the effects are incredible, the process of obtaining them won't be easy. If it were a gold-level reward, it probably would have directly given Chen Xin steel skeletons for both his physical body and his martial soul, without as many restrictions and issues as with the black-level reward.
How painful will it be?
Chen Xin, enduring his impatience, asked.
In any case, it won't be pain that kills you. All right then, I am willing to undergo the fusion.
Chen Xin gritted his teeth. Even if only his martial soul obtained the strongest defense, it was still a fortune that belonged to him. If he didn't have the heart to endure this, he might miss the reward and might not encounter another chance even at the gold rank. Perhaps many people would even envy his luck this time. Lin Yi nodded.
Then release your martial soul. All right.
Chen Xin replied with determination and then sat cross-legged. At the same moment, a thunderous rumble sounded from behind him once more as the gigantic flame-bone dragon reappeared, only this time it was much calmer. Lin Yi looked at the panel, where a line of text emerged. Injection begins. At this moment, the head of the flame-bone dragon suddenly shuddered, and its pale bone surface looked as if it was coated with a layer of mercury. The mercury-like liquid alloy swiftly spread outwards.
Ugh!
Chen Xin suddenly cried out in pain, his eyes bulging as he doubled over forward, his veins popping out. His fists clenched on the platform and his cheeks pressed down on it, his expression twisting in agony. The silvery mercury color quickly covered the entire head of the flame-bone dragon, followed by its thick and powerful bones.
It hurts so much.
Chen Xin's fingers were embedded in the platform from pain. Seeing him in such a state, Lin Yi suddenly abandoned the idea of fusing with adamantium.
Old bone, hold on. You've held out until now. I'll look down on you if you give up now.
Chen Xin shouted impatiently from below. His words evidently had an effect. As Chen Xin started to grit his teeth and remained silent, his forehead pressed against the platform while he gasped for breath. Soon, only the thick tail of the huge flame-bone dragon remained uncoated by the adamantium. A moment later, the evil spirit dragon knight had completely changed its appearance. After the tail was fully covered, the entirely silver-bone dragon shone brilliantly under the sunlight, its whole body glittering with an eye-catching metallic luster. This smooth surface, this streamlined body, this dignified, solemn presence. At this sight, everyone was stunned. This is truly a gold-plated martial soul. Chen Xin then looked down and saw the bone dragon's thick feet had sunk deeply into the ground, indicating its weight had nearly doubled. With such a colossal metallic body, aside from its defensive power, its offensive power must also be extremely formidable, right?
Roar!
Chapter 174, Proof of the Divine Artifact, Adamant Metal is the best in defense. First update. The steel fire dragon was agitated beyond compare, as if it had caught a whiff of danger, and its hefty body began to backpedal. Perhaps even it did not realize how much it had changed from before. Lin Yi had taken out a total of 3 divine artifacts: the Rakshasa Scythe, the Golden Trident, and the Angel Holy Sword. At the same time, the Asura Sword, serving as his martial soul, also floated to one side, shrouded in a blood-red aura. Lin Yi's hands moved without pause, and he took out the golden dragon spear capable of sapping life force. Everyone was dumbstruck by the scene before them. Maybe this is what a big shot is like. Their divine artifacts are produced in bulk. You think the divine artifacts are gone once given away? Of course not.
Senior, what are you doing?
Gu Rong gasped for air, shakily stood up, and looked at Lin Yi with some trepidation.
You should all know the power of a divine artifact, but you do not know the hardness of adamantium. Words alone are no proof, so let me show you. If your martial soul shatters under my attack, I will compensate you with a gold-level reward.
Lin Yi stood up, his gaze fixed on Gu Rong's eyes as he spoke.
But
Gu Rong was somewhat panicked, although he trusted Lin Yi's words a lot.
Prince Kingha, would you do me the favor of attacking with me, to demonstrate the defensive strength of steel bones to bone Douluo?
Once Lin Yi finished speaking, he tossed the golden dragon spear towards Cayenne Rengsu. The latter caught the golden dragon spear, and a flash of golden dragon scales appeared on the back of her hand. Cayenne Rengsu looked with an admiring gaze at the weapon in her hand and was somewhat flattered by Lin Yi's invitation, promptly responding.
Yes, senior.
Lin Yi nodded, and as he stood up, he gripped the Asura sword's hilt with one hand. Unlike He Chengxin, who wielded swords with both hands, he held his sword with just one hand. Even so, the hefty body of the Asura sword still seemed incredibly light in Lin Yi's hand. Although He Chengxin's handling of the Asura sword was commendable, it gave the impression to onlookers that he was completely suppressed by the aura of the Asura sword throughout. Yet on Lin Yi, there was no such feeling at all. Instead, the Asura sword martial soul had been completely overwhelmed by Lin Yi's aura from the very beginning.
Bone Douluo, use your martial soul true body.
Lin Yi instructed in an indifferent tone. Gu Rong gave him an uncertain look, steeled his heart, and still clenched his teeth to nod his head. Being attacked by so many divine artifacts all at once, with Lin Yi as the attacker, even if he died, the fame would be enough to boast for a lifetime. This was a good deal.
Martial soul true body.
Murmuring this, Gu Rong's body became ethereal, and then he merged into the massive body of the steel-fire dragon as a streak of light.
Roar!
The steel-fire dragon roared towards the heavens, charging forward under Gu Rong's mental command. Boom, boom, boom. Each step it took was like the collision of mountains. Lin Yi raised his sword finger, and the three divine artifacts immediately obeyed, hovering in midair. The angel holy sword shone brightly with golden light, trembling intensely, and was the first to fly towards the steel-fire dragon under Lin Yi's control.
Whoosh!
A golden light shadow that seemed to split the sky in half instantly cleaved down, like a divine punishment. This caused Thousand Waves, who was watching from the side, to tense up, aware that the angel holy sword never exuded such an aura in his own hands.
Boom!
The steel-fire dragon's body had actually withstood the mighty blow. This excited it tremendously, and it roared as it charged forward again. Following that, the sound of the air being torn apart rang out. The devil's sickle spun at high speed towards the steel-fire dragon, the tearing sound gradually transforming into a demonic roar, filled with weeping and wailing that made everyone's heart tremble. Bidong looked on with immense envy at the scene before her, her eyes filled with longing. If the devil's sickle could deal 1 or 200,000 damage in her hands, then Senior Lin Yi's blow this time was definitely in the millions. When could she ever achieve that level? The steel-fire dragon's body had actually withstood the mighty blow. This excited it tremendously, and it roared as it charged forward again. Following that, the sound of the air being torn apart rang out. The devil's sickle spun at high speed towards the steel-fire dragon, the tearing sound gradually transforming into a demonic roar, filled with weeping and wailing that made everyone's heart tremble. Bidong looked on with immense envy at the scene before her, her eyes filled with longing. If the devil's sickle could deal 1 or 200,000 damage in her hands, then Senior Lin Yi's blow this time was definitely in the millions. When could she ever achieve that level?
My lord.
I'm fine.
Boom! The steel-fire dragon's body had actually withstood the mighty blow. This excited it tremendously, and it roared as it charged forward again. Following that, the sound of the air being torn apart rang out. The devil's sickle spun at high speed towards the steel-fire dragon, the tearing sound gradually transforming into a demonic roar, filled with weeping and wailing that made everyone's heart tremble. Bidong looked on with immense envy at the scene before her, her eyes filled with longing. If the devil's sickle could deal 1 or 200,000 damage in her hands, then Senior Lin Yi's blow this time was definitely in the millions. When could she ever achieve that level?
Insufficient.
Lin Yi turned and walked back, slowly sitting down. He raised his hand, and all the divine artifacts flew back to him, including the golden dragon spear in Cayenne Rengsu's hands. Chapter 175, I've been elegant all my life, can't I get a little rough now? Second update.
Old bones, you all right?
Chen Xin glanced at the cracked ground around him, deeming the scene nothing short of
Catastrophic.
under normal circumstances, Gu Rong's martial soul wouldn't just be shattered, it could have been annihilated into dross. After all, Chen Xin couldn't even dream of an attack of that magnitude, and it also indirectly proved that Senior Lin Yi had greatly held back when he taught Bear Lord a lesson before.
I'm completely fine, this old skeleton is indeed tough as nails. Just expended a bit too much soul power, that's all.
Upon hearing this, Chen Xin broke into laughter, genuinely happy for his old friend's improvement. Soon enough, Gu Rong's figure reappeared, and as the martial soul true body was deactivated, the massive steel fire dragon vanished as well. Perhaps due to the severe exhaustion of soul power, coupled with the physical exertion from the fusion just now, Gu Rong was extremely pale.
Can you still handle a second attack?
Lin Yi looked at him with a calm expression.
No.
Gu Rong said with a smile. Even if he gave up on the second attack today, he was still thrilled. Damn, not only has he gained the strongest defense, but just the fact that today he was continuously attacked by Senior Lin Yi with 5 different divine artifacts was freaking cool. It would be quite the bragging right if word got out. Who else present could claim such an experience? Don't even think about it. If it were up to others' defensive abilities, a flick of Senior Lin Yi's finger could end their lives. Hee, not for me though, I have adamant metal. Even if it's injected into the martial soul, when using the martial soul true body, isn't it all the same?
No worries, I'm satisfied.
Gu Rong said with a laugh, waving his hand.
Getting cocky, are we? How many people are dying to get just one more chance for such attacks every day, and here you are, turning it down?
Chen Xin's smile vanished in an instant, and he immediately questioned Gu Rong. He stepped onto the stage and said with frustration,
You old fool are just too easily content. I'll do the second attack for you. All right.
Gu Rong said with a sheepish smile. The two joined forces for one attack, but Gu Rong was just going through the motions, and Chen Xin was controlling the damage to avoid increasing Gu Rong's injury progress too much. After it ended, Lin Yi turned to the display panel. Blood loss, 164,357. Remaining hit points, 899,958,013,784. Damage grade, black high level. Random reward, 50,000-year fragrance damask immortal asterisk 1. Host reward, 50,000-year fragrance damask immortal asterisk 3. Lin Yi vaguely remembered that this reward seemed to have come up when he drew lots alone, but this was the first time it showed up for someone else.
Damage 164,357, black advanced level. The reward is a 50,000-year fragrance damask immortal.
He explained. This immortal herb is the bane of all poisons, often used for poison defense, and its fragrance can also attract soul beasts as well as aid in recovering vitality. After listening to Lin Yi's explanation, Chen Xin couldn't help but slap the back of Gu Rong's head.
Hear that? Where the hell are you going to get that 50,000-year immortal herb if you give up this chance?
Gu Rong's face turned sheepish, and he didn't refute. After all, Chen Xin truly had his best interests at heart. Watching Gu Rong leave the stage, Chen Xin looked at his back with a touch of envy. That old bag of bones was getting luckier and luckier. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't envious. He didn't know what the puzzle piece would turn out to be, but hoped it wouldn't be a letdown.
Why isn't Snow Knight His Majesty wearing the garment reward from last time? Could it be that you don't like it?
Lin Yi asked casually. Emperor Zhu Yi was startled, and he hastily waved his hands in denial.
Not at all, it's just...
You're still putting that on.
Clothing.
Will you be able to find it again next time? Lin Yi felt like laughing, but he didn't tease him any further.
Begin the attack. Yes, Senior.
Last time, the combined damage he and Lin Yi dealt had reached 210,000, completely thanks to the buffs from both the Sword Spirit and the Emerald Swan Martial Soul. Emperor Zhu Yi's assistance was unchanging, as he again used the third soul skill, Jade Light. Chen Xin deployed his second soul skill. The 7 Kills sword radiated with a scarlet brilliance as it emerged in midair, and Chen Xin grasped its hilt in one hand. When Lin Yi attacked with the Asura sword just now, it really shocked Chen Xin, and from it he grasped a few insights. When Lin Yi wielded his sword, there were absolutely no techniques involved, just a very simple slash, decisive and direct, without any hesitation. This gave Chen Xin a sense of simplicity in the ultimate path. Chen Xin had always pursued delivering the highest possible damage with the simplest attack. But he felt that he was still far from enough, always bound by sword techniques compared to Lin Yi's.
Simplicity.
It was like an embroidered pillow. What Chen Xin didn't know was that Lin Yi's techniques were simple because he simply didn't know any techniques.
Spiritual sword guard.
As the dual sword imprints were completed, the sword intent of the 7 kills sword buzzed. It was another extremely short and sharp slash, and after it was over, Chen Xin couldn't stop sighing. He still couldn't achieve the feeling of Lin Yi's swordsmanship.
Senior, did I hear you correctly? I've obtained the blue electric overlord dragon martial soul.
Emperor Zhu Yi still couldn't believe it and asked again in amazement.
That's right.
Chapter 176, Emperor Zhuai, how dare you compare yourself to Senior Lin Yi, first update. But it must be said that Emperor Zhuai's mood was still somewhat complex at this moment. Although he had not received the longevity reward he had hoped for ever since he came to Lin Yi, he was still developing along a path he had never imagined before. Now, was he also to become a battle soul master capable of joining the fight? He never expected that he could fulfill the dreams of his youth in his twilight years.
Thank you, Senior.
Emperor Zhuai bowed deeply to Lin Yi, his emotions excited and complex. Lin Yi nodded lightly and tossed the red light orb to him. After merging with the light orb, Emperor Zhuai sat down and began a simple meditation. Ning Fengzhai watched enviously from below and couldn't help but sigh.
Alas, the martial souls of the upper 3 families have all been inherited by outsiders, and the other 2 don't even know about it. I guess they could never imagine that their family's ancestral martial souls were obtained by the Pope of the Spirit Hall and the Heaven-Dew Sovereign.
This news, indeed, was somewhat far-fetched, but Lin Yi's presence made such improbability possible. After the fusion was complete, Emperor Zhuai opened his eyes. The aura emanating from him at this moment was different. He no longer had an old and decrepit demeanor, but rather appeared like 1,000 waves, with a spirited vibrancy despite his age, filled with the vitality of life. The blue electric overlord dragon martial soul indeed carried a part of the dragon bloodline, so this was probably a boost from that. After all, even with the blue electric overlord dragon martial soul, Emperor Zhuai remained a level 40-something soul ancestor. But the next moment, Emperor Zhuai exclaimed in surprise.
It seems I've had a breakthrough. My soul power has reached level 50.
Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. Emperor Zhuai seemed to be the first person to experience a soul power increase after merging with a second martial soul. Although this martial soul was a top-tier beast martial soul, it could not be considered the strongest. Its presence in the Red Junior reward pool made that clear. It seemed that Emperor Zhuai's physical condition before was too poor, and a blue electric overlord dragon martial soul could bring him such a significant boost.
You are in luck. This second martial soul has indeed made a significant change to you.
Lin Yi said and then raised his hand to gesture.
You can release your martial soul to examine it.
Immediately, Emperor Zhuai nodded. Even if Lin Yi had not said so, he was eager to try. Everyone wanted to see what kind of spectacle the blue electric overlord dragon martial soul would create when released from Emperor Zhuai. Under the watchful eyes of all, Emperor Zhuai began to release his second martial soul. A layer of blue-purple electricity covered him, accompanied by a zzzt sound. Emperor Zhuai's somewhat withered body began to swell slightly, a sign of bulging muscles straining against the fabric of his clothes. Following that, blue dragon scales covered Emperor Zhuai's skin, sparking with electric light, making him look like a vessel of thunder and lightning. His hands grew thicker and larger, with blades extending from his fingertips. In just a second, Emperor Zhuai, who had completed the possession with his martial soul, stretched to a height of 2 meters. Looking at Emperor Zhuai, who transformed into a muscular T-Rex on the stage, Ning Fengzhai's expression was almost shocked enough to reach his grandmother's house. This appearance, this temperament, where was the former elderly and frail Emperor Zhuai? From Ning Fengzhai's perspective, he even felt that the current Emperor Zhuai could tear apart a soul beast with his bare hands. Looking at his own transformation, Emperor Zhuai was so excited that he was speechless for a long time.
I can fight too, I can fight too.
Lin Yi nodded. Emperor Zhuai bowed deeply to Lin Yi, his emotions excited and complex. Lin Yi nodded lightly and tossed the red light orb to him. After merging with the light orb, Emperor Zhuai sat down and began a simple meditation. Ning Fengzhai watched enviously from below and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, the martial souls of the upper three families have all been inherited by outsiders, and the other two don't even know about it. I guess they could never imagine that their family's ancestral martial souls were obtained by the Pope of the Spirit Hall and the Heaven-Due Sovereign.
No need to thank me, it depends on your luck. Begin your second attack for today. Yes.
Emperor Zhuai immediately released the possession state of the martial soul. The blue electric overlord dragon martial soul still lacked soul rings, so it was better to use jade light for the attack. Chen Xin continued with his previous attack mode, this time using the Asura sword for the martial soul. Alas, if the Asura sword martial soul were a permanent reward, that would be great, or even just a day's time would do. I only had 1 hour.
Your Majesty, let's begin. Ooh.
Bathed in the soft glow of the jade light, Chen Xin lowered his body, the blood sword held horizontal before him. He suddenly had a bold idea. If Senior Lin Yi's straightforward and unadorned slash could be so explosive, then he, Chen Xin, should be able to do it as well. Of course, the damage certainly couldn't compare with Lin Yi. After all, he was a veteran who had wielded a sword for decades. At worst, he'd just need to supply more soul power. This time, Chen Xin stubbornly didn't use his first soul skill. Imitating Lin Yi's approach, he swung the Asura sword in his hand, leaning forward in a rush and leapt into the air. As his body hovered, Chen Xin gripped the hilt with both hands, the sharp, bloodthirsty blade carrying a momentum fierce enough to split space in two as it heavily descended. Boom! The attack ended, Chen Xin exhaled and confidently sheathed the Asura sword. He even ignored the damage rebound and directly turned to walk towards Emperor Zhuai. Lin Yi glanced at Chen Xin's confidently departing figure, then looked at the panel. Blood loss, 197,643. Remaining life, 899,957,580,9,431. Damage grade, Black Intermediate Downgrade. Random reward, Idiom Reality Wheel *1. Host reward, Idiom Reality Wheel *3. Seeing the damage, Lin Yi was somewhat taken aback. Did Chen Xin just not use his brain? Not only did the damage drop from Red Junior level to Black Advanced, but because the data wasn't as high as last time, the reward quality dropped to Black Intermediate.
Damage 197,643. Lower than the previous damage, reward quality downgraded from Black Advanced to Black Intermediate.
Lin Yi said in an even tone. Chen Xin 0. Emperor Zhuai's expression stiffened for a moment, and he asked incredulously.
Why did the damage drop below 200,000?
At this time, Lin Yi looked at Chen Xin, his face bearing an expression that read.
Why are you asking me? Ask him.
Chen Xin's expression was extremely awkward. Chen Xin said. The muscles at the corner of Emperor Zhuai's eyes twitched. But he still forced a smile and said,
No harm, just a single offensive opportunity. It's good that Sword Douluo is brave enough to try. It's all because I overestimated myself.
Chen Xin said remorsefully.
Indeed, I can't understand how you dared to compare yourself with Senior Lin Yi.
Chapter 177. This commendatory idiom also depends on whether it is appropriate or not. Second update. Emperor Zhu Yi really had a knack for dealing with people, comforting them first before legitimately blaming them.
I just feel that Senior Lin Yi's sword was so simple and unadorned, not restricted by sword techniques or skill. He truly mastered the sword to its limit.
Chen Xin's eyes were shining when he said this. But after pondering for a moment, Emperor Zhu Yi couldn't help but retort.
You think Senior Lin Yi is so powerful because he doesn't use sword techniques and returns to simplicity. But have you ever considered that if the senior used sword techniques, he might be even more powerful?
Chen Xin suddenly widened his eyes, speechless. Lin Yi wanted to laugh upon hearing this. Emperor Zhu Yi hit the nail on the head, I simply hack around because I don't know any sword techniques. Who the hell would hack away if they knew sword techniques? Of course it's more powerful to use a skill. Can you outperform a skill with just basic attacks? Chen Xin shook his head somewhat gloomily. Perhaps he had indeed overthought it. Senior Lin Yi probably just felt there was no need to use sword techniques because his ordinary strike was already explosive enough, so he just made a simple slash. Damn, that's even more enviable and jealousy-inducing.
Write the reward.
It was only then Emperor Zhu Yi remembered that he hadn't collected his reward yet, even if it was just a black intermediate level. Seeing Emperor Zhu Yi walking over, Lin Yi knew he was here to claim his reward.
Your reward is an idiom reality wheel.
Idiom reality. Emperor Zhu Yi remembered. The two attacks that Dai Ben made last time were all this, and Dai Ben can still only see a mere inch of vision in front of him, right? It's truly pitiful. So should he try his luck or not? Emperor Zhu Yi hesitated. If he draws a derogatory term, can his aging body handle it? But he remembered that the effect only lasted a month, and besides.
Senior, let's draw the prize.
Lin Yi nodded and flicked the black light ball in his hand towards the empty space, turning it into a large spinning wheel. Emperor Zhu Yi took a deep breath and approached the wheel. He grasped the edge and spun it, hoping in his heart to draw a commendatory idiom. The big wheel clattered for a minute before it finally stopped.
Senior, it stopped.
Emperor Zhu Yi anxiously looked in Lin Yi's direction. Lin Yi nodded, opened the pointer cover, and Emperor Zhu Yi eagerly stepped forward to see. Suddenly he was thrilled. It was a commendatory idiom. Witty words like pearls. This indeed was a commendatory idiom, used to praise someone for speaking brilliantly and wittily. However, once Emperor Zhu Yi's excitement subsided, he became puzzled again. He didn't understand what power this idiom would manifest.
Senior, what will this idiom manifest into?
Emperor Zhu Yi's eyes widened, stunned by what was happening at that moment. As he spoke, a string of pearls slid out of his mouth. He said a total of 7 words, so 7 pearls strung together popped out of his mouth.
Senior.
Snow Knight looked at Lin Yi anxiously, but then 2 more sparkling, fully rounded pearls strung together popped out of his mouth. Everyone else was stunned. This bizarre sight was truly eye-opening. Witty words like pearls, it really was witty words like pearls.
It's a little bit funny.
Bidong laughed softly, unable to resist commenting. Lin Yi, looking at the description on the panel, explained.
This is indeed a commendatory term and a positive reward. It's just that as an emperor, you're not in need of pearls and treasures.
Snow Knight frowned and looked down at the many commoner soul masters below. He then realized that the way these soul masters looked at him was full of envy and jealousy. Indeed, while the reward might be a nuisance in Snow Knight's eyes, it was considered a heavenly gift to them. Witty words like pearls, witty words like pearls. If they had this ability, they could hug a book and read nonstop for 24 hours a day, do it for 30 days straight. By then they'd have countless pearls. This was striking it rich. But Snow Knight was speechless to himself. He wasn't short of money.
So, this is perhaps the suitability and unsuitability of rewards.
Lin Yi concluded. Snow Knight nodded with some disappointment, bowed respectfully to Lin Yi, and then walked down from the stage. At worst he would just not talk for a month. This idiom reality wheel is really something, making one emperor.
Blind.
And another emperor.
Speechless.
Snow Knight, Your Majesty, could you please praise me a few words? Or even scold me, that's fine too.
Snow Knight.
Elder Chrysanthemum, why don't you look at the Pope's expression?
Ning Fengzhai reminded. Chrysanthemum Douluo turned to look, and then noticed that Bai Bidong's face was so dark that it seemed water could drip from it. He scurried back immediately with a gloomy face. Ning Fengzhai, a bit uneasy, adjusted his clothes and walked up to the stage. What reward one gets really does depend on luck.
Senior, it's my turn to attack. Please.
Ning Fengzhai stepped back, exchanging glances with Chen Xin. Their last damage was around 280,000, which was already considered a high number. This time, just over 300,000 would be sufficient. Ning Fengzhai still opted to switch the combination of auxiliary soul skills to achieve an increase in damage. Last time it was strength and speed, so this time it would be strength and soul.
7 treasures are known, the first is strength, the third is soul.
2 different radiants intertwined around Chen Xin, and in that moment, both strength and soul power surged within him. Chen Xin summoned the Scarlet Seven Kills sword. He didn't dare to be flashy anymore and decided to stick to his own sword techniques.
Third soul skill, flowing water.
Chapter 178, Temporal Passage and Soul Power Flash Charge, First Release. Random Reward, Spacetime Channel Key Left *1. Host Reward, Spacetime Channel Key Left *3. Spacetime Channel Key. This reward surprised Lin Yi somewhat, bewildered him too, but it was more the shock that dominated. Could it be that time was also under the system's control? At that moment, Ning Fengzhai was looking at Lin Yi with anticipation.
Damage 317,864, red intermediate level. Your reward is a spacetime channel key. Spacetime channel key.
Lin Yi nodded his head slightly, taking advantage of the moment when Ning Fengzhai and others were confused. He checked the system's notes again to make sure he hadn't misunderstood it the first time he read it.
To open a temporal passage, you need 2 of these keys. The one you have is the left one. As long as you get the right one, you can open a portal to the future.
Upon hearing this, Ning Fengzhai was shocked, and so was everyone else. The future. These 2 simple words spoken from Senior Lin Yi's mouth suddenly filled everyone's minds with images full of anticipation. The explosion of soul technology, titled Douluo's everywhere, the progress of various things,
Future.
had been filled with mystery and the unknown in everyone's minds. Now that Senior Lin Yi had received such a reward, doesn't it mean that they might have a chance to witness the scenes of the future and even communicate with people from the future?
May I ask, Senior, how many years into the future does this key open a passage to?
Ning Fengzhai asked excitedly. If such a possibility truly existed, then, as a leading figure opening the gate of communication with the future, Ning Fengzhai felt he would be celebrated in a wonderful tale. The combination of a left key and a right key opens a temporal passage with a random timeline, and the location of the passage is also random.
The 2 keys are one-time consumables that can only open one passage, which will last for 1 month.
Lin Yi paused for a moment, then continued.
Actually, the chance of this reward appearing at the red intermediate level is very low, about 1 in 100,000. Sect Master Ning, your luck this time is really not bad. Just 1 more right key, and you'll be able to open a random temporal passage entry.
Hearing this, Ning Fengzhai's face showed an expression of pleasant surprise. A 1 in 100,000 chance, and he had stumbled upon it. No matter whether he was the direct beneficiary of this reward, being able to contribute half the effort to open a passage connecting the present to the future was indeed a great honor. Ning Fengzhai really became excited. In fact, Lin Yi himself had not expected this reward to appear. But he did hope to be able to open a gateway. If he could attract some future powerhouses to try their luck, wouldn't that be even more delightful? The portal opened might belong to a Douluo Level 2 timeline, or perhaps Douluo Level 3, or even Douluo Level 4, but without exception, there would be no shortage of strong characters. Moreover, Lin Yi was absolutely confident that he could offer rewards that would amaze these
Future.
powerhouses. Because his system was really powerful, in a way that seemed to scoff at the rules.
Keep the key safe and prepare for the second assault.
Lin Yi said.
Yes, Senior.
Ning Fengzhai treasuredly put away the key and stood behind Chen Xin.
Uncle Giant, let's begin.
Chen Xin nodded, and just like the previous few times, after using the 3rd soul skill of the 7 Kills sword, he changed his martial soul to the Asura sword. If he didn't use a soul skill this time, he would be a pig. Helping Emperor Zhuge inflict damage was truly an embarrassing moment that made Chen Xin want to burrow into the ground even now.
7 treasures are known, the first is strength, the third is soul.
Ning Fengzhai's support mode was just the same as last time. 2 rings of colorful support light fell on Chenzin, and lifting his right hand, an icy and menacing aura instantly pervaded the scene. Even though Chenzin's aura couldn't suppress the Asura sword, holding the crimson sword, he still looked as if the god of slaughter had descended. This was the advantage of a divine spirit. Even the most useless person would undergo a drastic change in temperament and would experience a terrifying augmentation, let alone someone like Chen Xin who had some understanding of swords. Chen Xin crouched down, sword in both hands, and the domineering Asura sword granted a frighteningly powerful augmentation to the wielder in an instant.
Whoosh!
2 sword swings, a horizontal sweep followed by a vertical slash, linked together to form the first soul skill of the Asura sword, the Asura slash. And almost at the same moment, Chen Xin had nearly teleported behind Lin Yi. The speed, strength, and sharpness of this soul skill were terrifying. When used, the surroundings would turn cold, the light would dim, leaving only the dazzling crimson streak in midair. After the attack, Chen Xin didn't dare to retract his martial soul, because their damage had already reached the red intermediate level, and the damage rebound would be almost fatal to Ning Fengzhai. So without any time to consider, Chen Xin kept using his first soul skill, utilizing the lightning-fast burst of the Asura slash to return once more in front of Ning Fengzhai, severing the damage rebound.
Phew!
Chen Xin exhaled. Damn it, out of all the people dealing damage on site, who was as busy as him? After these few attacks, he was genuinely exhausted, and Chen Xin always felt that using the Asura sword depleted his soul power much more than when using the 7 kills sword. If he had to attack again now, it would be truly impossible.
Super!
And
Flash charge!
tags, it was no longer a simple milk bottle soul tool. Moreover, this was a reward that was placed on a person.
Damage 330, 1754, red intermediate level. Your reward is the Super Milk Bottle attribute, which is a permanent reward.
Hearing the word permanent, Ning Fengzhai couldn't help but get excited, but since the reward had never appeared before, he patiently waited for Lin Yi to explain.
This reward is actually inspired by the soul technology from 10,000 years in the future. But applied to you, the effect will be greatly enhanced to an absurd degree.
Said Lin Yi.
The operation is simple. By placing your hand on a soul master's shoulder, you can instantly replenish the soul power they have previously consumed. That's soul power flash charge.
Chapter 179, Why do all you women come to me for recharges? Second update.
Soul power flash charge.
Ning Fengzhai wore a look of confusion. He recognized each word on its own, but put together, they formed a totally new concept he had never heard of before.
You could give it a try.
Lin Yi gestured with his eyes towards Chen Xin nearby. Ning Fengzhai turned his head to look at Chen Xin, who was indeed exhausted after releasing his skills 6 times in succession. Moreover, he seemed exceptionally weak today, and connecting it to the attack methods from the past few days, Ning Fengzhai also guessed that it was probably because of the Asura sword. Given that it was a divine spirit, it should consume a great deal of soul power from a normal person. He estimated that Lin Yi didn't have that kind of consumption problem because he was not a normal person.
Uncle Jian, why don't you let me try it on you?
As soon as Chen Xin heard this, he looked up, his complexion somewhat pale. Great time to
Test medicine.
on me again. Last time Old Bones got a self-defense electric rod, it was also tested on him, Chen Xin. So what, you all collect herbs and don't want to play the herbalist, leaving it all to me? Despite his complaints, Chen Xin didn't voice them out loud, who asked him to indulge the sect master. And it seemed he was the only one seriously drained of soul power here anyway.
Of course, sect master, feel free to try it on me.
He said. Chen Xin swallowed his saliva, and despite his weakness, he still puffed out his chest. However, Ning Fengzhai hesitated briefly before asking Lin Yi.
Senior, could there be any side effects? No.
Lin Yi's words always brought a full sense of security, even though it was just a simple.
No.
Without any additional explanation, Ning Fengzhai still chose to trust unconditionally. He raised his hand and placed it on Chen Xin's shoulder, and in that instant, a gentle white light surged from Ning Fengzhai's arm, spreading to Chen Xin's shoulder. Soul Power Flash Charge, 1 second. Chen Xin's eyes gradually widened with amazement. The depleted soul power reserves inside his body had reached full capacity in a blink. His soul power was truly back at its peak.
Uncle Jian, does this soul power feel normal to you?
Chen Xin laughed heartily.
Ha ha ha, Sect Master, you actually ask me if I feel normal. I even think my level might go up from the soul power I just received. I didn't understand what flash charge meant just now, but now I get it. This is flash charging.
Seeing Chen Xin's excited reaction, Ning Fengzhai finally realized what an incredible ability he had obtained. Just who on Soul Land could compete with his healing capacity right now? Damn, I really hit the jackpot this time.
Everyone, to those soul masters who just attacked, I've decided to give you a free soul power flash charge.
Ning Fengzhai happily looked towards the crowd of Martial Soul Hall. He made his way over to Thousand Waves, and Ning Fengzhai simply raised his hand to his shoulder. Almost instantaneously, Thousand Waves felt a miraculous change occurring.
If you dare to touch me, I'll make sure you regret it.
Ning Fengzhai awkwardly withdrew his hand and turned to someone else.
Senior should be able to do this flash charge as well, right?
Bai Bidong asked somewhat displeasedly, not happy about Ning Fengzhai's new ability. So she really didn't want Ning Fengzhai making a show out of it on her, and definitely didn't want him touching her. Of course, if Senior Lin Yi were to refill her soul power, that would be acceptable. Lin Yi didn't speak, but just expressionlessly lifted his right hand towards Bai Bidong. Flash charge, of course I have it too. Bai Bidong immediately ran towards Lin Yi, visibly excited. Lin Yi didn't say a word, only raised his hand, a gesture that was seen by Qian Rengsu as inexplicably filled with tenderness and indulgence.
Jinghe, you must have used up quite a bit of soul power just now, right?
At this moment, Ning Fengzhai came up to Qian Rengsu, smiling as he asked. But Qian Rengsu didn't even bother to respond to him. Her body simply sidestepped Ning Fengzhai, and she hurriedly followed Bai Bidong up to the stage. A forlorn breeze swept by. Ning Fengzhai's right hand froze in midair, his smile turning rigid. Looking at Bai Bidong kneeling in front of him, full of anticipation, Lin Yi's expression remained cold.
Helping you with a flash charge is just to ensure you maintain a full state of soul power during the attack. The effect can even last until the next morning. It's advantageous to the injury, so to me, this is just a fair trade. Got it, got it.
Bai Bidong wasn't really listening, her eyes filled with anticipation on Lin Yi's hand. Why wasn't he placing it on her shoulder yet? Her shoulders were starting to ache from anticipation. With a serious expression, Lin Yi placed his hand on Bai Bidong's shoulder. The surging white glow emerging from his arm instantly topped up Bai Bidong's soul power reserves to maximum. To be filled up by Senior so quickly.
Aren't you going? It's almost time for our attack. Isn't it better to maintain a full state of soul power?
At this time, Dai Tian looked towards Bai Jai. Goose glanced at him, then immediately sidled next to Gu Yuina, linking arms with her.
If the Lord goes, I'll go. You go on your own. I'd rather not let him touch me.
Gu Yuina said, her pretty face aloof.
Okay then.
Bai Jai released her arm, of course. She too wanted to maintain peak soul power, but if Gu Yuina wasn't going, she dared not go. Watching Bai Jai go up on stage, Gu Yuina turned her head to glance at the side, and at that moment, Dai Tian went for a flash charge with Ning Fengzhai. Everyone's charged, she bit her red lip, feeling conflicted as she gazed at Lin Yi on the stage. At this time, she noticed unexpectedly that the Zhu surname woman from Xingluo was being coaxed up on stage by the emperor surnamed Dai.
Thank you, Senior Tilda.
Getting up to thank him, Qian Rengsu turned and rolled her eyes at Bai Bidong. When Bai Jai approached Lin Yi, unlike others, she performed a full kowtow. It left Lin Yi dumbfounded.
May the Golden Dragon Lord grant Bai Jai soul power.
Bai Jai carefully said so, then got up on her knees, her green eyes wide open with seriousness. With an impassive face, Lin Yi laid his hand on her shoulder. After filling Bai Jai in 1 second, Goose Goose wore a shocked expression and kowtowed in gratitude again.
The Golden Dragon Lord is so powerful. Thank you, Golden Dragon Lord.
Not waiting for Lin Yi to respond, Goose Goose immediately got up and ran back. Lin Yi. Zhu Jian immediately followed, quickly kneeling down.
Senior, please.
A fair trade, make sure to inflict injuries well.
Lin Yi, with a bland expression, placed his hand on Zhu Jian's shoulder. He could probably guess that it was Dai Ben who had told Zhu Jian to come over, but Lin Yi was too lazy to ponder the deeper meaning. After Zhu Jian left, Lin Yi thought there was no one else, but suddenly he saw another unexpected figure appear behind Zhu Jian. Gu Yuina's face was slightly red, her hands behind her back, as she pretended to casually look elsewhere.
Charge me up as well.
Chapter 180. Xingluo now also has a deity experience card.
I'll have a charge too, if you don't mind.
Gu Yuina stood somewhat awkwardly, seemingly embarrassed to utter these words or approach Lin Yi. She was actually afraid that Lin Yi would refuse. However, Lin Yi simply looked at her impassively, his face betraying no additional emotion. He extended his hand impartially. This took Gu Yuina by surprise, causing her to freeze momentarily before quickly walking up to Lin Yi with a shallow smile. But she didn't kneel down before him as the others had. Holding herself with high self-regard, Gu Yuina would not kneel to anyone, and instead she merely bent slightly forward.
A little lower.
Lin Yi said. Gu Yuina, upon hearing this, obediently leaned her upper body further forward and bent lower at the waist.
Lower.
Lin Yi continued, his expression unchanged. Gu Yuina frowned slightly.
Is this low enough?
Gu Yuina took another half step forward, her slender waist now bending nearly to 90 degrees towards Lin Yi, her smooth silver hair draping before Lin Yi accompanied by a faint fragrance. Lin Yi looked up and suddenly paused. Through the gaping neckline of Gu Yuina, he glimpsed an expanse of snow-white skin. "You Zhao Longnu,"
That's enough.
he said.
How do you do it?
Gu Yuina straightened up, her beautiful and delicate face filled with astonishment. Lin Yi showed no sign of soul power fluctuation, yet he could transfer such a massive amount of soul power in an instant.
It doesn't concern you. All you need to know is that I have whatever you might want.
Lin Yi said.
Anything I might want. Do you know what I want?
Gu Yuina asked earnestly, staring at Lin Yi.
I don't know, but I'm sure I have it.
You indeed do.
Gu Yuina said, her pretty face calm as she met Lin Yi's gaze before turning and stepping down the podium. Lin Yi's expression unchanged, he turned to the crowd below and said coldly.
Continue the attack next.
The three from Xingluo began to stir. Davis walked ahead holding Dai Ben's hand. The two moved slowly towards the stage, step by step. Seeing this, the crowd sighed with emotion. Determination despite disability, even when sight impacts his walking, he still insists on taking damage. Who could be more diligent than the Star Luo Emperor? After reaching the stage, Davis let go of the hand, positioning Dai Ben at a set spot.
Senior, this time I'll attack first, while my father continues to support me.
Davis said.
Can he handle it? I don't want to end up seeing you attacking me while your father is attacking you.
Lin Yi stared at Davis expressionlessly.
I can do it. I am able to discern your exact position, Senior. Please rest assured on this point.
Dai Ben, standing on the other side, said loudly.
Then let's begin.
Down at the base, father and son had long since made an agreement. The main attack pattern remained unchanged from last time. The only difference this time was that Davis would use the domain ability he had obtained. Beast King Domain. Davis stood in place, closed his eyes, and used his mind to trigger the release of the domain. A speck of white light burst forth from him, and with the low growl of a ferocious tiger, the Beast King Domain quickly took over the entire stand. Within the domain range, both Dai Ben and Davis received a 10% and 20% increase in attributes, respectively. In theory, as the enemy, Lin Yi should have been weakened by the domain, but to him, the effect of this domain was even less significant than a tickle.
White Tiger Diamond Transformation. White Tiger Intense Light Wave.
Dai Ben really could clearly discern Lin Yi's position. After all, the spiritual power of a titled Douluo wasn't for nothing. After activating the Tyrant Body skill, he charged at Lin Yi in a fixed trajectory, his muscles bulging like hills, and large tiger claw phantoms rapidly emerged on his palms. Under the dual boost of Tyrant Body and Domain, Dai Ben slammed a heavy palm onto Lin Yi. At the same moment, a blinding white light column closely followed. After the attack ended, Davis did not retract his domain. Dai Ben activated the Tyrant Body again and shattered the damage rebound with a punch. It seemed that despite the hindered vision, the father and son's coordinated attack didn't face any problems. What Lin Yi didn't know was that last night, Dai Ben had taken Davis and Zhu Jian to practice their attack coordination in advance, fearing they would make a mistake on the stage the next day. They treated these two opportunities to attack each day as treasures. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 152,769. Remaining health, 899,956,788,146. Damage grade, black high level. Random reward, God of War experience card * 5 minutes. Host reward, God of War experience card * 1 month. A God of War. Lin Yi remembered that this was the divine position ultimately inherited by Dai Mubai, a second-level deity. As a second-level deity of war, its combat effectiveness naturally falls below that of the sea god, the god of angels, the Rakshasa god, and other first-level gods. However, as long as it's a deity position in Soul Land, it is absolutely at the pinnacle. Moreover, Lin Yi believed that anyone who could draw a deity experience card was someone whose luck could basically be called.
Against the heavens.
So far, among so many people, only Bai Bidong had a deity experience card in hand, and that was 5 of them, each providing 1 minute of Rakshasa god experience time. Damage 152,769, Black Advanced level, your reward is a God of War experience card that lasts 5 minutes. Once used, the countdown begins and cannot be paused.
Remember to use it at the right time.
Chapter 181, it's called Little Snail, the most intelligent resident on Bikini Beach second update. In the past few days, they naturally inquired about the various types of rewards that had appeared here with Lin Yi, to judge the value and status of the rewards they themselves had received. It had to be said that among so many rewards, the deity experience card was the one they coveted the most. Although without exception, the duration of these cards was extremely short. Just using them allowed one to instantly obtain the power of a god and possess explosive damage. In their eyes, this was simply the best reward.
Thank you, Senior.
Davis, excited, gave Lin Yi 3 consecutive kowtows. Dai Ben, standing by, had his face flush with excitement too. He didn't find anything improper about the Star Luo Prince Davis making such a gesture. To the Star Luo royal family, there had never been an instance of inheriting from a deity. This experience card not only resolved their many years of regret passed down from generation to generation, but also filled them with endless possibilities for the Soul Master competition. After all, before today, Dai Ben had felt that the chances of the Xingluo Imperial Academy winning the competition seemed rather slim, as they started dealing damage late and the rewards simply couldn't compare to those who had come before them.
Senior, what level of deity is a war god? I haven't heard much about it.
Bai Bidong couldn't help but ask at this moment.
It's a second-level deity. Your experience card, the Rakshasa god, is a first-level god.
Lin Yi explained. Upon hearing this, Bai Bidong revealed a satisfied smile. She was merely curious and hadn't expected to accidentally boast. Both the Star Luo father and son, the Tiandu side including Gu Yuina, looked at Bai Bidong in surprise. She actually had a Rakshasa god experience card. When did this happen? Was it obtained before their arrival? The hall became eerily silent. Bai Bidong's reveal suddenly made everyone else feel that the Soul Master competition had instantly become much more difficult. This wouldn't do. They had to hurry and take advantage of the competition's start, aiming to get even more and better rewards from Senior Lin Yi. This was their only hope. Even after hearing about Bidong owning a first-level deity experience card, Davis didn't feel discouraged. He already considered himself very lucky. Holding the experience card with both hands, Davis presented it to Dai Ben with a respectful and excited expression.
Please, Father, keep it safe on my behalf. Ahem.
Dai Ben's hand trembled with Parkinson's as he held the experience card. He couldn't help it, the reward was too precious. It was only after he put away the card that his hand returned to normal. In the following attack, the father and son duo's coordinated effort still resulted in black advanced level damage. The reward Davis received was a right arm soul bone with a 90,000-year limit. And so the scene played out as seen now.
Thank you, Senior Lin Yi. I'm grateful, Senior Lin Yi. Senior Lin Yi, you are like my reborn parents.
Davis knelt before Lin Yi, kowtowing frantically. Dai Ben, standing aside, flushed with elation. My son indeed has incredible luck today. What's that saying? Fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Although I may be blind, my son's luck has skyrocketed. Davis cried with excitement, truly cried, without exaggeration. Every time others drew lots, it felt as if he were the one drawing, fraught with anxiety. He hadn't expected his luck to explode this time. The envious gazes from others made Davis feel, for the first time, that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. He walked off the stage, wiping his tears. This scene also gave Zhu Yun considerable courage. She stepped onto the stage next, standing at the spot where they had practiced the day before. It seemed that all their hard work practicing coordination late into the night hadn't been in vain. Zhu Yun's fingers curled slightly, her knuckles lengthening and whitening as her black nails turned sharp and fierce. In addition to practicing coordination the night before, Zhu Yun had specially practiced the reward she had received last time, the 9-yin white bone claw. Since it was a technique directly mastered, she could now basically use the 9-yin white bone claw in combination with her soul skill.
Second soul skill, 100 hell claws.
Zhu Yun murmured, her body turning into a phantom as she rushed toward Lin Yi. Simultaneously, Dai Ben also initiated his attack. Under the enhancement of the 9-yin white bone claw, the myriad of purple-black claw shadows gained a hint of pallor and their presence turned colder. Paired with Dai Ben's tyrant body assault, the two quickly completed their damage output. Lin Yi could tell they had practiced this because, once the attack ended, Zhu Jian did an on-the-spot backflip, almost predicting Dai Ben's position and hiding behind him. Boom! With injury meeting injury, the damage rebound was easily resolved by Dai Ben. HP lost, 134,678. Remaining HP, 899,956,654,134. Damage level, Black Intermediate. Random reward, Divine Pet Blind Box * 1. Host reward, Divine Pet Blind Box * 3. The pet blind boxes from the black level rewards, another thing purely based on luck. Lin Yi remembered getting a ragdoll cat from one before, which he still kept in the system space. Aside from being cute and clingy, it was utterly useless, not even able to transform into a cat girl. Besides that, the egg with just 5 days left in its hatching period preoccupied Lin Yi's thoughts.
Damage 134,678. Black Intermediate. Your reward is 1 divine pet blind box.
Zhu Jian nodded solemnly. She remembered the terror of Masla, the golden crocodile little Douluo's pet. She had witnessed it with her own eyes. But she also recalled the bone Douluo's previous pet was an earthworm.
Blind box selection. Say stop whenever you're ready.
Zhu Jian immediately nodded.
Start.
The system interface began flashing with one exquisitely designed blind box after another. Zhu Jian waited with a nervous heart. After a moment, she spoke.
Stop.
It was a pale pink blind box with a pineapple on it, along with some patterns of bubbles, which somehow looked vaguely familiar to Lin Yi.
Open the blind box.
Then a speck of gold light flew out from the blind box, landing on the platform. This left Lin Yi slightly disappointed it wasn't a double yellow blind box. He had been hoping to get a secondary pet. Because, according to the nature of these pet blind boxes, the secondary pets from double yellow blind boxes seemed to be of extremely high quality, whereas pets he opened himself tended to be quite ordinary. The golden glow on the platform gradually faded to a gentle light. Zhu Jian squatted next to the golden light, noticing that this pet seemed to be quite small.
Meow tilde.
Meow tilde.
Chapter 182, Hell's Spiritual Cat Evolves, Shocking Final Evolution Direction, First Update. Zhu Jian felt there must have been something wrong with her eyes because she actually thought the snail looked quite handsome.
Meow tilde.
Meow tilde.
Little snail moved its body in a wave-like motion and crawled over to Zhu Jian. When it reached Zhu Jian, it lifted its head and looked at its owner with an obedient expression, making a small cat-like sound again. Meow tilde. Although the pet looked a bit odd, Zhu Jian couldn't hide her affection as she knelt down to stroke Little Snail's head. Little Snail squinted happily, turned around, and took a collar and leash out of its shell with its mouth.
What's this?
Just treat it like a dog,
Lin Yi said. It was indeed unexpected for Lin Yi to get Little Snail as a pet. While it was a popular pet, it seemed somewhat lacking here since Little Snail didn't have the exaggerated abilities of War God Tom. However, keeping it for emotional cultivation wasn't a bad idea. Who could resist a clam snail that meowed like a kitten?
Yes, Senior.
Zhu Jian put the collar on Little Snail and took it off stage, temporarily handing it over to Davis. Maybe this adorable little snail had some surprising abilities. This was a pet given by Senior Lin Yi, and that alone was enough to showcase its extraordinariness. Watching Zhu Jian leave the stage, Little Snail suddenly turned back to look at Davis, its expression turning fierce, revealing sharp teeth.
Woof woof woof.
Davis's eyes widened. Holy hell, did that snail just bark like a dog? Zhu Jian's second attack still followed the same pattern, while Dai Ben switched to using the White Tiger Intense Light Wave. Zhu Jian charged at Lin Yi, her body moving as fast as a ghost, creating several afterimages on the stage. This was basic agility attack system Soul Master maneuvering, but in Lin Yi's eyes it was still insignificant, still too slow. As she neared, a pale barrage of claw shadows enveloped the space, the long and sharp claws slashing through the air with swoosh swoosh sounds, and Zhu Jian's hair fluttered wildly, adding a taste of madness to her form. This was another combination of the 9 yin white bone claw and the 100 hell claws. After Zhu Jian finished her attack, she did a side flip to dodge to the side and then quickly ran towards Dai Ben's direction. She had no choice but to avoid the damage rebound, especially at such close range.
Boom!
The White Tiger Intense Light Wave was unleashed. A thick white pillar of light struck Lin Yi with pinpoint accuracy. By this moment, Zhu Jian had already reached behind Dai Ben.
White Tiger Diamond Transformation.
Dai Ben did not dare to relax and immediately waved his fierce, enormous tiger claws, shredding the incoming damage rebound to pieces under the effect of Tyrant Body. Afterward, both of them were a bit out of breath. Not because they had used up too much soul power, but because the existence of the damage rebound kept them on edge, afraid to make a mistake. Damage, 146,784. Remaining health, 899,956,508,143. Damage grade, Black Intermediate. Random reward, Evolution Crystal. Host reward, Evolution Spirit Stone. Damage 146,784, Black Intermediate level, and a reward of 1 Evolution Crystal. Based on previous examples, this is likely to be applied to your martial soul. Zhu Jian was slightly startled. Could it be that her Hell's Spiritual Cat was about to evolve? What would it evolve into? Since it was evolution and not mutation, it must be moving in a positive direction, right? Suddenly, numerous questions flashed through Zhu Jian's mind. She couldn't deny that she was also getting excited. Who wouldn't want their martial soul to undergo a positive evolution? Ning Fengzhai very much did, so much that it made his teeth itch.
The direction of evolution will be apparent after you merge with it.
Lin Yi finished speaking and flicked the black light orb toward Zhu Jian. The orb automatically transformed into a crystal stone and merged into Zhu Jian's body. Her expression changed slightly, and she immediately sat down cross-legged, quietly waiting for the result of the evolution. About a minute passed, and Zhu Jian opened her eyes, shooting a black light from her pupils. Gu Yuina frowned slightly at that moment.
I smell.
Zhu Jian heard Gu Yuina talking to herself and couldn't help but ask. She could feel her martial soul evolving, but wasn't clear about which direction the evolution had taken. In any case, she should release her martial soul first, letting the senior take a look. He should understand what was happening. Zhu Jian stood up, released her martial soul, and to everyone's shock, a roar of a mighty tiger emanated from her. Dai Ben was dumbstruck for a moment, a cat turning into a tiger. The next moment, a black shade emanated from Zhu Jian's body, with a fierce tiger, its red eyes ablaze and black chi all around, appearing like an ink-drawn shadowy figure behind her.
Roar!
The black tiger's enormous paws scraped the ground restlessly, looking savage and emitting an intimidating presence as if ready to devour everyone at any moment. At this moment, both Lin Yi and Gu Yuina could feel the strong fluctuations of the darkness element. Dai Ben even felt his martial soul suppressed by it. The name of this martial soul quickly appeared on Lin Yi's system panel. Dark Demon Tiger. The name seemed familiar to Lin Yi, and there was a detailed note about the martial soul beside it. After reading, Lin Yi understood, and related content from the original story emerged in his mind. This martial soul was indeed extraordinary.
It's called the Dark Demon Tiger, which might sound unfamiliar to some, but its ultimate evolutionary direction is definitely a very formidable martial soul category, which those three are certainly well aware of.
Lin Yi said and hinted at Gu Yuina with his eyes. Zhu Jian, already thrilled by the transition of her cat martial soul to a tiger one, had her curiosity further piqued by Lin Yi's words.
What is the ultimate direction of evolution?
She eagerly asked. Lin Yi, however, directed his gaze towards Gu Yuina, as though he intended to test the silver dragon princess on the spot.
Dark evil tiger.
Gu Yuina mused. If she were an opponent, it would definitely be a troublesome soul beast to deal with. Lin Yi nodded in agreement.
Exactly, the dark evil tiger with the bloodline of the evil god. It possesses not only the uttermost evil attribute but also darkness, thunder, wind, space, and time attributes. Overall, it's very powerful.
Gu Yuina did not argue, indicating she agreed with Lin Yi's statement, and indeed, the Aquapea forest was home to a dark evil tiger at that moment. Lin Yi still remembered how this creature almost took Tang San's life in the original story.
However, the evolution crystal only has 100 evolutionary points, so you could only evolve into a dark demon tiger. Although dark demon tiger only has the darkness attribute, it is also extremely powerful among tiger-type martial souls, not inferior to the white tiger.
Hearing this, Zhu Jian lowered her head nervously, worried that Dai Ben would feel resentful upon hearing it. Contrary to her expectations, Dai Ben's face expressed satisfaction. For Zhu Jian to become stronger was a good thing, beneficial for Xingliuo. It wasn't an emperor's place to quibble over whether the dark demon tiger or the white tiger was stronger or weaker.
Zhu Yun, strive for higher-level evolution stones later on.
Dai Ben said with a smile.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Zhu Jian replied eagerly and happily. Now there was another person desperately anticipating rewards related to evolution, Lin Yi thought to himself. After Zhu Jian left the stage, Dai Ben faced Lin Yi. It was time for the blind. Chapter 183, the host must personally go to Slaughter City within an hour to hunt the 10-headed solar serpent. Second update. Dai Ben remembered that his last attack dealt close to 90,000 damage, inflicted solely by his second soul skill, the White Tiger Intense Light Wave. This time, he planned to combine the White Tiger Diamond transformation with the White Tiger Intense Light Wave in his assault. The damage he had inflicted earlier could be repeated simply by using these two skills in succession. After locking onto Lin Yi's position with his spiritual power, Dai Ben took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his soul power. He actually wanted to rest for a bit, but the silver-haired woman behind him was staring him down like King Yama, ready to fly into a rage at the slightest sign of delay. It was too terrifying. Dai Ben did not dare provoke her.
Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation.
Dai Ben's booming voice rang out as his muscles rose like hills across his body, and he swung his thick tiger claws before him, a formless golden shadow spreading out in all directions. Tyrant Body State.
White Tiger Intense Light Wave.
A colossal and erect phantom of a white tiger appeared behind Dai Ben, hammering its mighty forelimbs against the opponent while letting out a thunderous roar. Dai Ben's body leaned forward, and a thick, fiery white beam blasted from his mouth, striking Lin Yi's chest. The White Tiger Intense Light Wave, released in the Tyrant Body State, had nearly doubled in momentum and energy. After the attack, Dai Ben maintained the Tyrant Body, swinging his thick tiger claws again toward the front. But the damage rebound this time was clearly different. Although the damage rebound shattered under his palm, Dai Ben's body was also forced 2 steps back.
Has the damage increased considerably?
Dai Ben wondered, noticing that the rebound was significantly stronger than before. If he hadn't taken the damage in stride, he reckoned he could have been sent flying. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 167,849. Remaining health, 899,956,340,784. Damage level, black high level. Random reward, AC-47 *1 plus 7.62 bullets *50. Host reward, AC-47 *1 plus 7.62 bullets *300. Another blue star weapon had appeared, and Lin Yi remembered that the bullet had come from the same reward pool. However, it seemed that bullets level was a bit higher, so when black advanced level rewards dropped, there were mostly situations of having a bullet without bullets or bullets without a bullet. It appeared that the chances of black advanced level rewards dropping blue star weapons were the highest. Lin Yi looked at Dai Ben and said,
Damage 167,849, black advanced level. Your reward is an AK-47 weapon and 50 bullets. 50 bullets?
Upon hearing these words, some people at the scene exclaimed in surprise. It was mainly by Bidong and Ning Fengzhai and a few others. It was also upon hearing these words that Ning Fengzhai and the others remembered that their initial purpose for coming was to investigate Yu Xiaogang's cause of death.
Senior, why are there 50 bullets? Isn't this just a black advanced level reward?
Bai Bidong, feeling unfair, quickly asked.
Weapon quality is different.
Lin Yi provided a simple answer.
Compared to the bullet, the AK-47 has less power and a shorter range, so for rewards of the same grade, it will have more bullets.
Bai Bidong nodded in sudden realization. Dai Ben, listening anxiously on the side, thought to himself, enough talking. Can you just show me the reward already? What in the world is an A?
Dai Ben, release your tyrant body and defensive skills. I will use this weapon to attack you so you can experience it for yourself. Okay.
Lin Yi extended his right hand and gave it a light shake. Clang! Another brand new AK-47 appeared out of thin air in his hand. The spectators couldn't help but sigh with admiration. The senior sure had plenty of stock.
White Tiger Diamond Transformation. White Tiger Protective Barrier.
Dai Ben stood on the platform, activating 2 skills in quick succession as his tidal Douluo's aura spread outwards, his entire body enshrouded in a mist of golden light protecting him from the front. The protective barrier under the tyrant body state was undoubtedly incredibly powerful. Lin Yi gauged the distance between himself and Dai Ben and chuckled inwardly. Being so close, it seems that the AK-47 can't escape showcasing its divine might on the Soul Land continent after all. Lin Yi aimed the gun at Dai Ben, and people from Martial Soul Hall suddenly stepped back a few paces, causing bewilderment among the onlookers. That's because only those from Martial Soul Hall had witnessed the power of this type of weapon firsthand.
Ka-bang!
As the dark muzzle flashed with fire, A scalding, red-hot bullet shot towards Dai Ben. Dai Ben couldn't see it, but he could hear it, causing him to tremble with fear. This weapon is that loud.
Whiz!
In a microsecond, the bullet collided with Dai Ben's protective barrier. And in that same microsecond,
Ko!
the barrier shattered on cue. Dai Ben was shocked, the tease roar of his martial soul terrifyingly panicked as his defensive soul skill completely broke apart, his right hand instinctively reaching out to grab the bullet. But Dai Ben didn't catch the bullet, and as he lifted his head still in shock, he could only see a blurry figure before him.
Don't catch it with your hands, or your palm bones will break.
Lin Yi's voice sounded calmly close by. When did he get here? Dai Ben stepped back several paces, gasping for air. Only then did everyone realize in shock that Lin Yi was holding the cooling bullet between his fingers.
He didn't use space elements. It was purely physical speed.
Gu Yuina said with a trembling voice as she swallowed. After hearing that, Dai Tian quickly turned his head to look at her, his face filled with shock.
I didn't see clearly at all how he got there. Goose didn't either.
Lin Yi examined the gradually cooling bullet in his hand, then calmly tossed it to the ground. As he returned to his cushion, he said,
You should have felt its power by now. Prepare for the second attack.
Bidong finally looked down at the bullet on the ground, which had a very obvious and exaggerated groove in its center. It was made by the immense force of Lin Yi's fingers.
Good.
Dai Ben wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, carefully putting away his AK-47 and its ammunition, his quivering lips revealing an ecstatic smile. He struck it rich. Lin Yi actually sensed that whether it was the Barrett or AK-47, their power had significantly increased on the Soul Land continent, perhaps partly due to the system's magical modification. Of course, they were inherently extremely powerful weapons to the Soul Masters of Soul Land, which was undeniable.
Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower.
Dai Ben released his martial soul, thrilled by his recent reward, and so he was utterly excited throughout the attacking process.
Roar!
Chapter 184, A Space Rift Appears in Hell Slaughter Ground, live broadcast from Seoul City, first update. Lin Yi expressed his confusion.
System, you made a statistical error, and now I have to wipe your ass. I'm just responsible for distributing rewards, not for providing them.
You were the one who promised me a badass divine body, but I didn't get it, and got sealed by a shield instead. I didn't even make a big deal about that, and now there's a new freakin' problem. Do I have to personally hunt down the rewards now? Indeed, due to a system error, to compensate the host, the reward has been increased from a 3x crit boost to a 50x crit boost. Host reward, Fiery Sun Snake's Inner Pill *50. Please proceed to Slaughter City to hunt for a sample, to allow the system to perform a 1-to-1 clone replication. Hunting for the sample mission's time limit has been extended by 1 hour. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression finally eased a bit. It's fine as long as the system realizes its mistake and compensates. I'm not working for free here. But Lin Yi couldn't just casually leave this place and go to Slaughter City to claim his reward. In everyone's eyes, he was akin to a god, and it wouldn't do for a god to not have a reward ready and need to hunt for it at the last minute. So, he needed to come up with a proper reason or describe his quest for the reward smoothly and logically enough to maintain his image. Lin Yi shifted his thoughts away from the panel and calmly looked at Dai Ben, speaking unhurriedly.
Damage 168,976. Black Advanced Level. Your reward is 1 Fiery Sun Snake's Inner Pill.
Upon hearing this, Dai Ben's expression changed. So the damage was only a few hundred higher than last time, dangerously close to being a downgrade.
May I ask, Senior, what is a Fiery Sun Snake, and what is an Inner Pill?
Dai Ben was hearing about the
Inner Pill.
For the first time, he didn't recall soul beasts having such a thing. Lin Yi looked at him placidly.
The Fiery Sun Snake is not a soul beast. It belongs to the primordial species and is not native to Soul Land.
As a primordial species, the effect of a Fiery Sun Snake's Inner Pill is very powerful for a Douluo Soul Master. First, it grants immunity to all snake venom and counters all serpent-type soul beasts. Second, it can be used as a medicinal primer to revive someone whose physical body has died.
Third, it can serve as a soul ring. Merging with it can even evolve a martial soul by up to 500 evolution points, equivalent to an evolution spirit stone. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. This is a creature from outside the Douluo plane. Just an organ within its body can bring so many enhancements to a soul master. So terrifying. Dai Ben sure struck it lucky this time. Hearing about these benefits, Dai Ben indeed could barely stand still from excitement, and this was only a reward for Black Advanced Level. Lin Yi didn't expect this to be just a Black Advanced Level reward. It was probably because the system didn't realize the fiery sun snake belonged to the primordial species, which is why even the reward settings got messed up. This reward should have been at least Red Intermediate Level.
Don't celebrate too early. To gain the latter two benefits of the inner pill, there's a major prerequisite you must meet. Otherwise, the inner pill will only grant you immunity to snake venom and counter serpent-type martial souls.
Lin Yi said, his lips curling into a playful smile. Lin Yi was about to come online. Dai Ben nearly choked to death on his own spit and stepped forward to ask urgently.
What?
The fat meat that was so close to his mouth couldn't just fly away. Otherwise, Dai Ben would be heartbroken.
Just like hunting for a soul ring, the last blow before the death of the fiery sun snake has to be dealt by you. Although I have many inner pills, their three benefits can only be realized on me. Even if I give them to you, you won't be able to possess the last two benefits because you didn't make the kill.
Lin Yi continued to speak slowly, a faint smile on his lips, the forthcoming plot all within his control. Upon hearing this, Dai Ben indeed became anxious. The fat meat was about to fly away. Damn, why is there such a setting like hunting for soul rings? But it did sound very reasonable. After all, such things should have some kind of bond or master recognition property.
But Senior, where do I go to find a 10-headed solar serpent? Do I have to leave Soul Land?
Dai Ben anxiously asked.
No need, there is a place in Soul Land where a 10-headed solar serpent exists.
As Lin Yi said this, he feigned thought for a moment before slowly standing up and continued.
Very well, since the fiery sun snake's inner pill has appeared, we must fully realize its effect as a reward. To me, this seems fair.
Dai Ben was slightly startled, a glimmer of hope suddenly flaring up in his heart.
Senior means, I will take you to the scene to hunt one now, and the final blow will be yours. The process might be troublesome, but this, in my view, constitutes an equitable trade.
Upon hearing this, Dai Ben was so excited that he was dumbstruck and promptly knelt on one knee.
I'm truly grateful, Senior. I don't have the merits to deserve Senior lifting a finger for me. Ben hereby expresses his deepest thanks to Senior.
The onlookers didn't find Dai Ben's action to be exaggerated. After all, the preciousness of this reward was so high, and in the people's memory, this was the first time Lin Yi condescended to leave this place. This indicated that Senior truly cared about fairness. Once Lin Yi stood up, he walked forward slowly, his aura profound and restrained, inscrutable. He looked down calmly at Dai Ben, who knelt before him, and asked,
Are you ready, Senior?
Upon hearing this, Lin Yi glanced at Davis and nodded calmly.
That's fine, the right to control the reward is yours.
Dai Ben was overjoyed and quickly stood up, waving his hand.
What are you waiting for? Come up here now. Yes, Your Majesty.
After Davis got onto the stage, Dai Ben ordered him to kowtow thrice to Lin Yi. Lin Yi remained expressionless throughout, and after Davis finished kowtowing, Lin Yi waved his right hand in the air, and a torrent of silver brilliance swept over the platform like a tide. Space, akin to a sheet of paper, was torn open by Lin Yi, revealing a vast gap, within which was a bustling and chaotic scene. This gap was another space portal, similar to the one Lin Yi had previously torn between Tiandu City and Seoul City. At this moment, seeing the scene on the other side of the portal, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. My goodness, where is this? The space opposite was very spacious and seemed to be surrounded by incredibly large stands for spectators, below the stands was an area resembling a combat arena. The next moment, people on the Seoul City side suddenly frowned and covered their noses. Because a foul, pungent smell was emanating from the other side of the portal. The smell of blood, discarded food remnants, biological excrement, and various indescribable strange odors. But more shocking was the overwhelming aura of slaughter coming from the other space.
Follow me.
Chapter 185, Nuclear Fist. Could it be that he is also a slaughter ground challenger? Second update.
Senior.
Davis couldn't stand the smell surrounding him and, pale-faced, squatted to the side to vomit. The Hell Slaughter Ground was indeed the most foul-smelling place in the entire Slaughter City. Because here, it was a massacre that occurred daily. Bodies were not dealt with in time, producing a stench, and over time it grew foul-smelling to the extreme, but the people here had grown accustomed to it. As Davis was vomiting, he suddenly saw a severed head on the ground nearby. His eyes widened in horror, and he immediately swallowed back his vomit, frantically wiped his mouth, and hurried to Lin Yi's side.
Senior.
The indifferent tone in Lin Yi's voice made Davis instantly shut his mouth. But Davis was truly stupefied. At this moment, he finally saw clearly that the ground here was littered with limbs and body parts. Everyone here seemed bizarre. Their attire varied wildly, tattered and worn. Their appearances were equally varied, some beautiful to the point of enchantment, others ugly and disgusting to the point of perversion. But without exception, each person's expression was filled with vigilance and venom, as if someone would leap out at any moment to deliver a fatal blow like a ghost. These people were like wild beasts, hundreds of cold, bloodthirsty gazes fixed tightly on Lin Yi and his companion. The scene was terrifyingly silent. Before Lin Yi and his companion made a noise, they were so cautious they didn't dare to make even the slightest sound, to avoid becoming the target of the crowd.
A bunch of ants.
Lin Yi finally spoke in a cold tone. His sarcastic remark was like a spark that ignited the quiet keg of powder on the scene.
Who are you? Could it be that the King of Slaughter sent you here as an additional challenge for us?
One of the 10 participants in the slaughter ground, and the one with the most robust and powerful build, questioned Lin Yi. It seemed that the competition on the slaughter ground was about to begin today.
Speak up. Do you believe I'll shred you too before killing these 9 cripples?
The robust man walked over menacingly, a huge diagonal scar gracing his bare chest, a terrifying scar on his face, giving him an extremely ferocious and horrific appearance, and his muscles bulged like hills. In a place where soul power and soul skills couldn't be used, this type of person had an advantage. He indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Lin Yi glanced over briefly, and, if nothing unexpected happened, the victor among these 10 people in the slaughter ground should be this man.
Mute!
The robust man quickened his pace, getting closer and closer to Lin Yi and his companion.
Senior!
Davis stood behind with a frightened expression, and Lin Yi hadn't moved an inch, which threw the pampered star Luo prince into a panic. He had never experienced such an environment, such a scene. At this moment, all the soul masters in Seoul City were watching the scene in front of them intently. They may not have known exactly where it was, but they knew that the people inside were about to suffer. Senior! Davis was in a state of panic. He furrowed his brows and released a soul skill.
White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Transform trans.
Can't transform, what's going on? Davis looked at his body in horror, realizing he couldn't feel the soul power within him. His soul power was restricted by some kind of limitation.
Let's see how I'll rip you apart first, then the one behind you.
The robust man sneered, and with only a few steps left, he charged directly towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi watched the man coldly, as the man's running movement seemed as slow as a snail in his eyes. Too slow, too weak, too useless. Lin Yi clenched his right fist, his right arm retracting, space warped grotesquely from the overwhelming force in his arm. As he threw his punch, the sound of the air exploding was akin to a nuclear bomb detonating.
Boom!
All the spectators in the slaughter ground covered their faces in terror. But everyone inside Seoul City seemed excited, as if they were watching a movie. A blood mist slowly diffused across the slaughter ground.
Is this arranged by the King of Slaughter? What kind of joke is this? Is he one of the challengers? My God, I must be crazy. How on earth are we supposed to fight this? What the hell am I supposed to do against him? Is this his first match? How come I've never seen him before? Who the hell is he?
They were so confused, they even forgot that Lin Yi had come in by tearing a rift in space. Listening to the frantic shouts of the audience and the remaining 9 in the slaughter ground, Lin Yi remained silent. He walked into the slaughter ground with calm, as if he was there to fill the 10th spot among the contestants. With a cold expression, Lin Yi looked up, his spiritual power informing him that 2 additional people were watching the scene, concealed somewhere.
I'll only say this once, let the King of Slaughter come meet me, and also bring the 10-headed solar serpent from the Hell Road as a tribute, or else I will annihilate Slaughter City.
Lin Yi announced from the center of the slaughter ground, his gaze and voice as cold and indifferent as his expression, echoing clearly throughout the space. It was a command of death.
Master, what shall we do?
The Hell Messenger, her skin pale, dressed in Gothic attire and with smoky makeup, looked anxiously at the man on the blood throne. For the first time in many years, she felt this nervous and frightened. The King of Slaughter watched the scene play out on the Spring of Sorrow, Lin Yi's icy calm face in view.
He's someone who can tear space apart.
The Spring of Sorrow again showed by Bidong's exquisite face outside the space rift. The King of Slaughter, feeling dazed, said,
Who is he? I've never seen him before, I don't know him.
The Hell Messenger said, slightly pleading.
Let's wait and see.
Chapter 186. Tang Chen felt for the first time that a person was unsolvable. First update. Lin Yi knew he was being watched, but this was also within his plans. This time coming to Slaughter City, he had a total of 2 goals. The first goal was the 10-headed solar serpent's inner orb, and the second goal was the King of Slaughter. As a level 99 peak Douluo, Tang Chen was a major force of the shield breaker. Since the reward made it necessary for Lin Yi to visit Slaughter City, he naturally couldn't leave empty-handed. Whatever he did, he always considered his own interests first. As long as it was to his advantage, he didn't care about right or wrong, nor how difficult or complicated it was. So this trip, both the pain and the reward, Lin Yi wanted them all.
I don't have much time to play with you, so I'll only give you 3 seconds to think.
Lin Yi stood in the center of the slaughter ground, his voice cold and unwavering. He knew that Tang Chen was a sly fox, and managing the entire chaotic Slaughter City relied on more than just his ultimate Douluo strength. But no matter who it was, they would all strive to protect their interests from being violated. Moreover, the more powerful a person was, the more they feared death. Therefore, Lin Yi had plenty of ways to make Tang Chen submit. He closed his eyes and began to count down.
3, 2, 1.
The arena was so silent that only heartbeats could be heard. Just like the countdown in a game of hide-and-seek ending, Lin Yi opened his eyes, his pitch-black irises now brimming with murderous intent.
Brothers, let's all join forces and kill him.
At that moment, a tall and thin man in the slaughter ground suddenly roared. Having just witnessed Lin Yi's terror, the only way to survive now was to set aside the match for the time being and join together to kill this terrifyingly powerful young man. Following this roar, 5 of the remaining 9 combatants in the slaughter ground began to move. They rushed towards Lin Yi from different directions, their strange and various weapons flashing with a cold and icy gleam. If they all joined forces, they should be able to take him down. Clang, 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 clang. Almost at the same instant, the weapons in the hands of the 5 men were brought down upon Lin Yi. This made their hearts swell with joy. Was this young man an idiot? Lacking even the basic reaction to dodge, how could he possibly survive this? The scene instantly attracted everyone's attention. The sultry Hell Messenger hurried toward the Spring of Sorrow, her gaze fixated on the scene above, her face unable to conceal a look of surprise and delight.
Did they take him down?
But what followed shocked everyone in the Hell Slaughter ground. Lin Yi slammed his foot to the ground. Boom! The 5 besiegers' bodies exploded outwards, their powerless bodies instantly shattering into several pieces in midair, and embedding deeply into the nearby stone walls. And Lin Yi, who had just withstood the attacks of 5 men with his body, was unscathed. He was used to it, leeching off a barrage of damage before fighting. He took a step forward, his figure suddenly vanishing. In the blink of an eye, the crowd realized he was now standing behind the only woman in the slaughter ground.
Such fast speed.
The curvaceous woman quickly turned around, begging Lin Yi with terror in her eyes.
Please don't kill me.
At the same time as her last word fell, the dagger hidden behind her back thrust forward, its sharp tip viciously aiming for Lin Yi's neck. But just like the axe that had been swung at Lin Yi earlier, the dagger was as if it had struck an indestructible steel plate, failing to stir any reaction on Lin Yi's part. Lin Yi looked at the woman as one would look at an ant, without lifting a finger, and turned towards the other 3. But at that moment, a miserable scream came from behind him. The woman, her face filled with extreme terror, clutched her own throat. Suddenly, blood flowed from all 7 orifices and she collapsed to the ground, her body softening. Quickly, her entire skin turned to ashen gray, and she lost all signs of life in an instant. What has happened? People on both sides of the space channel were utterly confused by this. How did this woman die?
This woman was punished by the Golden Dragon King's vital energy because she possessed dragon bloodline.
Gu Yuinar explained, knowing that Lin Yi had definitely noticed this just now and hence simply couldn't be bothered to take action himself. Upon hearing this, the Soul Masters all looked over at this moment, the shock in their eyes beyond words. So Lin Yi really could kill someone without lifting a finger.
We'll fight you to the death.
The remaining 3 from the slaughter ground charged toward him, while Lin Yi looked at them calmly and lifted his right hand to snap his fingers.
Clap.
3 surging fire dragons emerged from the ground, and the exceedingly fierce ultimate fire engulfed the 3 charging figures, turning them into ashes. At this moment, Tang Chen abruptly stood up from his throne, his chest heaving as he stared at the scene reflected on the spring of sorrow. The only conclusion he could draw from his observations was this. There was a very high chance that this youth was invincible.
What do we do, Master?
The Hell Messenger looked at Tang Chen in a panic.
Don't rush it, he said he was here for the 10-headed solar serpent. The 10-headed solar serpent is on Hell Road, and except for me, no one knows where Hell Road is.
Tang Chen spoke with a somber expression. All they could do now was to buy time while thinking of a strategy. But having lived for over 100 years, Tang Chen felt for the first time that a person was unsolvable. It was a place where soul power was supposed to be restricted, yet he could still wield such formidable strength. Was this person really from Soul Land?
You originally had 2 choices. The first was to obediently hand over the 10-headed solar serpent to me. The second was for me to personally go to Hell Road, kill the 10-headed solar serpent, and incidentally destroy your slaughter city. It seems you've chosen the second.
After Lin Yi finished speaking, without any hesitation, he stretched out his right hand and placed it upon the ground of the Hell Slaughter ground. Buzz! An immense force instantly spread throughout the interior of the Hell Slaughter ground. The entire area trembled, the underground spring of sorrow boiled, and cracks began to appear on the surrounding stone walls, the cracks outrageously spreading everywhere. At this moment, a belated realization suddenly exploded in Tang Chen's mind. The youth had known where the entrance to Hell Road was all along. The entrance was right beneath the Hell Slaughter ground. Tang Chen was terrified, finally understanding why the youth had come to the Hell Slaughter ground from the start. In the astonished gaze of the Hell Messenger, the figure of the King of Slaughter dissipated into a cloud of blood mist and vanished from this place.
Stop!
Hearing this voice, a smile appeared on Lin Yi's lips, and as he lifted his palm from the ground, the trembling of the entire area immediately ceased. Everyone in the slaughter ground looked up at the sky, including the people within Soul City who also looked up. A burly man enveloped in crimson light with a visage like that of a demon king descended from the sky and landed on the ground.
Who are you really?
Tang Chen stared intently at Lin Yi with a strong, murderous aura surrounding him, but he was also aware that the youth opposite him had merely concealed his own aura. Otherwise, the murderous intent from the youth would be incredibly intense.
Go bring the 10-headed solar serpent here.
Lin Yi did not directly answer him, but repeated the sentence with a cold expression.
And if I don't, then you'll be killed.
Chapter 187, that is the Asura sword, the original body. Second update. Tang Chen was stunned, then suddenly burst into loud laughter.
Kill me. Kid, do you want to hear what you're actually saying? Even if you are strong, you still can't use your soul power in Slaughter City. And I, the King of Slaughter, am not bound by that restriction.
At this point, Tang Chen spread his arms with a smile on his face, as if enjoying the special status that came with his exalted position as the King of Slaughter. Lin Yi looked at him with an indifferent expression.
So what? I never had soul power to begin with, so what restriction is there to speak of?
What?
Tang Chen thought he had heard wrong. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to repeat himself a second time, and instead he repeated.
I've said my time is limited. A fair trade awaits, and if it's ruined because of your non-cooperation, then I'll destroy your Slaughter City.
Upon hearing this, everyone in Seoul City instantly respected him. It was just a black advanced level reward, but Senior Lin Yi still upheld the principles of fair trade, even if it meant destroying Slaughter City as the cost. In their eyes, Lin Yi's image immediately became more vivid. After all, this is why Lin Yi was able to give them a sense of security. Who wouldn't want to love and trust a strong and principled god like him, who didn't concern himself with the magnitude of a matter, or whether it suited his status, but focused only on adhering to his own rules? Senior Lin Yi has always been a true man, a god whom they admired for both his character and ability. As Tang Chen listened to the harsh words Lin Yi had thrown out, his anger raged and his face showed that he couldn't bear the insult.
Enough talk, then let you contribute your strength to the foundation of this Slaughter City.
As Tang Chen finished speaking, the red light on his body grew even stronger. He stretched out his right hand, and a blood-red great sword began to take shape, solidifying in his grasp. At this moment, the aura of slaughter surrounding Tang Chen instantly soared to its peak. And his whole being seemed to be sublimated, the very air around him transformed by the presence of the sword. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on the Asura sword in Tang Chen's hand, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that the man before him was also one who had passed Shura's 8th trial. If Tang Chen had the opportunity to participate in Shura's 9th trial, he would definitely have been the best among those 3 from the past, and wouldn't be stuck in this wretched place as the King of Slaughter. Moreover, he would possess the true Asura sword itself. Yes, the Asura sword in Tang Chen's hand was not the original. The true Asura sword was still in the hands of the Asura god. Of course, Lin Yi's system prize pool contained as many 1-to-1 clones of the true Asura sword as needed.
Die!
Tang Chen advanced towards Lin Yi with invisible killing intent gathering around him in the space, all emanating from the essence of Slaughter City, the spring of sorrow. But in the next moment, Tang Chen's face showed a change of expression. Lin Yi, too, stretched out his right hand, and a strong red light quickly bloomed in his palm, followed by a blood-red great sword identical to Tang Chen's appearing in his hand. Tang Chen stood there dumbfounded. Because of Shura's 8th trial, he could use his Asura divine power to transform his spirit halo hammer into the Asura sword, so the Asura sword in his hand was actually the Hao Tian hammer. At this moment, he looked down at the Asura sword in his hand and then at Lin Yi's, feeling utterly foolish, truly foolish. What kind of path was this youngster on? Why did he also have the Asura sword? If it weren't for the sense of slaughter aura from the opponent's Asura sword, Tang Chen might have thought the one in Lin Yi's hand was a fake. But the truth was, Tang Chen even felt that Lin Yi's Asura sword seemed more real than his own.
Asura sword!
In his hands could be said to be his entire accomplishment, yet it was overshadowed by the Asura sword in this young man's hands. What was going on? Even with his composure, Tang Chen felt completely broken by Lin Yi. He gritted his teeth and, roaring, charged toward Lin Yi with the Asura sword, in his hand bursting into a brilliant blood-red light, a ceaseless killing intent gathering on Tang Chen from the spring of sorrow. In the end, he was a man who had passed Shura's 8th trial and could control a small part of the Asura divine power. The Asura sword radiated an unmatched momentum in his hands, and with a powerful strike, he heavily chopped down on Lin Yi.
Clang! Why aren't you fighting back?
Tang Hao looked at Lin Yi in surprise. But what surprised him even more was yet to come. He stared dumbstruck at the spot where the Asura sword had struck Lin Yi, where the skin was so tough that not a single scratch had appeared. The expression on the young man's face was extremely calm as if he knew that he would not be injured no matter what.
How is this possible?
Tang Chen's hands shook, and the next moment, to his equal surprise, a burst of damage rebound exploded from Lin Yi's body like a nuclear reaction. Holy hell! Tang Chen's body was instantly sent flying, rolling several times on the ground like a spinning top with a tremendous noise. Only when he braked harshly by scraping his face against the ground did his momentum ease, and Tang Chen lay there, in so much pain it felt like his whole skeleton might fall apart. Lin Yi chuckled to himself. Even in Slaughter City, one must not forget to loot after dealing damage, of course. He had to stand there and let you strike first. After all, in Soul Land, I drop loot when I'm cut and buy Bidong. Chapter 188, Divine King, I really can't kill you, please let me go, second update. Tang Chen rubbed his eyes vigorously and then realized that he had just experienced an illusion. There was no change in the young man's appearance. The change was in the sword in his hand, its accumulated killing intent suddenly becoming stronger than the sum of all the murderous energy in Slaughter City. What that implied was self-evident. Tang Chen was now scared to the extreme, struggling to prop himself up with his arms. But the recent impact had broken 2 of his ribs, and the cheek he had used to break his fall was now swollen high. He, who had just seemed like a devil, was now completely devoid of presence, with only the thought of clinging to life remaining in his mind.
Spare me, I'll give you Slaughter City. The 10-headed solar serpent is yours, too. I'll give you everything here. You can be the King of Slaughter.
The title of
King of Slaughter
was of no interest to Lin Yi. Approaching Tang Chen, Lin Yi positioned the Asura sword at Tang Chen's neck, looking down and said,
You have 1 minute to recover, then head to Hell Road and bring back the 10-headed solar serpent. 50 seconds left.
Tang Chen looked up at Lin Yi's cold face, not daring to delay, and immediately sat down with his legs crossed in spite of the pain. The murderous aura around not only enhanced his strength, but also helped him recover quickly. In less than a minute, Tang Chen's pain had mostly subsided. He opened his eyes and looked fearfully at Lin Yi, then vanished from the slaughter ground in a flash of red light. Lin Yi thrust the Asura sword into the ground, resting his right hand on the hilt, closed his eyes and waited quietly. The atmosphere around him seemed to fall into a momentary silence with his action. Everyone was too afraid to speak, lest they anger this true god. Deva stood timidly to one side. In such an environment, he dared not make any unnecessary movements. Everything now awaited Senior Lin Yi's commands. Suddenly, the whole slaughter ground shook violently. Lin Yi opened his eyes to see the ground directly in front shatter and a massive figure 10 meters in length thrown out. Following it was a red figure. Tang Chen materialized and respectfully said to Lin Yi,
The 10-headed solar serpent, I've brought it for you.
The captured 10-headed solar serpent looked around in confusion, emitting a series of croaking noises. Its wings flared then folded, displaying its sense of danger. Soon, the 10-headed solar serpent turned fierce, especially when it looked at Lin Yi. Probably because it felt that out of everyone present, the murderous intent from this young man was the strongest. Collection of the sample begin. Lin Yi took a step forward. No one could see his sword-drawing action, but in the next instant, he and the sword plunged into the ground disappeared. A heavy sound of cutting the air rang out. Blood-red sword light flickered midair, and then Lin Yi's figure reappeared 20 meters away, gently landing while the Asura sword turned into a light and faded from sight. Bang! Behind him, the 10-headed solar serpent, which had just been standing erect, now heavily crashed down to the ground. Its neck's thick scales had a neat gap, and at that moment the serpent was on its last breath. The 10-headed solar serpent, which once took Tang San a great effort to defeat, did not pose any challenge to Lin Yi. He stretched out his right hand towards Davis, his 5 fingers clenching in the air. The immense force warped the space between them, uncontrollably dragging Davis in front of Lin Yi.
Senior!
Davis looked around in bewilderment. What the heck, how did he get here?
Go and land the last blow. Oh, yes.
There was actually no such setting, but Lin Yi had to play along since he had lied to them before. Davis walked towards the dying 10-headed solar serpent, picking up a long sword from the ground. He first stabbed at the serpent's belly, only to break the sword.
Good.
Lin Yi checked the system space and noticed that his inventory instantly increased by 50 inner cores. Awesome, the speed of the system's sampling and cloning was so fast, just a second apart, and such efficiency, wow. But so far, Lin Yi's plan to come to Slaughter City has not yet ended. He crushed the golden light sphere in his hand. This random reward was really up to Lin Yi himself whether to give it or not. He could completely choose not to give it. Right now, Lin Yi truly had no intention of giving this reward to Tang Chen. Oh no, to be precise, the current Tang Chen was still the king of slaughter. He looked at Tang Chen and said coldly,
I'm giving you a chance to kill me now. If you fail to kill me, I'll kill you.
What kind of demand? Tang Chen was stupefied, standing in place with eyes wide open like copper bells. Lin Yi's next sentence once again tightened his nerves.
If you don't make a move, I'll still kill you.
Tang Chen dared not take it lightly, regardless of whether Lin Yi was playing with him or not. He had to satisfy his demand first. Otherwise, what awaited him was direct death. The Asura sword once again appeared in Tang Chen's hand. The murderous aura contained in the spring of sorrow surged toward Tang Chen. Gradually, Tang Chen's swollen face returned to normal, and his broken ribs also went back into place. His condition was step by step returning to its peak. The dark red Asura sword gathered murderous aura. Tang Chen charged at Lin Yi. The sword's glow on the Asura sword carved out a long trench on the ground. He unfurled the bat wings behind him, and his body skyrocketed into midair in an instant. The murderous aura from the spring of sorrow spread by twines and threads towards him. Tang Chen held the sword with both hands, his eyes fiercely shining. The Asura sword in his hands grew multiple times larger, and he swung it down towards Lin Yi. Boom! Apart from the ground beneath Lin Yi's feet, the surrounding earth quickly covered with terrifying cracks. Damage Rebound opened its maw like a man-eating beast in the next moment, toward Tang Chen, who was in midair. Tang Chen, having only attacked twice, couldn't possibly be aware of the setting for Damage Rebound. He was caught once again, his whole body shooting towards the hard stone wall, emitting a thunderous noise. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Blood loss, 557,643. Remaining health, 899,955,116,879. Damage grade, gold high level. Random reward, Asura God Experience card * 10 minutes. Host reward, Asura God Experience card * 30 days. Lin Yi didn't actually intend to kill Tang Chen, nor did he have any thoughts of destroying Slaughter City. He simply wanted to force Tang Chen to deliver a mighty blow through this method. At this moment, another golden light sphere appeared in Lin Yi's hand, but looking at the sphere, he still had no intention of granting it to this man. He stored the light sphere into the system space. Before Tang Chen knew that attacking could result in losing treasure, Lin Yi completely regarded him as a worker, outrightly enjoying 2 instances of damage and gold-level rewards without cost. Who wouldn't like that? At this moment, Tang Chen fell from the depression in the wall, lying on the ground. This time around, 4 of his ribs were broken again, along with a fractured right leg bone. Tang Chen was breaking out in a cold sweat from the pain. Seeing Lin Yi once again unscathed and approaching him, he completely snapped and quickly knelt down, begging for mercy.
Divine King, I truly can't kill you. Please spare me, please have mercy on my life.
Both attempts resulted in the same outcome. It was totally clear that the youth could not possibly be killed. Lin Yi approached Tang Chen and crouched down. 50 seconds left. Tang Chen looked up at Lin Yi's cold face, not daring to delay, and immediately sat down with his legs crossed in spite of the pain. The murderous aura around not only enhanced his strength, but also helped him recover quickly. In less than a minute, Tang Chen's pain had mostly subsided. He opened his eyes and looked fearfully at Lin Yi, then vanished from the slaughter ground in a flash of red light. Lin Yi thrust the Asura sword into the ground, resting his right hand on the hilt, closed his eyes and waited quietly. The atmosphere around him seemed to fall into a momentary silence with his action. Everyone was too afraid to speak, lest they anger this true god. Davis stood timidly to one side. In such an environment, he dared not make any unnecessary movements. Everything now awaited Senior Lin Yi's commands. Suddenly, the whole slaughter ground shook violently. Lin Yi opened his eyes to see the ground directly in front shatter and a massive figure 10 meters in length thrown out. Following it was a red figure. Tang Chen materialized and respectfully said to Lin Yi, "The 10-headed solar serpent, I've brought it for you." The captured 10-headed solar serpent looked around in confusion, emitting a series of croaking noises. Its wings flared then folded, displaying its sense of danger. Soon, the 10-headed solar serpent turned fierce, especially when it looked at Lin Yi. Probably because it felt that out of everyone present, the murderous intent from this young man was the strongest. Collection of the sample begin. Lin Yi took a step forward. No one could see his sword-drawing action, but in the next instant, he and the sword plunged into the ground disappeared. A heavy sound of cutting the air rang out. Blood-red sword light flickered midair, and then Lin Yi's figure reappeared 20 meters away, gently landing while the Asura sword turned into a light and faded from sight. Bang! Behind him, the 10-headed solar serpent, which had just been standing erect, now heavily crashed down to the ground. Its neck's thick scales had a neat gap, and at that moment the serpent was on its last breath. The 10-headed solar serpent, which once took Tang San a great effort to defeat, did not pose any challenge to Lin Yi. He stretched out his right hand towards Davis, his 5 fingers clenching in the air. The immense force warped the space between them, uncontrollably dragging Davis in front of Lin Yi. Senior.
Who am I? I am the king of slaughter.
Chapter 189, Tang Chen, Zai are you?
What is this?
Tang Chen looked at the crystal stone in Lin Yi's hand with confusion and asked uncertainly.
This is a favor I'm granting you.
After Lin Yi finished speaking, he crushed the crystal stone, and a stroke of gold light fell upon Tang Chen. The next moment, Tang Chen suddenly knelt on the ground, closed his eyes in agony, and held his head with both hands. Everyone watched with surprise at the King of Slaughter's reaction, not understanding what had happened. A favor from the senior.
It's actually him.
Thousand Waves's pupils shook as he stared at the scene in the slaughter ground, feeling incredibly surprised and deeply shocked. He knew about Slaughter City and that it had a King of Slaughter, but he never imagined that this King of Slaughter would turn out to be an old friend from decades ago.
Who is he?
Bidong curiously looked at Thousand Waves.
Tang Chen once hailed as the strongest soul master in Soul Land, while I am the strongest soul master in the sky. He is also a level 99 limit Douluo, and in terms of strength, even higher than mine. Tang Hao's grandfather. Yes.
Upon hearing this, Bidong's face showed shock.
Could it be that Senior Lin you knew all along? It seems so. I really didn't expect that Senior Lin you would prepare such a surprise for me.
Thousand Waves said in disbelief. In fact, he had no hostility towards Hao Tian clan, even though his identity was that of the great priest of Martial Soul Hall. The life of Thousand Waves could not be more aptly described by the words pure and uninvolved with worldly strife. At this age, he actually began to cherish the memories of the past and the friends in those memories. To see Tang Chen again, to know that he was still alive, brought Thousand Waves some comfort. Inside the slaughter ground, Tang Chen knelt on the ground, looking at his own hands, his own body, and the chaotic environment around him with an astonished face. A surge of memories flooded into his brain, and Tang Chen finally remembered his true identity and the reason he appeared here. He raised his head, looking up at the youth in front of him with an excited expression.
That Bat King.
said Lin Yi calmly, looking down at him.
Thank you, young man. How can I ever repay you?
Tang Chen said with a grateful expression, holding his fists towards Lin Yi. The torment he had suffered for so many years was simply indescribable.
Then just like them, strive every day to kill me, and I will bestow upon you an opportunity you could never have in this lifetime.
Tang Chen was dumbfounded. He had only just been freed, immensely grateful to this youth. How could he possibly kill him? However, upon seeing the scene outside the spatial passage, Tang Chen was stunned for a moment. He slowly stood up, a hint of joy on his face.
1,000 waves.
No matter how many grievances there had been in the past, at this moment, nothing could be more delightful than seeing an old friend once again. Tang Chen walked toward the martial soul hall, but just then, his body suddenly froze in place. Over at the martial soul hall, 1,000 waves smirked with malice, stepping aside to reveal a stunningly beautiful woman with white hair standing behind him. In front of Tang Chen, 1,000 waves spread his right arm around the lifelike doll's slender waist, his face revealing a lecherous smile. Tang Chen.
Curse your mom.
Tang Chen exploded in rage, a massive hammer appearing in his hand as he charged recklessly toward the martial soul hall. Seeing that the situation here no longer involved him, Davis also took off running. After Davis left, Lin Yi waved his right hand, closing the space passage instantly. At this moment, everyone inside the Hell Slaughter ground was looking at him strangely, not understanding what Lin Yi was about to do. Lin Yi raised his right hand, pointed with his sword finger, and with a slight flick, a golden card appeared between his fingers. The Angel God Experience card. He crushed the experience card, and in an instant,
Boom!
everyone in the slaughter ground was burned into gas by the scorching white true fire of the sun. Lin Yi had to do this as the existence of Hell Road beneath the slaughter ground had already been revealed to these people. They were a group of evil desperados. Releasing them would have no good consequences. Although Lin Yi did not want to intervene in any events occurring in Soul Land, it was because of him that the entrance to Hell Road had been exposed, so he had to come up with a solution. Lin Yi didn't hurry to leave. He stretched out his right hand, fingers curling in a grabbing motion, causing a severe distortion in space, as a woman appeared before Lin Yi, screaming, clasped by the throat.
Let me go.
The Hell Messenger's seductive face turned red with strain as Lin Yi's grip on her was so strong that she couldn't breathe.
Do you know why I did not kill you just now?
I don't.
Lin Yi released his hand, staring coldly at the scantily clad woman before him.
Slaughter City without its king of slaughter is no good, so I want you to be the new king of slaughter. If I see anyone escaping from here, I will make you suffer beyond imagination.
The Hell Messenger looked at Lin Yi's icy face with a fearful gaze and immediately knelt down, trembling as she responded.
Yes, I shall obey.
Lin Yi looked down on her, using the system to finally divide the Asura Sword Trial card, extracting a part of the Asura Divine Power and investing it in the Hell Messenger.
With this power, you will manage more effortlessly.
The Hell Messenger's face showed shock as she opened her eyes wide. A red vertical mark appeared on her forehead. Moreover, she was acutely aware of what this power was made of.
What exactly?
She lifted her head, gasping for air as she looked at Lin Yi, her expression full of horror.
Just an ordinary person who has lost the will to live.
After speaking, Lin Yi turned and left. With a wave of his right hand, a narrow silver space channel appeared instantly, and he stepped through it. As he stepped through, a loud and incredibly devout voice came from behind.
Subordinate, farewell to the Asura God King.
The space channel closed, and Lin Yi was standing on the stands once more. Below in the stands, Tang Chen sat on the ground with a swollen face, disbelievingly staring at.
Po Sissy!
Just a moment ago, Po Sissy had protected 1,000 waves by unleashing a soul skill and ruthlessly beat him up. Naturally, Tang Chen couldn't bring himself to strike Po Sissy, and could only suffer under the brutal assault of the all-too-familiar soul skill. But he couldn't understand, couldn't comprehend at all, why Po Sissy would show no trace of old affection and even go so far as to shield Thousand Waves to this extent.
Zai Zai, are you?
Chapter 190. Lin Yi is the dawn, not only illuminating himself but also the future first update. But what made Tang Chen even more desperate was that Po Sissy refused to even give him a proper look from start to finish. Even if she really detested him, could she not even be bothered to show a look of disgust? Am I so insignificant in your eyes? Tang Chen's spirits had utterly plummeted. Previously, during the assessment by the Asura god, he had been cheated by the Rakshasa god. Now, even though he had regained consciousness, his body was already running on fumes. He wanted to go to see God's island to exchange a few words with that person, but he couldn't muster the courage. He never expected that Po Sissy would actually come to Seoul City and develop a relationship with Thousand Waves. Tang Chen, already with not much time left, now felt utterly dispirited. A resigned smile appeared on his face.
Well then, my life was already at its end, and now I have nothing left to linger for. Today, I might as well see beforehand whether my refuge will be heaven or hell.
After saying this, Tang Chen concentrated soul power in the palm of his hand, preparing to strike his own forehead.
Hold on!
At this moment, Thousand Waves called out with a serious expression. Tang Chen looked at him with a low mood.
What is it? If you're trying to stop me, don't bother.
Without a word, Thousand Waves simply kissed the rubber surface of the lifelike doll's face right in front of Tang Chen. He said with a cheap smile,
Still, I think you shouldn't die so monotonously. Brother, I'll add a little something extra for you.
Everyone watched the scene in confusion. The great priest was usually so stable and proper, yet today he made this unexpected and surprising gesture. Crack! It was as if the sound of a heart breaking. Fury burned within Tang Chen, his heart bleeding. He approached Thousand Waves, hammer in hand.
Thousand, if I'm going to die, I'll make sure you go down with me.
Just as Tang Chen was about to swing his hammer, Thousand Waves, satisfied, lifted the arm of the lifelike doll, lifting the sleeve to reveal. Goodness, he'd never felt so exhilarated in his life. He had finally retrieved that breath he lost decades ago. Although it wasn't the real thing, it didn't detract from the thrill. Tang Chen stopped his actions, staring wide-eyed at the metallic gleam on the arm of the lifelike doll.
Stupefied, huh? This isn't Zai Zai, it's just a doll.
Thousand Waves mocked as he spoke. After finishing his explanation, he lifted the doll's hair to show Tang Chen the silicone edges on her face and the metal connections at the back. However, Tang Chen shook his head in extreme shock.
Impossible, her soul skills can't lie. No one knows her soul skills better than I do. Zai Zai's entire range of soul skills has indeed been transferred intact to the doll. All this has been the work of Senior Lin Yi's magical powers,
said Thousand Waves. As Thousand Waves mentioned this, the smile on his face turned into one of reverence.
Senior Lin Yi.
Tang Chen looked bewildered at Lin Yi, who was sitting cross-legged on the platform. This made him start to believe, because Lin Yi indeed gave him an extraordinary failing. However, he had imagined Lin Yi would have some outrageous abilities, but he never thought they could be this preposterous. To recreate the abilities of an ultimate Douluo like Po Sissy in a doll was unheard of.
If you still don't believe it, let me ask you, do you recognize her?
Thousand Waves then pointed at Bidong. Tang Chen nodded earnestly.
She emerged victorious through the trials in Slaughter City, earning the title of Killing God.
If I remember correctly, she later became the Pope of the Spirit Hall, a peerless genius with both the Death Spider Emperor and the soul-devouring Spider Emperor as her martial souls.
What if I tell you that she now has acquired a third martial soul?
Tang Chen frowned and immediately objected.
How is that possible? Are there people on Soul Land with a triplet martial soul acquired later in life? Impossible. Your Holiness, why not release your third martial soul for him to see?
Thousand Waves looked back at Bidong. Bidong originally did not plan on showing her third martial soul to Tang Chen because she knew that after showing it off, Tang Chen would definitely have the nerve to insist on staying with Lin Yi. Bai Bidong didn't want to share Lin Yi with anyone else, be they man or woman. Sharing him just once would make her uncomfortable each time. But then she thought about the fact that the other party was Tang Hao's grandfather. If she were to release the spirit Halo Hammer as her third martial soul, wouldn't it be tantamount to publicly slapping the face of the Hao Tian clan? That thought instantly piqued Bai Bidong's interest.
Speaking of which, my third martial soul has some connection with Senior Tang Chen.
Bai Bidong said with a smile.
Could it be related to Slaughter City?
A big question mark hung over Tang Chen's head, but when Bai Bidong released her martial soul, his jaw almost dropped to the ground in shock. The dark hammer body flickered with purple light, spinning in the palm of Bai Bidong's hand. She gripped with her fair fingers, and instantly the hammer expanded several times in size, with 9 pitch-black soul rings revolving around its long handle. Tang Chen's eyes widened. This was the Hao Tian hammer. How could she possibly possess the Hao Tian hammer? And moreover, this was her third martial soul. He had only stayed in Slaughter City for a while. What on earth had happened to the outside world? At this very moment, Tang Chen even released his own Hao Tian hammer for comparison with the one in Bai Bidong's hand, to make sure he was not seeing things. Although the aura emanating from Bai Bidong had already told him, it was definitely the Hao Tian hammer without a doubt.
How did you obtain it? Please tell me.
Bai Bidong stated frankly. Giving away martial souls, giving away soul rings.
I begin to understand why you just said that you could give me an opportunity I would struggle to obtain in my lifetime.
Lin Yi chuckled inwardly. This must be one of the perks of nurturing a group of devoted Shield Breaker fans. No need for him to waste words on promotion. These loyal fans would naturally share their experiences until others believed such tall tales to be true. Tang Chen retracted his martial soul and approached Lin Yi with an excited look. He bowed respectfully and said,
I might have only 3 days left to live, but I want to live well. Can you help me? As long as you can inflict sufficient damage on me, I can offer you a reward of equal value. I'm not only talking about giving you a healthy body, but even if you want a body that never ages, I can make it happen, provided that your damage is worth it.
Lin Yi explained calmly. Hearing this, Tang Chen became so excited that he was beside himself. What he needed most at this moment, as his life's light was dimming, was hope. To him, Lin Yi was like a beacon, illuminating not just him but the path ahead.
Tang Chen.
Chapter 191, Dai Tian successfully advances to a million-year soul beast. Second update. Gu Yuina, who had just spoken, was already getting impatient. Everything was going well with the treasure-dropping injury, but then Lin Yi suddenly went to Slaughter City, delaying their time considerably. Now it was finally their turn as the Soul Beasts group. Tang Chen tactfully moved to the side, sensing that he was no match for the silver-haired woman, and new arrivals should not provoke these veterans. At this moment, he walked over to Thousand Waves, looked down at the humanoid doll's hand, and couldn't help but be curious, reaching out towards the doll's hand. This scene was caught in the act by Thousand Waves.
Hey, what are you doing?
Thousand Waves immediately pulled the doll to his other side, eyeing Tang Chen warily.
This is mine. If you want one, go get your own.
Tang Chen, with a look of disdain, replied.
But it's a doll, modeled after Zai Zai.
Thousand Waves defended his doll with a serious expression. Although Tang Chen outwardly showed disdain, he was actually extremely curious to the point of bursting with it. He really wanted to strip the doll's clothes off, not for any other reason but to see if the inside was also made of metal, and to further investigate where the soul skills were released from. However, Thousand Waves guarded it so carefully that Tang Chen was left without any way to proceed. Forget it, since they wouldn't be leaving Soul City afterward anyway. If he had the chance, he would also try to get such a reward through inflicted damage. If he couldn't manage to get one, he'd just steal Thousand Waves' doll to
study
it for an hour or two before returning it.
Go on up.
Gu Yuina gestured to Dai Tian. As long as it was their turn, the order among the three of them didn't matter. After returning to the Aquapea forest yesterday, Gu Yuina placed Bear Lord in the core area. She did not expect Bear Lord's injuries to be so severe, and even after Bai Jai's treatment, he still hadn't woken up. Lin Yi was really ruthless, pa. As Dai Tian stepped onto the stage, Lin Yi's attention was suddenly drawn to the chat group in his mind. He only then realized that there was already a long string of chat records. It began with Ice Emperor asking a question. Number 4, have you guys received any news? What caused the earthquake? Was it that guy named Lin Yi?
Second.
Yes. The rest of the conversation was second, explaining the situation. However, to Lin Yi's surprise, he had already been exaggerating his own praises. But second had gone even further, embellishing the praises of Lin Yi on top of Lin Yi's own embellishments. The praises from second had Ice Emperor utterly baffled. Number 4, are you saying he saved the entire Soul Land, and that he is the master of multiple planes? Second, yes, right now the whole of Seoul City is living under the grace bestowed by Senior Lin Yi. Even the ferocious beasts of the Aquapea forest have been here for several days. Number 4, I need to tell my sister about this. The topic ended there. Lin Yi didn't know what Ice Emperor would say to Snow Emperor, but he hoped that both Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor would quickly make their way to Seoul City. These two ferocious beasts, one 700,000 years old and the other 400,000 years old, had absolute top-notch damage. Lin Yi coveted their bodies greatly. In fact, if it weren't for the system's rigid rules, Lin Yi wouldn't have to rush to promote himself to these Douluo soul masters and soul beasts. The lottery shield had been ongoing, and it wasn't that he hadn't tried other ways to bleed, like jumping off cliffs, drowning.
Golden Dragon Lord, it's my turn to attack. Ahem.
Lin Yi didn't bother to correct them about this title anymore. They could call him whatever they liked. In the end, after acquiring the abilities of so many different people, he expected that a whole bunch of titles would be attached to his name.
Golden Dragon Lord.
Tang Chen, however, heard this with a face full of confusion.
Senior Lin Yi possesses a multitude of abilities beyond count. It's probably because he also has the Golden Dragon King's bloodline that these three ferocious beasts insist on recognizing Senior Lin Yi as an incarnation of the Golden Dragon King.
Thousand Waves explained.
What did you say? They are ferocious beasts. Have ferocious beasts actually come to Seoul City?
Tang Chen's eyes widened in shock.
Focus on the battle and the treasure drops. Don't interrupt, and after you watch, I can explain the rules to you.
Thousand Waves frowned. If it weren't for the fact that he and Tang Chen had some connection, and that Senior Lin Yi had shown some interest in inviting Tang Chen, he wouldn't even bother with him. An old friend from the past? He'd only been surprised and excited the first time they met. Now all the memories in his mind were of Tang Chen and Po Sissy grinning at each other, and the thought darkened Thousand Waves' face.
Dragon God Claw.
Dai Tian used his reliable skill once more. This skill, passed down by the great dragon god, was quite prestigious to use before the Golden Dragon Lord. However, last time he unintentionally lowered the damage, resulting in a reduced quality of the reward, so Dai Tian this time concentrated 120% more to avoid any further deduction in his reward. He couldn't afford another decrease. With a thunderous roar, Dai Tian, gasping for breath, had even more pitch-black dragon scales on his body than before, and his stout right claw sparkled with a colorful and dazzling black. With a roar, Dai Tian swung his massive right claw forward, his sharp talons completely tearing apart the damage rebound. The remaining power of the Dragon God Claw hadn't even dissipated. Otherwise, Dai Tian felt even his regular counterattack wouldn't withstand the damage rebound. He looked down at his trembling right claw, slowly shedding the scales on it. The requirements for the damage rebound were getting higher and higher. Health lost, 547,694. Remaining health, 899,954,573,576. Damage level, Gold Junior. Random reward, increase by 100,000 years, including cultivation. Host reward, lifespan increased by 100,000 years. Lin Yi glanced at the line for host reward and paused for a moment. Was the system trying to make him witness the changing seas and mulberry fields of Seoul land. Damn, he was about to embark on the
Advance viewing.
of Do 9 and Do 10 that weren't written in the original work.
Damage 547,694, Golden Junior level damage. Your reward is an additional 100,000 years of lifespan, again including cultivation. Congratulations, with the previous lifespan rewards, you have now officially advanced from an 80,000-year soul beast to a million-year soul beast.
Lin Yi said with a calm expression. Dai Tian, however, couldn't remain calm.
Did you see the golden light sphere in Senior Lin Yi's hand? That's the golden reward.
Thousand Waves said to Tang Chen.
I see, so the colorful gold reward is the strongest, right? Yes, but for now, this level of reward is beyond our reach. However, the upcoming Soul Master competition will provide an opportunity. That's 3 colorful gold rewards available.
Chapter 192, The Heavenly Tribulation of a Million Years executed by the gods themselves. First update.
3 gold level rewards.
Tang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Having just listened to Thousand Waves' detailed introduction about these rare treasures, he could roughly imagine how difficult it was to obtain a single gold level award. Let alone a gold level reward, even a gold intermediate reward was as difficult as reaching the sky for them. After all, the gap in Golden Junior damage was too vast. Its base had already reached an astronomical 500,000 in damage, and to reach the intermediate level, another 300,000 was needed on top of that. This setting was ludicrous, no, terrifying.
Wait, what you're saying is, you can also participate in the Soul Master competition.
Tang Chen suddenly realized this, looking at Thousand Waves with some surprise.
Of course.
Thousand Waves immediately explained the new rules of the Soul Master competition to him. Tang Chen's face showed an increasingly shocked expression. How high must this youth's charm be to make the 3 major powers of Soul Land willingly change the rules? Tang Chen found that he had underestimated Lin Yi's influence. And looking at it this way, if he wanted to secure a gold award, he too would have to join a qualifying academy as a specially invited participant.
A million-year heavenly tribulation.
Dai Tian exclaimed in shock, and the first thing he thought of was not to return to Gu Yuina's side, but to immediately embrace his senior Lin Yi seeking protection. The scenery above changed rapidly, with clouds turning ink black in an instant. Thunder and lightning roared menacingly, almost as if a man-eating monster would emerge from them the next second. Dai Tian looked up at the scene unfolding above, his heart racing. He had never experienced a million-year heavenly tribulation, nor had he seen what form it would take. Now he was truly afraid. But at that moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly shone from within the dark clouds. This caused Dai Tian's expression to relax considerably. Good, it wasn't a lightning tribulation. If it had been, thick bolts of lightning would have struck already. After that flicker of golden light, the dark clouds rapidly dispersed to one side, followed by a scene that shocked everyone present. A man dressed in golden armor floated above the black clouds, wearing a mask on his face, yet it was still clear that this
person
was gazing intently at Dai Tian. Pressure, terror, and murderous aura swept over like a deluge. Gu Yuina's face showed her shock.
The aura of a god.
Dai Tian, where is your heavenly tribulation card? Quick.
Gu Yuina reacted the quickest, urgently shouting to Dai Tian. She couldn't imagine that a million-year heavenly tribulation would be personally executed by a god. Why? Was it because the manner of this million-year power increase was rather special? Gu Yuina looked toward Lin Yi. The man's expression was as calm as ever, as if everything happening on site had nothing to do with him. Reminded by her, Dai Tian then remembered he had a heavenly tribulation card. He immediately took out the card, held it up toward the deity in the sky, and crushed it. In that instant, the deity in armor transformed into golden light particles and vanished, and all the dark clouds quickly faded away. The sky restored its original state, and the evening glow was pleasingly beautiful. Dai Tian gasped for air, sitting on the ground as if he had exhausted all his soul power. The gods were too terrifying. He had never expected that even with 1,000,000 years of cultivation, he would still find it hard to catch his breath under the oppression of a god. This was the first time Dai Tian had encountered a deity, and he had no desire to meet one for a second time.
Is he?
Baijai asked softly. Gu Yuina shook her head.
I don't know.
She looked at Lin Yi, somewhat in disbelief. She had not expected the heavenly tribulation card to be so powerful. It even solved the god who had come to administer the heavenly tribulation, although she did not know how. At this moment, the soul masters had not yet recovered from their shock. Witnessing a god for the first time struck them like a thunderbolt from the clear sky. But they had also witnessed the scene where Senior Lin Yi's heavenly tribulation card totally dominated the deity. They were at a loss for words to describe what had just happened. Simply put, it was too awesome. Everyone's admiration for Lin Yi reached a new peak because of that scene, cementing his status as above the Douluo gods.
Do you still have the ability to launch a second attack?
Lin Yi looked at Dai Tian with an unruffled expression.
Yes.
Dai Tian quickly stood up. Observing Lin Yi's demeanor, his heart trembled with awe. Indeed, Senior Lin Yi did not take the gods seriously at all. Lin Yi had not even lifted his head when the deity appeared. That was confidence. What Dai Tian did not know was that Lin Yi had actually been startled. He almost thought his lottery shield business would have to expand to the divine realm. Truth be told, having never dealt with gods before, Lin Yi wasn't entirely sure if he could subdue them. But judging from the scene just now, the system was still badass, capable of overturning the authority of the Douluo gods. Dai Tian continued to use the dragon god claw to attack, but seeing him trembling during the attack process, Lin Yi suddenly wondered if this guy was at risk of losing his gold primary reward. As the attack ended, Dai Tian indeed acted a beat too slow, and the damage rebound directly knocked him off the platform.
So this is what damage rebound is.
Tang Chen observed the scene before him and finally understood how he got his broken ribs. However, it was clear that Dai Tian's body was much stronger than his own by several magnitudes, and he did not sustain much injury from it. Lin Yi looked at the panel. Loss of blood, 597,643. Remaining blood volume, 899,953,977,486. Damage level, Gold Junior. Random reward, Deity Skill Extraction Roulette *1. Host reward, Deity Skill Extraction Roulette *3. The damage didn't decrease, it increased by 50,000. Right, almost forgot, Dai Tian has already gained 1,000,000 years of cultivation. His full strength attack must have significantly improved. But this reward puzzled Lin Yi.
What does deity skill extraction mean?
He checked the note, and only then did he understand. This reward seemed a bit like encroaching on the divine realm. Had the system gotten carried away because he just praised it, now daring to mess with a god? If the purpose of the big wheel was real, then Lin Yi felt that he might really have to start a lottery shield business in the divine realm.
Damage 597,643. Gold primary, your reward is a big wheel, named Deity Skill Extraction Roulette.
Hearing the words,
Deity.
Chapter 193, Gu Yuina once again achieves extreme mastery of an element. Second release. Dai Tian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, having nearly developed a phobia of divine retribution. Such is the plight of a soul beast.
What reward is the big wheel? It's a quite tricky reward, you'd better pray you don't get it.
Chen Xin replied with a gloomy face to Tang Chen's question.
This big wheel won't trick you guys, it's the gods who'll be tricked.
Lin Yi shook the golden light sphere between his fingers and continued.
This wheel is called the Deity Skill Extraction Roulette, and it features the skills all deities possess, including the Supreme God, first level, second level, and third level deities. Whichever deity's power you draw, you will permanently obtain that deity's ability, and correspondingly that deity will lose it. That's what extraction means.
Chen Xin was dumbfounded. Dai Tian was too, he curiously asked.
If the ability of a deity disappears, will they know about it? What do you think? Isn't that obvious? So when you acquire that ability, you'll also have to bear the risk of having it yourself, especially since all the deities on the wheel are real.
Upon hearing this, Dai Tian instantly wimped out, and his face turned pale. He stepped forward anxiously and said,
That won't do, senior. What if the deities come to trouble me? What should I do?
a phrase
What's that got to do with me?
almost slipped out, but after a thought, Lin Yi chose to say seriously.
No worries, I'll take action.
These words instantly calmed Dai Tian's heart. If Senior Lin Yi was willing to step in, then there was nothing to fear. With so many deity-level skills, maybe he could even draw the power of the Supreme God. And it was permanent, wasn't that even better than a deity experience card? Moreover, the lowest level on the wheel was third-level deities, but even a level 3 deity was peak-level combat effectiveness on the continent. This reward definitely wasn't a loss. The reason Lin Yi changed his tune was that he feared everyone would be too scared to accept the reward, losing its allure, and thereby reducing their enthusiasm for generating high damage for the lottery shield. It didn't matter anymore if the gods come looking for trouble, he just beat them up first, then coax them into joining the lottery shield camp. Should be able to beat them, Lin Yi thought to himself. He flicked the golden light sphere into the air, where it transformed into a huge roulette, still shrouded with a cover that prevented seeing its contents. It was Dai Tian's first big wheel reward, and he approached it excitedly, grabbing the edge and giving it a hard spin. Clang, clang, clang. No matter how much force was applied, the wheel always stopped after 1 minute. Once it stopped, Dai Tian immediately turned his gaze to Lin Yi. The pointer opened the cover, and Dai Tian leaned in for a look. God of Food God level gourmet cooking skill. Dai Tian 0-0.
Senior I.
Remarked Lin Yi humorously for the first time on the scene, causing many to suppress their chuckles. But to be honest, with a bunch of godly skills on the wheel, to only draw this one did play with one's emotions a bit.
I told you, the reward from the wheel is meant to mess with your heart.
Chen Xin said firmly to Tang Chen. At that moment, a speck of golden light flew out of the wheel and merged into Dai Tian's body. As he closed his eyes, countless dazzling recipes flooded his mind. Just looking at the cooking methods made his mouth water uncontrollably. Dai Tian's face, once filled with disappointment, suddenly cleared as he walked down the stairs, contemplating, filled with the urge to start cooking on the spot. Lin Yi slightly raised his head and looked at the sky, aware that the god of food had now lost the ability to cook exquisite dishes. The extraction of this ability affected not just one deity, but a large number of gods who enjoyed tasting the culinary arts of the god of food. Perhaps the supreme god was among them. Now the trouble had escalated significantly. Gu Yuina saw Dai Tian standing silently in his place, and, assuming he was in a bad mood, did not disturb him. She walked alone towards the platform, her soft silver hair shimmering with a rainbow luster under the setting sun. The previous rapid charge was indeed powerful. Gu Yuina could clearly feel that her soul power remained fully charged. That thing which had entered her body, a white viscous substance, must have been the soul power.
It's my turn to attack.
Gu Yuina came up to Lin Yi and said. Lin Yi was sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, and did not respond. Not even a
Please.
even though he was normally polite to others.
Damage 671,752. Gold Junior, your reward is an evolutionary immortal stone.
Evolution crystals were in the black primary reward pool, and evolution spirit stones were in the black advanced reward pool. However, because the evolutionary immortal stone contained an extremely high amount of evolution points, it was valued as unattainable, residing in the gold junior reward pool. Lin Yi raised the golden light sphere in his hand and said,
The evolution points contained within this immortal stone are enough to enhance your mastery over a certain element to its extreme. You can think about which element you'd like to apply it to.
P.S. I want to recommend a Douluo fanfic. The author is underage but has good writing skills and is very diligent. You all can give it some support. Book title Douluo, starting as Li Bai guiding Chen Xin. Chapter 194, The Key to Open the Gate of the Divine Realm, First Update. Which element should it be applied to? Gu Yuina had no clue for a moment, but as she thought about it and glanced at Lin Yi, she suddenly thought of the extreme spatial elements that Lin Yi controlled. Yes, it had to be space elements. Lin Yi's extremely high control over space elements had made her envious several times. Moreover, the potential for development of space elements was very high. The evolutionary immortal stone would be perfect for them.
I choose space elements. As you wish.
Lin Yi flicked the golden light sphere toward Gu Yuina. In midair, the light sphere transformed into a blazing white immortal stone that crumbled automatically, and white specks of light sprinkled down on Gu Yuina's body. At that moment, a silver brilliance emerged, flickering like a television screen. Gu Yuina's figure became illusory and distorted for a moment, then returned to normal. She could feel her own changes, and that sensation soon turned into an expression of surprise on her delicate face. Realizing one's desires was really especially easy with Lin Yi. Moreover, just using damage in exchange, 2 attacks didn't consume much soul power to begin with, not to mention he would also assist with a soul power flash charge. Gu Yuina had never felt so comfortable since her birth. This man, his attitude might be a bit cold, but he really is a good person.
The second attack.
Lin Yi reminded her.
Okay.
Gu Yuina nodded, and with a wave of her pale hand, 3 ice lotus fire pistols floated in midair. If each ice lotus fire pistol maintained an extremely high damage level, then she could only produce 3 at a time at maximum, which was already the limit for these 2 elemental forms of attack. The 3 ice lotus fire pistols rotated in the air, and white frost formed little swirls that dispersed into the surroundings, instantly covering the entire stand with the worlds of fire and ice. However, this had no effect on the 2 people on the platform, because the top 2 in elemental control rankings throughout the whole Soul Land were held by them. Following Gu Yuina's flick of her green fingertips forward, the 3 ice lotus rushed rapidly towards Lin Yi. They spun as they collided, and the white and red energy exploded like nuclear energy on the platform. Boom! Tang Chen was stunned for a couple of seconds and was only pulled away swiftly by 1,000 waves before he reacted. Many people, learning from yesterday's lesson, had already kept their distance from this place. Engulfed in ice mist, the stand was then melted by searing energy into superheated steam, scalding the skin of those who were slower to react.
Wow!
1,000 waves waved away the steam in front of him, somewhat helplessly saying,
These ferocious beasts' damage is just too outrageous. We simply can't compare.
Having seen such an attack for the first time, Tang Chen was now dumbfounded.
Where has this woman been all this time? Why have I never heard of her before?
1,000 waves shook his head.
Who knows? I heard she is the Silver Dragon King. She appeared following the arrival of Senior Lin Yi.
Senior Lin Yi really has a great appeal.
Tang Chen remarked, unintentionally adopting the same way of addressing Lin Yi as 1,000 waves. The steam cleared, and the crowd that had evacuated earlier began to return to the stand. Gu Yuina was intently focused on Lin Yi, waiting for the damage report and her reward. Blood loss, 714,378. Remaining health, 899,552,590,1,437. Damage level, Gold Junior. Random reward, Key to the Gate of the Divine Realm *1 non-consumable. Host reward, Key to the Gate of the Divine Realm *3 non-consumable. Gate of the Divine Realm. Lin Yi's thoughts paused for a moment before he looked at the system's notes. Although this reward was high level, Lin Yi did not immediately comprehend where the benefit lay. He looked at Gu Yuina and said,
Damage 714,378, gold primary damage. This is the highest damage seen so far in the reward attack process, and it's also the first time damage has reached 700,000.
Gu Yuina simply raised her willow-like eyebrows upon hearing this, showing no particular surprise. However, the Soul Masters were completely unsettled.
What's the reward?
Gu Yuina crossed her arms and looked at Lin Yi with curiosity.
The reward is a key to the gate of the divine realm. Actually, there is no door to the divine realm, and one naturally ascends to the divine realm after inheriting the power of the gods. However, with this key, you can open a gate to the divine realm anytime and anywhere, without thresholds or conditions. The reward is yours, whether you use it or not is up to you. By the way, it's not a consumable item, you can use it repeatedly.
Having said this, Lin Yi flicked the golden light sphere between his fingers, and it transformed into a resplendent golden key. The key itself looked quite ordinary, but Lin Yi knew it contained the magic infused by the system. Gu Yuina took the key, her eyes flickering, and it was unclear what she was thinking as she quickly tucked the key away. She shouldn't cause any trouble.
Bai Jai, come up.
Oh,
Bai Jai carefully stepped on the stairs, trying not to fall and embarrass herself like last time. After reaching the platform, she instinctively hid behind Gu Yuina, but after receiving a fixed gaze from Gu Yuina, she had no choice but to stand obediently by the side, still bowing her head when facing Lin Yi.
aren't you going to release your second form? She did more damage than you and was more unrestrained.
Lin Yi looked up at Bai Jai, his expression calm.
She's not well behaved, she'll cause trouble.
Bai Jai stammered, struggling to articulate her words clearly.
She's only like this around you. Who told you to always have such an icy expression?
Gu Yuina pouted, speaking in dissatisfaction.
No, not at all.
Bai Jai frantically waved her hands in a fluster, afraid that Lin Yi would punish her for her words. Silly goose was well-behaved, and certainly never said such things about the Golden Dragon Lord. Lin Yi.
Yes,
Bai Jai responded very crisply, almost forgetting she was just a support character. The jade light was released, and Bai Jai applied all the enhancements to Gu Yuina. Last time, due to an accident, the damage decreased by 5 points, but not this time. This time Gu Yuina devoted 120% of her attention. With hundreds of years of experience in element control, she had the ability to precisely control elemental damage, provided Lin Yi didn't make her angry. The same Ice Lotus fire pistol had fire elements inside it that directly influenced the overall damage. Gu Yuina spread her fair palm open, and an Ice Lotus hovered out from the center of her palm. Her slender, fair fingers gently swayed, making micro-adjustments to the inner elements. Lin Yi could clearly see the fire elements rhythmically gathering and dispersing in the air. The Ice Lotus was continuously opening and closing, its red glow flickering. Boom! Another explosion rocked the area with intense noise.
my lord, save me.
Bai Jai was terrified of the damage rebound and hurriedly opened her arms and ran towards Gu Yuina. Meanwhile, a dazzling silver brilliance burst forth behind Bai Jai, and all the damage rebound seemed to be sucked into a space rift as if attracted by a black hole. Bai Jai plunged into Gu Yuina's embrace, burying her head into her bosom, shaking with fear.
You silly goose. The damage rebound has been transferred away by me.
Chapter 195, Plane Travel Experience Card plus Spacetime Channel Key *1, right, second update. Gu Yuina's face turned slightly red as she furrowed her beautiful brows. As Bai Jai's head trembled with fear, it also shook her twin peaks, which made Gu Yuina extremely embarrassed, and she immediately smashed Bai Jai's head with a tap.
Bang!
The damage rebound hit my head.
Bai Jai yelled out and immediately squatted down, hugging her head with both hands.
Do you even have a brain? That was me who hit you.
Goose looked up, her face filled with confusion. She stood to one side, looking pitiful, her little hands touching the spot where Gu Yuina had just knocked, which was painful and swelling up. She wanted to cry but didn't dare, holding back for now. Gu Yuina crossed her arms and turned her head to glare at her.
With me here, you have nothing to be afraid of. Woo.
Shut up!
Ew.
Blood loss, 578,946. Remaining health, 899,952,014,796. Damage level, Gold Junior. Random reward, Plane Travel One-Day Experience Card *1, complete extra challenges to upgrade days or number of people. Host Reward, Plane Travel One-Day Experience Card *3. Plane Travel. Lin Yi was astonished for 3 seconds. Could the system really be about to open multi-plane services in Seoul Land? The beginning must have been those 100 web novels, and now many rewards related to other planes have gradually appeared in the rewards. The system's ambition was great. Lin Yi now even doubted whether the system would expand his shield breaker business to other planes.
Damage 578,946. Golden Junior, your reward is a one-day plane travel experience card. Plane travel.
While Gu Yuina and Bai Jai were still puzzled, an exclamation suddenly came from the crowd.
Damn!
Thousand Waves stared dumbfounded towards the platform. Tang Chen beside him didn't understand the gravity of the situation and wondered why his
Plastic brother
was suddenly so excited. Without further ado, Thousand Waves walked towards the stands.
Did the senior just say this is plane travel?
Lin Yi nodded. Seeing this, Thousand Waves suddenly got excited, bowing and stamping his feet on the spot.
Such rewards exist. This is awesome, fantastic.
Gu Yuina looked at him oddly.
Why are you so excited?
Senior, you don't understand. Our Seoul Land is just one of many planes, and from what I see, it's one of the weaker ones. The worlds of other planes are not only colorful, but also teeming with strong individuals and abundant opportunities. If I had the chance to travel to other planes, even if just for a day, the benefits would be immense.
Gu Yuina and Bai Jai were astonished by Thousand Waves' description.
How do you know about the other planes? Previously, Senior gave me the biographies of characters from 100 different planes.
Gu Yuina's eyes widened in shock. Bai Jai reacted differently. She had been astonished from the first thing Thousand Waves said. At this moment, both of them looked at the golden light sphere in Lin Yi's hands with ardent gazes. Lin Yi spoke calmly.
This reward is limited to one day, and it's restricted to a single user. However, it comes with an additional challenge, where success in the challenge can randomly add one to either the number of days or people in the experience.
Gu Yuina immediately asked.
What is the challenge?
The winner has to deal over 400,000 damage in a single hit.
Red advanced damage, right? I can do that.
Gu Yuina said right away. But Lin Yi shook his head.
What I mean is, it's for the winner. You were the assistant. Thus, the challenge requires Bai Jai herself to deal over 400,000 damage in a single attack.
Gu Yuina's gaze shifted toward Bai Jai. Bai Jai.
Let's try bringing that guy out.
Gu Yuina hesitated for a long time, and after taking a deep breath, she said. Bai Jai was stunned, then hesitantly nodded. She stood still, not sure who she was speaking to, with a fierce tone.
I warn you, if you dare to kiss the Golden Dragon Lord again, I will.
After she finished speaking, there was no response from anyone. However, in the next moment, Bai Jai's appearance began to change. Black feather eyeliner emerged, skin became even whiter, red lips turned pitch black, the emerald dress was instantly replaced with black, and a black feather corset covered her bulging chest. Black Swan opened those evil and enchanting eyes, her lips curling into a triumphant smile. Her appearance gave off the feeling that she had just released some demon.
Black Swan Bai Jai greets the Lord. Ah, Tilda Golden Dragon Lord is also here, Tilda.
She had been paying attention to Lin Yi from the beginning, yet she pretended as if she had just noticed him. Gu Yuina's face was cold.
Your task is to inflict over 400,000 damage on him. I command you to give it your all, and make it quick.
Okay, Tilda.
Black Swan knelt and bowed, and despite her evil look, one couldn't deny that every move she made was noble and elegant. If Bai Jai was the ugly duckling, then Black Swan was the Black Swan she had become, beautiful and confident. Black Swan faced Lin Yi, her expression becoming serious. She walked toward Lin Yi, black feathers began to fall from the sky, landing around Lin Yi's body. The shield started losing health like crazy.
Clang!
Black Swan crossed her arms in front of her, with two black short spears quickly appearing in her white hands.
Light of destruction.
The short spears were covered in a layer of black light, and Black Swan's figure vanished into thin air, like turning into a wisp of black smoke. In the next moment, she appeared in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi was slightly surprised, considering his ultimate speed. He could definitely describe Black Swans just now as
fast.
not many could earn such a rating from him. Clang clang. The sharp short spears were inserted precisely and fiercely into Lin Yi's vital points. Black feathers continued to fall around the two of them. Black Swan observed Lin Yi from close quarters, and suddenly her lips curved into a devilishly charming smile, her fair face immediately leaning towards Lin Yi's cheek for a direct kiss. Gu Yuina widened her eyes about to step forward to stop her, but the scene before her made her twitch the corners of her mouth. Lin Yi, with an indifferent expression, raised his hand and pinched Black Swan's cheek, preventing her from getting any closer. Black Swan's mouth puckered up as Lin Yi pinched her, and her eyebrows wrinkled.
Why are you trying to kiss me?
Lin Yi stared at her coldly.
Not at all. Just let go of your hand first, Tilda.
Black Swan stubbornly argued. Lin Yi ignored her, only saying in a deep voice,
Bai Jai.
The next moment, all the blackness on Black Swan's body receded like the tide, and she turned back into that original fresh-faced girl in green. Bai Jai's eyes widened in confusion as she looked at Lin Yi, also noticing that her cheeks were being pinched hard by Lin Yi, causing her emerald eyes to mist over with pain. Lin Yi let go, and only then did Bai Jai retreat fearfully, raising her hands to rub her cheeks, not understanding what had just happened. 487,634.
Damage 487,634. Challenge completed. Experience time increased by 1 day to 2 days.
Lin Yi said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Bai Jai quickly forgot the pain on her face, overjoyed.
Is Black Swan that powerful?
Lin Yi gave a cold laugh.
Quite powerful indeed.
Bai Jai then looked back at Gu Yuina, noticing Gu Yuina was also smiling happily, though she quickly suppressed her smile. Gu Yuina wasn't happy because the challenge was successful. She was amused by Lin Yi pinching Black Swan's cheeks. That's right, how could she let Black Swan kiss him? Gu Yuina was extremely happy, suddenly finding Lin Yi a bit more appealing.
Prepare for the second attack. Yes.
Chapter 196. What? Across is 10,000 years later, first more. Lin Yi's thoughts paused briefly. The reward this time was actually a spacetime channel key. Of course, the spacetime channel key was not the crux. The point was, this time the key dropped was the right key. It could match with the left key that appeared last time to open the gate of a temporal passage. Lin Yi had specifically checked the system's notes for this, and only then learned that the appearance rate of the spacetime channel key in the golden reward pool was about 1 in 10,000. Although this was much greater than the probability of appearing in the red reward pool, his luck was truly awesome.
Damage 587,964. Golden Junior. The reward is 1 spacetime channel right key.
Spacetime channel.
Gu Yuina and Bai Jai both showed expressions of astonishment at the same time. They had a very deep impression of the left key that appeared before. Throughout the ages, the element of time had always reigned supreme over space, and the appearance of a reward that could control time was truly shocking. So, was the temporal passage going to be opened this time? Ning Fengzhai, who was below the stage, also felt his heartbeat accelerate upon hearing this, and he approached the platform uninvited. Watching the golden light sphere in Lin Yi's hands, Ning Fengzhai, excited, also took out the left key he treasured.
Senior, Ning is ready.
So eager.
The reward is in your hands. Feel free to allocate and dispose of it as you wish.
Lin Yi said indifferently. He was cool-hearted, and his curiosity and eagerness for opening the portal definitely could not be shown. Bai Jai looked at Gu Yuina as if asking for instruction and got a nod from the latter.
Then we shall proceed to open the passage. Emerald Swan Senior, please follow me.
Ning Fengzhai smiled and made a gentlemanly gesturing invitation. Together, the two approached a certain area below the stage. Seeing this scene, the surrounding soul masters quickly made way, creating a vast open area in the middle. Wasn't it said that the time and place of the passage's opening were random? If it's again some extremely dangerous location, being farther away would give them time to escape. Ning Fengjia and Bai Jai, holding the keys, hesitated briefly before taking unified action to insert the keys into the void simultaneously. Just at that moment, a buzz sounded, the two keys hung in midair, and a grand golden gate instantly appeared before them. The gate was 5 meters tall, 3 meters wide, and looked very spectacular overall, with the two keys fitting perfectly into two symmetrical keyholes on the gate.
Left counterclockwise, right clockwise, half a turn each.
Lin Yi spoke then to give a reminder. Ning Fengjia and Bai Jai acted immediately, and everyone heard a very clear click as the seams of the golden door trembled. The two gates opened inwards, and a surge of intense golden light blossomed from inside outwards. With a flick of Gu Yuina's finger, Ning Fengjia and Bai Jai were quickly enveloped in a silver radiance and swiftly moved away from the door. Everyone was curious, but they were also afraid of what dangers might appear. The calmest person present was probably Lin Yi alone, for he knew that everything was under the system's control. Soul masters gripped by fear huddled together, and it was only after the golden light had gradually faded that they cautiously looked inside. Lin Yi also looked on with curiosity. Although everything was within the system's control, the final location and time were still random within that scope, and no one knew where it had landed. When everyone had a clear view, the scene on the other side of the door shocked them for a moment. Just like on the Seoul City side, there were also many people gathered on the opposite side, at least nearly 1,000. These people were dressed in uniform white uniforms, like they were students from the same academy. And the buildings behind them were also very distinctive, quite tall with 7 or 8 stories, and it was vaguely discernible that there were buildings of 12 or 20 stories behind, not just one. The flickering lights and the forest of high-rises reminded Lin Yi of a characteristic feature of a certain city, the steel forest. Just a door's distance away made the people on the Marshall Seoul Hall's side instantly feel the generational gap between the two sides. So what era was it on the other side? In the group of more than 1,000 people opposite, a few older figures stood at the front, seemingly academy teachers. At the forefront was an elderly man with half-white hair, whose name Lin Yi could even call out because he had guessed where and when the other side was.
This is Ming City in the Sun Moon Empire, the Imperial Sun Moon Soul Academy, and I am the Dean, Jing Hongchen. People on the other side, who are you?
From the second part, Unparalleled Tang Sect. The old man's tone was stern, and his words carried a strong sense of confidence. No one from Seoul City responded, for even if they were mentally prepared, they hadn't expected that the temporal passage would actually open.
Who exactly are you? And what is this golden barrier that envelops the entire Imperial Sun Moon Soul Academy? Did you set it up?
The golden barriers. Everyone looked closer, and indeed, they could see that a giant golden hemisphere was sealing the entire academy tightly. People inside the academy couldn't get out, and those outside couldn't get in. Thus, their only exit had become the door of the temporal passage in Seoul City. Lin Yi's lips curled into a smile. That was the power of the system. Sealing the entire Sun Moon Royal Academy with an isolation barrier to prevent a variety of people from the Sun Moon land from breaking into this epic's Seoul City was a protective measure for Seoul City. Jing Hongchen stood on the other side of the door, yearning to know the truth but not daring to approach the door. Because the person who set up these things possessed power beyond their imagination. Before the door had opened, Jing Hongchen had joined forces with several teachers to attack the golden barrier. It was utterly useless. The barrier could only be described as solid as gold.
This is Seoul land from 10,000 years ago, descendants from 10,000 years later. I can offer you a blessing.
Chapter 197, Jing Hongchen. Can any of you compare with my shield? Second update. What? The other side is from 10,000 years ago. Are you treating me like an idiot? He completely took Lin Yi's words as a joke. You say the other side is the divine realm, and I might still believe it, but 10,000 years ago, what a fantasy tale. Jing Hongchen was not amused, feeling like he had been played by someone, probably from Shrek Academy. With the Soul Master competition about to take place, it might be that someone from Shrek Academy deliberately schemed to prevent the students of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy from participating. After all, this not-so-famous golden barrier only covered the academy, and no other parts of Ming City were affected at all. The people from Shrek are really cunning, but Jing Hongchen couldn't understand when the soul technology of Soul Land had become so advanced. This barrier's level definitely exceeds a Tier 10 fixed installation soul guidance device. However, Jing Hongchen also noticed something else. The place opposite the door didn't look like Shrek. Even Shrek City, the most flourishing area in Soul Land, couldn't have such an outdated and retro style, could it? And that young man sitting cross-legged on the platform seemed to be only about 15 or 16 years old, yet it looked like everyone there was looking up to him as their leader. Jing Hongchen couldn't believe that the ruler of the Sea God's Pavilion, the highest authority in Shrek City in Part 2, would be someone so young. What day is it today, am I dreaming, seeing ghosts in broad daylight?
Grandpa, let me go meet that kid.
Just then, a young man in a white uniform walked out of the crowd. He was good-looking and tall, with heterochromatic eyes and a head of attractive white hair. His skin was even as delicate and fair as a girl's. He was a dazzling youth, and his appearance instantly attracted many gazes, including those from the people of Seoul City. Xiao Hongchen looked at Lin Yi with interest. The young man sitting on the platform seemed to be about his age, but he talked in a tone that wasn't small at all, which piqued his interest.
Don't be reckless, stand back and look after your sister.
Jing Hongchen scolded. At this moment, Lin Yi's gaze swept past Xiao Hongchen and landed on a girl standing in the crowd. It was Meng Hongchen, who also had a head of white hair. This brother and sister stood out in the crowd with their looks, and unlike others who were anxious and uneasy, these siblings were more curious and excited than the other, with Meng Hongchen sending continuous glances towards her brother. It seemed the people on the opposite side knew why this door had appeared, but what was their gathering of thousands of people for? Jing Hongchen couldn't figure it out, he said.
Stop talking about the 10,000 years stuff. I'm not a 3-year-old child and I don't buy your story. All I want to know is what exactly has happened and who are you guys? We're not afraid of trouble. The strength of the teachers and students of Sun Moon Royal Soul Academy is not for show, and the reserves of soul tools in the academy are far more than you can imagine. If you make us angry, let the soul technology of the Sun Moon Empire teach you a lesson.
Jing Hongchen threatened with great confidence. For some reason, such threatening words sounded very comforting to Lin Yi. The stronger you are, the happier I am. I'm just worried your academy might not have enough soul tool reserves because I certainly don't believe your soul masters can cause much harm. Thanks for clearing that up, I'm relieved now. Lin Yi showed a smile. Since Jing Hongchen and the others were so wary and didn't dare to come over, he would have to use provocation. But just as Lin Yi was about to speak, someone else couldn't hold back anymore.
Who do you think you are? Merely descendants from 10,000 years later. You don't kneel and kowtow upon seeing your ancestors and still dare to speak like that. Are you looking for death?
Bidong stared coldly at Jing Hongchen.
What did you say?
Jing Hongchen's face changed immediately. Never seen someone so full of themselves, like being an ancestor. He clenched his fist and frowned.
Just say it, are you people from Shrek Academy or not? We are from Seoul City.
Bidong felt sick at the mention of Shrek Academy.
Let's not argue for now. Allow me to introduce, I am Ning Fengjai, sect master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect from Tiandu Empire, and this is Emperor Zhu Yi. That is the Star Luo Emperor from the Xingluo Empire, and this is Pope Bai Bidong of the Spirit Hall.
Ning Fengjai thought of himself as the peacemaker and felt it was necessary to introduce everyone of note around them. Lastly, Ning Fengjai smoothed his sleeves and walked toward the stands with a smile, bowing deeply and respectfully as he introduced Lin Yi, his flattery reaching new heights.
This person here, Senior Lin Yi, the creator himself, a true god descended, the main conductor of many realms. With Senior Lin Yi's grace just once, your academy could dominate the continent with ease.
Lin Yi. He hadn't seen it coming that Ning Fengzhai could talk such big game. Jing Hongqian looked on, dumbfounded. Not because of Lin Yi, but because of Ning Fengzhai's earlier introduction. Seoul City Tiandu Empire Spirit Hall.
Grandfather, I've studied the history of Seoul land, and people like Bai Bidong were indeed famous figures 10,000 years ago, but I've never heard of this Lin Yi.
At that moment, Meng Hongqian's voice came from the crowd. Jing Hongqian turned to look at his granddaughter, his emotions surging. How on earth had a door to the Seoul land of 10,000 years ago suddenly opened? What exactly has happened, oh heavens? Who can explain this to me?
I'm telling you, I know your soul technology advanced a lot in 10,000 years, but even the soul technology of 20,000 years later is something that Senior Lin Yi could procure for us, so what you have really isn't much.
Thousand Waves shook his head slightly as he spoke, clearly annoyed by Jing Hongqian's recently lofty demeanor. Show off younger generation. Jing Hongqian frowned. Again this Senior Lin Yi, these people mentioned this only seated young man repeatedly. Chrysanthemum Douluo commented with a rather sarcastic tone.
Yeah, if you really think you're so impressive, why not show us one or two of your soul tools? Bet the rewards given by our Senior Lin Yi could easily outmatch any soul tool you have.
Hearing the increasingly restless atmosphere, Lin Yi felt like laughing inside. Let the argument heat up, the fiercer the better. It gives me a perfect chance to show off. At this moment, a girl from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy arrived late, squeezing through the crowd and surveying the scene in front of her. Lin Yi noticed her and guessed from many people's auras that they were different from those of the common crowd from the very beginning. This woman was Ju Zai, the future pirate empress of the Sun Moon Empire. Jing Hongqian indeed became enraged. Zhao Hongqian only heard a low
Damn!
from his grandfather before stepping through the door.
The soul technology of the Sun Moon Empire is not something for you to look down upon, let alone how outdated your thinking is from 10,000 years ago.
Having said that, he immediately pulled out a recently researched and replicated soul tool, a silver moonlight shield. Of course, it couldn't compare to a genuine Tier 10 soul tool from a Tier 10 soul guidance master, but it was also a replica that the Academy used all its resources to create, surely up to a Tier 9 power level.
This shield, do you have anything that can compare?